Hello, 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 my darlings, and welcome in. How are you doing? I tip my hat to you. All while I am simultaneously trying to catch the mouse. Catch the mouse! Hi there, sweethearts. Ooh, mwah. Yes! A little pal hat. A pal hat upon my hat. Wait, I must remove the hat so that the pal gets all of the breathing room. Good pal. I have been googly woogly eyed. Hi cuties, welcome on in. How are you doing? My ear infection has gotten worse, just so you know. I can't hear out of my right side. So if you guys do something with alerts or anything today and I don't seem to hear it, it is not because I muted it or anything. Well, we are gonna be muting the sound alerts once we get into the story so that they don't get interrupted, but I'm like, it's like underwater on my right ear. Exactly. That is the correct response. Thank you for the pal attacks. Awesome Aussie, fabulous haters, dearest Nix, Matos, Celeste Gems, sweetest Sam, lovely Lil Bits, yeah! And thank you for the pal hat, beautiful bubbling, and thank you so much, sweetest Saint Saturday.
I would go for your butt, probably.
Streak. That's incredible. Thank you. Also, hellos. I would go for your butt, definitely. More pals! Thank you for the pals. Lovely talent, I appreciate it. Also, amazing apparition. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Much appreciated. Absolutely outstanding. All right. How's everybody doing? I have missed you terribly. It has been under 24 hours, which is still too long. I'm just saying. I don't make the rules. It's just how it works. Awesome Aussie gets ubbies. Eee, good Aussie. Icy gets ubbies. Good AC. If you're wearing headphones, do you have the right ear cup off? That usually makes it worse. No. Wait, are you suggesting that I do or do not do that? No, I've got both of my headphones on. I have like over ear headphones, so it's kind of annoying to try and like remove it from one side. How dare the ear be infected more? That's what I'm saying, right? I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. I'm doing what they said. Although yesterday I did forget to put one of my 3 drops in. Oops. Stitchy, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. You need to take more care. Please get it checked again. Don't worry. I've got an appointment on Monday again. Again. Let's see. Lovely little bit. Uppies. Good little bit. How are you, sweetie? Oh, we got a song from Bublin. Beautiful Bublin. Please remind me before we get into our stories, and I will sing for you. Nix, Matos, Celeste, Jam Slice, Uppies. Good Nix. Precious Pelly, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. And Valiant Valus, welcome. How are you? Amazing Alec, hi. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Locked and loaded. Thank you for the attacks. Lovely Lyra, hi, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome in, and Solar, hi, sweetest Solar, welcome. Sweetest Shimmy, hi, darling, how are you? Star Jeffrey, welcome on in. I hope you're doing incredibly well as well, and Incredible Icy, I hope you're having a great one too. Cutie Cat, good morning, gorgeous. How are you doing? Did you get enough sleep? Eisen! Hi, Incredible Eisen. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Sweetest Saint Saturnus. Beautiful bear, gorgeous geeks. Hi, welcome. Let's see. Awesome! Hi, Dolly. No worries. You are busy in the ER. I totally get it. No worries. Thank you so much for dropping in, though. I do appreciate it. I hope you are taking good care of yourself. I know things haven't been great, but I hope that you are getting better and that they're not working you too hard there. Fabulous Pfeffer! Welcome on in. Thank you for the lure. Ryoko! Welcome in, darling. Thank you for the pal tag. Much appreciated. Okay, I'm caught up. Let me scroll back down now. Let's see. Just testing the right ear. I unfortunately, I don't think you can target specific sides of my head with commands. Hi there, Terrific Talon. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Tau stream Tau ever? Tau stream Tau ever? What do you mean, Sam? What do you mean? I'm so excited for the stream. I'm so excited for Tau to read the story I submitted. I'm so excited to read your guys' stories. We're gonna get into those very shortly. Hello, Tau. Hope it gets better soon. Thank you, Ryoko. I appreciate it. When my right ear went bad, I had the right ear cup off, and it did help a bit. Kind of hurt with it on. Oh, interesting. These are super, super comfy headphones. I actually don't even notice that they're there like 99% of the time. Let's see. Jinxie Kitty says, hi. Hi, little Jinxie. What a cute Kit Kat. Daniel gets uppies. Good, Daniel. Soritsa! Hi, darling, how are you? Can't stay too long, but here for the next hour and a half, hopefully. Amazing, then you will at least get a taste of our fabulous selection. I have the finest selection of exceptional writing on this side of the galaxy. Thank you for feeding me. We actually have a shit ton of stories today. We are going to try and get through them all. I do have some friends coming over in about 7 hours. I'm hoping we'll get through everything in 7 hours. We shall see. But in case we don't get through everything, I will use, because I reckon that even if we don't get through quite everything, we will get through most of it. And if we don't, we will finish it tomorrow, okay? With our art stream. That is what I want to do. Because we have, and I have no idea how long some of these are, but we do have 17 submissions. One of them, well, I don't know. I need to look through them, but Strat and or Red and or Seru have done a great job of reading these things. Strat has actually edited a bunch of them to make them even more readable, which is really appreciated. Thank you so much, Strat. The other thing Strat has done, which is fucking incredible, you guys, is he has gone out and found royalty-free music that matches each of your respective stories, which is so above and beyond. I don't even have the fucking words for it. That is so cool. So I'm really, really excited. And Talon, thank you for the 30 stream streak. I so appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. Thank you for your incredible dedication and support. Let me see here. I could be down, could be better. Tenant downstairs has become an inconvenience. I won't get into any details to why though. Oh no. I feel like you have really bad luck with tenants, Ozzy. Thank you for the care package. Refreshing. Hello, Jet. Welcome on in. Let's see. I got Dr. Strange number, so he will be able to fix your ear infection. Thank you, Icy. Appreciate that. See you to Shadow Gun. Thank you for the pal attack. Let me see here. Let me see. Strat is the GOAT. This is facts. Can't wait to hear what Strat picked for mine. Hell yeah. How are you doing, Shadow Gun? Sounds awesome. I know, I'm so excited. I will say that there's only a couple that I have gotten to read through, and I have messaged the couple of people about them that may or may not be we may or may not read them, but depending on how the readability has improved. Because I can't read things that are quite difficult to read. Why are you throwing this at me midnight? Oh, that's better. Thank you, Lyra, making up for Midnight's cruelty. Strat is an amazing hen mod. He absolutely is. Okay, well, on that note, here's the order of operations today, my dears. So, we are first going to sing a song for beautiful Bublin, because Bublin requested it. We are then going to read a submission by Storm Talon called Catfolk Space Empire, which sounds hilarious and awesome. I haven't read it yet, but I'm really excited. We also have another one by Lovely Storm Talon, which is The Dragon. So that's our first and second. Cactus Room. We are going to be reading an excerpt from his novel as the third submission. Then we will read some more by Aspen, Furies of Dawn and Dusk. That's our fourth one. Shimigami will be our fifth submission. And then Suritsa will be our sixth with The Memoir of a Grim Reaper, which is super cool. Seventh submission will be Nyx. SCP-5110, which is an original Nyx one. Eighth submission is Shadow Princess VT. Then we have our ninth submission by Azazel. We've got our 10th submission by The Lovely Geeks. Our 11th submission by Solar. Then we will try our hand at reading Jet's new story. Then we have our 13th submission by Patricia. And then we have our 14th submission by Geeks. And then we have our 15th submission by Red, which is more of the Witch in the Stone Tower. We have our 16th submission by Umbra, which will give us a glimpse into his World of the Archives. And that's that. Yeah. So I'm really, really excited. If just so you guys know, if I do happen to get into any of these and I do struggle with reading any of them, I will, please don't take like personal offense to it. I'm not trying to target you. It's just very, very hard to, remember, I am going to be reading for potentially 7 hours, possibly 7 hours. So I do need you to just kind of, give me a little bit of grace here. If something is like trying my eyes because I'm having so much trouble reading it because it is poorly formatted or something like that. It is not me saying, you suck at writing. It is me saying, I'm sorry, my eyes are going cross-eyed. I literally cannot finish this. And that's that, okay? I don't know that there has been a single thing that we have in any of our previous streams, our previous storytelling streams. I don't believe there's been a single story that we've been like, we have started to read it and then I go, fuck it, never mind, I can't do it. But we will see. We will see. We have some new submissions from new people, which is awesome. I'm so, so excited. And thank you for the head pat, sweetest Saint Saturnus. Thank you. Okay, let me catch up with you guys real quick. Cutie Kata, to answer your question, Tau, I am okay, I guess. Got things going on with my brain and pain, plus have to go to work soon. No, I'm sorry, Cutie Kata, that sucks. I really hope that you feel a lot better soon, and that hopefully work is not going to be as much of a pain in the butt as you kind of reckon it will be. Joyous Julius, welcome on in. How are you? I'm actually a bit scared now. Oh, please don't be afraid. I actually got some feedback, Storm Talon, from some other pals about how excited they are to hear your story because they really enjoyed reading through it. So don't worry. I'll have to start writing for the next Storytime stream. Oh yes, please do, Julius. That'd be great. Whoa! I submitted first. Jet, did you submit before Did you submit? Remember how I said that thing about like don't submit until it's ready to be read, and then you edited it? So that's why you're down there. That one made it through screening. Well then, it did. We are gonna put a warning about it. But Strat apparently said that it's okay as long as we put a little warning about it. It should be okay. That's why I try not to talk in chat. Offend knowing my grammar and spelling is not very good. That's okay, Ryoko. You're all good. Don't worry about it. And hi there, Radical Ram. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Let's see. Excited for your job interview. What are you gonna be interviewing for, lovely Lyra? That's awesome. I'm so excited for you. Terrific, Terry. Welcome on in. How are you? I am at work from 12 to 9 and have to leave in like 5 minutes for a bus. It's a cold and raining outside. Oh God, Cutie Cat, you and I live in the exact same spot then. It is pouring. I'm so sorry, hun. 12 to 9 is a long shift. Oh God. I still hope that you can take some time in the bus to kind of like meditate. Deep breath. Put details in the events and rants. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Ozzy. Let's see. Are you kidding me? No, Jet, that's the rules. It's literally there. That's what the rules are, hun. Yeah. Please do not make a big deal out of this, Jet. You can get in trouble for being super obnoxious in chat. Please don't do that. I can tell that you're about to, like, completely have a crash out. Don't do it. That's a warning. Don't do it. But no, that's like, I'm literally going to go back to the storytime stream where every single time that I mention the storytime stream, I always say, you guys scroll to the top. Here's one of the rules, okay? That has not changed since we started these storytelling streams. Please only post here when the piece you want to present is ready to be read. Do not post multiple parts over multiple days and multiple posts. You remember me saying that? That's what I said, okay? Okay. All right. Benji! Hi, lovely Benji at all. Come on in. How are you, hon? How have you been? It's so good to see you. Valiant Vash, thank you so very much for the 225 stream streak. I super appreciate it. Thank you so very much. That is absolutely outstanding. Some pal hatch for you. Thank you for my pal hat, Valiant Vash. I super appreciate you. Let me see. I couldn't meet, just of different times of airing. It's 2 a.m. currently. Oh, Terry, I'm so sorry. I wish that I could stream at different times now. God. 5 hours of couch nap, a cat, a monster, 10th in line. I'm so ready. Like I said, we will try and get through everything in 7 hours. But, if we don't get through everything, like I said, I promise that we will indeed, work on it tomorrow. We will not leave any story unread unless it's unreadable. Then we will have to. But we will attempt to read it first. Hope you're doing good, Legend. Doing great, lovely Benji. Oh, thank you so very much for checking in. Yeah, you guys, this is the perfect stream for you to lurk in if you don't want to, you know, be looking, like watching the screen all the time to figure out what's going on. I'm literally going to be standing here with a book in my hand. There won't be much to see other than there are a couple of really tremendously talented artists in chat and people who have very kindly commissioned real artists to make like book covers or reference sheets or things like that. And I will show those here, but none of them are going to be like comics or anything, right? So I'm not gonna be like, okay, everyone, look at this. Look, this is the, you know, everything you need will be spoken, okay? But I will let you guys know when something is on the screen. Let's see. Nice, now I gotta wait 4 hours. Yes, you do, Jet. Yes, you do, bud. I swear to God, do not test me. You are very close to being like fully banned. Do not do this. You already have 2 warnings. You need 1 more and you are permanently banned. Do not. Thank you. All right. How's it going? And stuff recently happened with all the stuff that's been happening over here. It's going okay. I'm just kind of dealing with it, you know. I'm super excited to read you guys' amazing stories though. VX, thank you for the 5 bits. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you. Don't take my excitement for my own story to mean I'm not excited for the rest. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry, pals. I forget who wrote what last time, but oh my God, there were some killer stories. I am hype. The pals are so incredibly talented. They really are, aren't they, gorgeous geeks? I'm so excited to read everybody's stories. I've only read 1 or 2, and it feels like opening the stocking on Christmas, where I get to be like, ooh, this one's really, oh, this one too. Oh, what's happening? All right, let me see here. Oh, I'm sorry. Jet, you have got to be patient. It drives me fucking crazy when you do this because what you have done here and what you do constantly in the Discord is you constantly, everything is about you. Everything is always about you. And, it does my head in. I swear to God, it does. Everyone is waiting here, okay? You are not the only person who is waiting. You have got to be patient. You can't be patient, you can't be here, okay? Okay. All right, I'm gonna drop that now, but that means you better drop it too and you better behave. Thank you. All right, hi, Precious Patricia, welcome on in. How are you, hun? It's great to see you. Please tell me you didn't read our D&D campaign one yet. No, I have not read that one, but I am so hyped for that. I am so excited for that one. I'm excited to hear everyone's stories. Me too. I'm really glad this community is so chill and kind. We do work hard to keep it that way. Yeah, we do make sure we get people out of here who don't do that. All right. Story, what story? So VX, you guys are able to submit, I gave you, I think, like, was it 4 weeks? To submit some stories for a storytelling stream where I, professional voice actor and trained narrator, get to read your guys' stories in front of everybody. You don't have to submit, but if you want to, you can. I mean, it's the submissions are closed now, but we have these fairly frequently. Thank you for the care package, lovely love bit. I appreciate you. Yeah, around that many weeks, yeah. Try to give you guys lots of time, and of course, hopefully, ideally, and I know not all of you have done this, but for your own health, I really would like it if you guys work on these things, you know, gradually, so you don't like, you know, do the cram session thing where like, I've been up for 48 hours and I finished the story and here you go, you know? Like, I'm so grateful that you guys get them in, but I know that some of you wait until like the last minute and I'm like, oh no, please get rest. Oh no, geeks. Sorry, that just slipped out, geeks. Let's see. We have them frequently as long as we reach the point goal. Yeah, exactly. And I think you guys really like these, so. Might have to pick up a pen, keyboard, and submit a story. Maybe one of my D&D characters' backstories. Yo, Valos, that'd be so cool. I would love that. That'd be absolutely awesome. Definitely not talking about me. Geeks, did you say that before I said that? It's almost like I know you. I hate saying it, but sometimes that's some of my best work. Listen, mine too. I think it's the creative brain. Like, as an artist myself, like, when there are times where I well and truly will just be like, I should go to bed. It is 10 p.m. But I'm feeling particularly creative right now, so I better just... We do try to give people sufficient time, at least a month. Exactly. We do try to give people plenty of time. I'm so keen to chill watching this today due to the rough morning. Good, I'm so glad. Ozzy, I'm so sorry your morning's been rough, but I'm glad that we can help you a little bit. I'm not sure what my next original work will be, but probably some more world building. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Patricia, I really liked your tiefling one. That was really cool. I feel like if I did join the events, I would just put the ugly barnacle from SpongeBob or the B-movie script. But if it's written by someone with ADHD, which is me, I would love a glimpse inside of your mind. Okay, cuties, let's, I'm going to... All right, so I will do some brief introductions for each one of these as we go. What? Oh. Sorry, I was trying to copy and paste a link from Strat to our general, like the general music for this stream, and I accidentally copied what he had said, and it brought up legal documents, even though he wasn't saying anything legal, but I think it was, yeah, I don't know, it was like a paragraph, and clearly Google picked up something. All right, let me, let's turn down the lights. Oop, sorry, my lights are, they're not the romantic kind, they just go, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful, sweetest Snivy music. And let me get you guys, but I want to make sure this isn't too loud, one sec. I'm gonna turn that down a bit for myself. Okay, that's not working, one second. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I want this to be fairly low, so hopefully that's okay. Yes, we're also gonna turn off all of our sound redeems and Tingia as well. Let me do that too. Hold on a second. All right. You guys, I am turning off sound redeems. I will, for now, leave the commands on so that you can, you know, use them in between stories, but, because you guys behaved really well last time. But if you guys wind up using them endlessly during stories, I'll just have to turn them off, okay? Oh, hi there, Snow Dog. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's such a pleasure to see you. Welcome, darling. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. We are actually just about to start reading some community submitted stories. So this is the perfect stream if you want to kind of like vibe, maybe fall asleep to, potentially. I'm going to probably be doing some voice acting, so there might be some like yelling, but there won't be any gun shooting or anything like sounds. But welcome on in, darling. How was your stream? You guys, this is Team Snowdog, who have graced us with their presence, raiding in from their Just Chatting stream. This furry PNG tuber beareth a cheerful disposition, engaging in gaming and banter with a variety of co-hosts. Their recent broadcasts reveal a penchant for birthday celebrations and debugging endeavors. Hi there, Zeronian. Welcome on in, darling. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Snowdog, it has been a while. It's such a pleasure to see you. Thank you for coming in. Snowdog, would you happen to know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming? I'm just in the process of turning off all of our sound redeems so that we don't have the, we don't want the immersion to be disrupted. I'll leave on all of the ones that are silent though, like our pal hat and, let's see. Googly eyes, fish, and corn song are gonna be turned off. Oh, and I also have a song to sing for beautiful Bublin. That's right. That's right. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Let me see here. There's that, and then Tangia. You know what I'm gonna do with Tangia? I think I'm going to, I'm gonna pause Tangia, if I can do that. Can I do that? Okay, it's not letting me do that. Okay, I have an idea. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna turn off the Tangia overlay, and then if someone does something with Tangia, it won't disrupt anything, but I can always replay it in between. Hopefully this will work. Hi, lovely Red. Welcome on in. How are you? And gorgeous Gecko, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Let's see. The BGM is very nice. I'm so glad you like it. You can log out of it. Yeah, but I don't want to log out of it because then I have to re-log into it on everything. Yeah, I'll just turn off the overlay. All right, hold on. I might have missed something before our lovely raid. But yeah, Snowdog, please let us know when your next stream will be, hun. We would love to join ya. You're gonna be interviewing for a position at a clinic business, as a clinic business rep associate at a women's health clinic. Lyra, that's awesome. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so fulfilling. Let me see. Is it going in order of submission today? I'm not positive. I think so. I'm going off of, so whenever this happens, to make sure that we don't get like any extraneous like stuff that is submitted late. Strat actually sends me the submissions in the order of which to read them. So I think I'm going in that order, but it's the order that Strat has sent me. Lovely little bit. Thank you for the lurk, darling. I appreciate it. All right, let me scroll down. I wish I had those pants IRL. They look so cute. They do. Aren't they cute? I used to have chaps kind of like this, but not quite this bulky, I guess. Holy crap.
Hi,
I just checked my emails.
TauTassieTiger. How are you doing this beautiful Wednesday night? I just got home from work about an hour and a half ago. Today was my first day at Cuisine Solutions, my new job. It was pretty good. It was brutal being on my feet for so long, but other than that I liked it. My shift is 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. I was on the way home, decided to stop at Bill & Miller's and grab me a chicken tender basket with 3 extra tenders and extra small fry, a slice of lemon meringue pie and sweet tea.
Sounds like a good treat, Ember. Sorry, I forgot to turn off TTS. All right, TTS is done. All of our sound bites and stuff are off now. But congrats on the job, Ember. That's awesome. I checked my emails after my long nap, and I have another tech test to do for another job. Let's go, geeks! Oh my god, I'm so hyped for you. This one, hopefully, this one will be deserving of your talents. My cat do be meowing at me. We are going in order of submission. I have compiled only one because the 2 stories were very short. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair, Strat. All right, let me sing a song for our beautiful Bublin real quick. That's Everything Stays. And then our first submission is going to be by Storm Talon, okay? One of these doesn't have any trigger warning and the other one does. But Strat has read it and reckons that it is okay. So, all right, let me pause our music here real quick. All right. For a beautiful babbling. All right. Oh, Rymel, sweetie, thank you so much for that 10 stream. Outstanding. Thank you, lovely. I really do appreciate it. Absolutely awesome. Thank you for your dedication and support, hun. All right. Okay. Oh, there it is. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean. The crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go, beautiful Boblin. Thank you again for your amazing patience. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you, you little angel, you. Aw, thank you, Ozzy. Oh, and thank you so much to Sam for the care package. Oh. Okay. Thank you, beautiful Bubbling, Precious Patricia. Oh, thanks, Nix. All right. Let me go and get our first song for Lovely Talon's story. I'm gonna say the thing that I normally say when we do this, you guys. Please remember, it takes a lot of courage to write something for people all over the world to hear, right? All of the people in here are very warm and cozy and sweet people. And I know that, so I probably don't even have to say this, but it's just a quick reminder that please keep in mind that this can be a very nerve-wracking experience for people. Don't be like mean or even like critical of what they have provided unless they actually say, by the way, guys, here's my story. If you guys can give me some critiques, that'd be great, or something like that, okay? But please try not to be like, that doesn't make any sense, or oh, poor Tao, like, or something like that. Don't do that, okay? This is a safe space, as always, and we want to support each other, right? So please just cheer someone else on, and enjoy, okay? All right, let's see. Oh, thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm so lost all the time. I'm so confused. I confuse myself. Just a reminder for the drops. Wait, what drops? I don't think we have drops for our storytelling stream. That would be sick though. You guys, you want some Warframe merch? We have drops on. Oh, eardrops. Oh, my bad. Oh no, I can't. I just put drops in like an hour ago. The eardrops don't go in for another like 6 hours? 6 hours-ish, 6-7 hours. I reserve the right to say poor Tao about my own stuff. You can do that. Sorry, Strat. I was like, the drops? Secret storytime drops? I don't know. Here's the thing. I get most of my Twitch news from Strat, because he's like on the freaking pulse of everything going on online. And so I rely on him to tell me stuff. So I'm like, oh shit. Oh, was this something I didn't read in your DMs? Tactical eardrop incoming. Okay. Sorry, so we're gonna do this. I know that we have some precious pals who are like, I need to go to bed in like 4 hours. Can we get on this? Yes, we can. Is this okay? All right. Let me test something real quick. This one gonna work? It does. Cool. Okay. Let me loop this one real quick. Thank you so much for telling me to loop stuff as well, Strad. That's awesome. Where's the loop button? Hold on. There's a loop on here, isn't it? Oh, playback. Is it playback? No. Wait, hold on. Sorry, guys. Sleep timer? No. Quality? Where's the loopy button? Wait. Have I just not expanded it properly? What the heck? Where's the looping? TauTassieTiger branded eardrops would go a long way. Right-click the screen and... Thank you, Strat. Dude. In case you guys ever wondered what this channel would be like without Strat. Thank you, Strat. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. What would I do without you, chat? Me? Without me? I think you would have less stress. What would I do without you? I think I would just like dissolve into a puddle. I'd be like, I forgot how to move. Scuff counter would be in the 10,000s. It would. That's actually so accurate. Okay. Scuff princess. What can I say? One day my goal is to catch up with Emily. All right. Storm Talon, Catfolk Space Empire. All right, let me pull out my book. Wrong hand. Book. All right. You'd sleep more, but life would be far less fun. Aw, thank you, Geeks. Wait. Thank you, Geeks. No, Geeks is correct about that, probably, yeah. Yeah. All right, so I'm just moving some stuff around. I would normally have done this before, but I'm even more disorganized than usual. Okay. Okay, so lovely Storm Talent. Honestly, just a placeholder so I know what's in that file. Wait, a placeholder. Wait, where? Wait, where? Oh, also, Storm Talon, would you like voice acting or would you like narration? It is up to you. Oh, the title. Oh, the placeholder. Oh, it's the title of the placeholder. That makes sense. Strat already knew as well. Man. I'm extra slow today. Okay. You guys, we are going to read our first submission by Storm Talon titled Catfolk Space Empire. This one's narration. Okay, you got narration. Book. There we go. Catfolk Space Empire. As the Vrothka settled into orbit, dozens of fleet cadets filed into the ship's viewing gallery. The gallery stretched along the length of the vessel and was now oriented to face the planet below. As she was amongst the first cadets to take position, Rila stood at loose attention, her tail twitching slightly. Beside her stood one of her newer classmates, a male who had arrived at the academy, calling himself Tathka. It was a simple name, and very clearly a youth's name. She guessed his age to be similar to her 14 summers, but his eyes seemed to carry the shadows of someone much older. A youth's name at their age. She'd not heard of such a thing before. Her left ear began twitching with barely suppressed curiosity. She wanted to ask, to know why he would have discarded his given name so quickly, but courteously forbade it. Courtesy. Believe it or not, I did do vocal warm-ups. I did not do reading warm-ups or tongue twisters today. A voice from one of the instructors cut through her thoughts, and she realized that everyone was now assembled in the gallery. The question arises with every new class. What is it that we fight for? What is it that we prepare for? Rila recognized Academy Commandant Ithia as the one speaking. The answer lies below, beyond the shutters of this gallery. The answer lies in our history as well, a history that you are about to see stretched out below us. A few cadets near Rila jumped slightly as a loud clatter of metal on metal echoed from above, and the shutters began to slowly open. This was her first glimpse of a world beyond the colony she hailed from, and her tail began to lash in barely contained excitement. Then, the surface of the world below revealed itself to her, and her tail stopped in shock. She knew this world from the old stories, from the history book. Before her and all of the other cadets stretched a vista of shattered waste, dotted with what might have been small patches of hardy vegetation that had finally taken hold. This was one of the 2 dead worlds, killed by the Vril some 500 years prior. Commandant Ithia's voice broke through the silence that had filled the gallery. Here is where we failed, we, the fleet. We failed 1 billion of our kin here and another billion of our kin on this world's mirror. In time, when you have graduated from the academy and taken your place either as crew on a ship or in the infantry, you will learn more of how we failed. Look long. Look hard. Here, this is our vow. By the world below us, we shall never fail our kin again. The last words echoed through the gallery, and then silence reigned once again. But not complete silence. Rila noticed a small sound just to her right and below. Drip, 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 she heard. She stole a quick glance towards its source and saw a few drops of blood on the deck of the gallery, with more falling in slow succession. Her gaze slowly rose. She knew it was Tothka who stood to her immediate right. His hand was a tight fist, and she realized his claws were digging deep into his palm, thus the blood. She could see his tail almost completely still, save for a tense quiver. She dared to glance at his face and saw that the control she had so envied had nearly left him entirely. His eyes were wide and dilated, and his ears were pinned back against his head. Is he angry? She thought to herself. She herself could feel the horrors of what had happened here, but it was deep history, 500 years in the past. But her classmate, alone of all those around her, seethed in a barely contained rage. Not good, she thought. What if the Commandant sees him like this? Before she knew she'd made any decision, her tail flicked out and lightly struck his. She saw him twitch slightly, and his eyes turned in her direction. A bit of realization washed across his face, and he took a breath and closed his eyes. And when they opened again, the familiar control was back. A slight nod in acknowledgement, and then his focus was back on the dead world, but the rage was gone, or at least buried. For now. Makers, Rila thought. Now I'm even more curious. Oh, well, we have 6 years to go, and we're in the same class. For now, I should find some bandages once we're dismissed. That's so cool! Oh my god, I want to know more about this! Oh, this is such a cool world storytelling! Oh my god, that is fascinating. I must know more about both Rila and Tothka. That is very cool. That was awesome. Thank you so much, hon. That was so cool. Oh, I love that. Great job. Great job, Sweetest Storm Talent. Fantastic. All right, 1 second. I gotta make sure that I respond to these with some check marks and stuff so that I don't get lost. 1 sec. That was lovely. Very interesting story. I want to hear more. That's awesome. Right? I agree. Absolutely agree. Okay, let's see. All right, this next one is a bit darker. Let me see how long it is real quick because we do have to go on a break. But yeah, okay. Let's go on a break and then we'll come back and read this one. This is a longer one. I have several other fragments. Oh, heck of a setup. Great introduction to the characters. Awesome talent. Yes, yeah, absolutely right. So cool. I have several other fragments. I just haven't managed to put them together. I do know pretty much how everything sits in this world and where Earth folks sit too. Ooh, so there is an Earth in this one. That's cool. Interesting. Like Earth with humans as well? Nicely done. Can't wait to hear more, right? Absolutely. All right, cuties, we gotta go on a very quick break. Don't be angry if the music doesn't work for the entire story. I only get one song for the entire story, so it may not fit the vibe for the entire story. Yeah, that makes sense. Sounded fun. Heck yeah. Hope to see more of it in the writing channel. Absolutely, Sudi. All right, let's go on a quick break, cutie pies. In case you need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or do not wish to, you don't have to worry about missing content, especially today. That would really especially suck because it would really suck to just get like interrupted for 3 whole minutes in the midst of like a story, right? So, yep, with humans. Ooh, yes, please continue writing this lovely Storm Talent. I'd love to read more of it. Okay, so as usual, 3-minute break. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. And when we get back, we will continue to read through one of Storm Talon's darker tales. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you in 3. Mwah! Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, Liv, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I am the father. There. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Make me angelic. Fuck you.
Wanna head back? We should go home.
Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no, Liv, that's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I think. Lizard! Oh, that one counts.
Tour. Here it comes.
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen. Horse death. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit! Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington. And is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my God! Save. Oh. Whoa. Damn. Well done, Save. Well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Oh, mate. There's a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. Straight. My gun slinging! Yeah! Hello there, my darlings. Welcome back. All right. I will let you guys finish that. There you go. Well done on your work. It's gonna be such whiplash. Alrighty. Let's head back over. Oh shit, wrong button. Wrong button. Ah, you saw nothing. You saw nothing. There's nothing there. My bad. We saw nothing. We saw nothing. We got TauTassieTiger for a second. I have my entire OBS like spread across my main screen since you guys don't get to see that today. And it means I can like read the stories right in front of me. Sorry, my bad. Okay.
Abby's for you, Ozzy. Yes, good Ozzy.
Welcome back, sweetest Solar. Welcome back, ferocious Patricia. Abby's. Yee, good Patricia. Welcome back, Nix. Medusa Slice, Jam Slice. Abby's. Yee, good Nix. Welcome back, sweetest Stella. Welcome back, incredible Icy. Abby's. Good, I see. Beautiful Bublin, welcome on back. Ah, behind the scenes. Cover your eyes. Welcome back, lovely Lil. Oh, uppies for the kitty. Yes, both Jinxie and Butters get some scritchy scratchies. Yes, good kitties. See the Space Cat, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Outstanding, thank you, darling. My mind suddenly comprehended the infinite void, and I must scream. I'll give you guys a glimpse if you remind me at the end of stream. I'll just show you my OBS. Right, saw nothing. Right, yes, correct. we saw nothing. What are you talking about? I don't even know. Who are you? Who am I? What? All right, let's see. Let me turn our lovely Snow Ivy music down. Thank you for the care package, Aussie. Oh. All right. And there we go. There's our vibey music. Normally you need to be on Patreon to see the behind the scenes stuff. So does Patreon, by the way. Oh my God, you are such an excellent pal. Thank you, Patricia, for that fantastic plug. You guys, we do have a Patreon now in case you were interested in seeing the behind the scenes. Thank you, Patricia. Great plug. That was excellent. I actually even thought about it. I was like, behind the scenes, I do that. I show that on Patreon. But then I was like, oh, no, that would be so cringe for me to say. But it was very good that you said it because it's not me saying it's good. Thank you. Oh, hi, sweetest Sam. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. All illusions and immersions are broken. How will I maintain my view that Tau is a real Tasmanian Tiger who uses it as XSplit, not OBS? I was gonna say, I am a real Tasmanian Tiger. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? But I did lie to you about using XSplit. What is XSplit? What is that? Is that a competitor for OBS? You guys, please check out the sweetest Save File 17. Wait, it's Thursday. Doesn't that mean you're streaming today, Save? Are you streaming today? Am I crazy? I could have sworn that I like to lurk in your streams on Thursdays. Am I dumb? Am I insane? Are you streaming today, Save? My pleasure. You deserve it. Thank you, precious Patricia. XSplit, literally unwatchable. Wow, they made a save file in real life. We do have our commands. You just can't use them while we're telling stories.
They made the save icon in real life.
There he is. Shh, I'm going to lurk for no particular reason. Everyone listen to stories. Well, in that case, you know what? I see your lurk and I raise you a...
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
You guys, please go follow Save File 17 because he's going to lurk for no particular reason. And he never streams. He almost never streams, you know, just like 4 times a week. It's really nothing. You know, he doesn't stream barely at all. He's certainly not lurking because he's going to go to stream and I want him to know that we're going to go support him. So please go lurk in his stream that he's going to start in like a minute. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I go watch you today, don't I? Am I fucking crazy? Am I fucking crazy? But yes, you guys, please do check out the wonderful Save File 17. He is a fantastic honestly, if you like the vibe of this stream, like the storytelling stream with kind of like that quieter sort of slightly more like relaxing but still engaging vibe, this is like his stream is like that all the time. He's just playing Hearthstone instead of reading stories. Let's save rest for one day? No. Never. Work! Work harder! Okay. Let's go read this. Oh, I also will put that warning here real quick. So, you guys, this is a story where there is suicidality mentioned and attempted, okay? But it's not what Strat said is it's not graphic. And it's in like a fantasy world and stuff, okay? So it's not this isn't like, but I just want you to prepare for that, okay? And I'm going to put that in a written word here too. 1 second. Let's see. Okay. Please trigger warning. And general violence, I guess. Is that a correct one for this one? Gonna be out the warning. Yeah, I just want to make sure you guys are aware. If you want to voice act this next one, feel free. If you end up not wanting to after a bit, also good. All right, sounds good, sweetest Stormtelling. Also, lovely Vinny. Hi, honey. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you. How I have missed thee.
You want an ooh? Thank you for the ooh. Thank you, Vinny.
All right. Hopefully this is this an appropriate trigger warning for this next one, Stormtalon? I must say as well, if you're anyone have that thought, please call your country's emergency hotline. Mental health matters, 100%. Oh wow, what a crisp ooh-woo. 'Tis a crisp ooh-woo. Thanks for that. My pleasure. It's so good to see you, Valiant Vinny. Welcome, welcome. Basically, yes. Okay, great. All right, and I believe that's the only one, the only story today that has this. So, please do bear with us, okay? All right. Wrong hand. Every time. Every fucking time. All right. This is, oh, right, I should probably also read what Strat said here about this one, which is... This is called The Dragon, okay? The Dragon. This is by lovely Stormtalon in the chat. The library smelled of antiquity. The scent of books lay foremost as it should. But papyrus and parchment and aged leather added their own heady notes, telling a tale of books handed down through generations. In the deepest parts of the stacks, stone and clay began to add weight to the sense of accumulated age. The librarian on duty did little to dispel the sense that this place existed in and across ages past. Unruly white hair peered out from beneath a black bowler, and white mutton chops framed his too young face. A short-sleeved white shirt, black bow tie, and black vest completed what could be seen of him above the front counter. His left arm was toned from a lifetime at work, while layers of scars twisted around and cut deep into the flesh of his right arm. At the front of the counter stood a handwritten sign in curving script, reading, "Librarian on duty, Curtis Bertram, silence." Curtis Bertram's attention lay focused upon the text in front of him, a hefty treatise on Mesoamerican glyphs and symbology, bound in jaguar hide with pages of yellowing parchment. This book existed only here and in the few other libraries like it scattered across the world. No historians even suspected its existence, and none who had access would ever think of exposing it to the outside world. No, this tome and the others like it in this library would only ever exist here, on the periphery between the real and the magical. His focus lay entirely on copying a series of glyphs into a battered notebook, the pen held in his left hand deftly recreating the stylized curves used by, in this particular passage, the Mayan people. He started to turn one of the heavy pages with his right hand, then paused briefly as a tremor overtook his arm. "It's getting worse again," he muttered to himself. "I'll have to address this soon. No choice anymore." A bell on the back of the library's front door jingled, pulling his attention away from his studies. Expecting to see one of the half-dozen or so regulars who sought insight within the stacks, Curtis found he didn't recognize the person entering. A mage from abroad, he wondered. No, she's definitely not that. The woman who entered stood over 6 feet tall in height, he figured, and had a muscular build barely hinted at beneath the well-worn black hoodie and stained gray sweatpants that she wore. Dark hair peeked out from beneath the pulled-up hood, and even darker circles threw her eyes into shadow. She paused, straightened herself, and took a few purposeful strides into the library. Then the haunted look which had flickered at the edge of her face took over, and she hesitated. From halfway across the room, she looked at Curtis and asked, "Am I in the right place? I was told... But how can a library help me?" Curtis carefully closed the tome he'd been studying with a soft whoomp sound. "This library," he said with what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "It probably can. What exactly troubles you, ma'am?" She rushed forward and stood hands on the counter, looming over him. "Please," she said, her voice beginning to break. I can't die. Tell me how I can die." He looked at her for some time before answering, finally seeing the aura that crackled around her. "Yeah, there are ways. Most of them are, unpleasant, but depending on circumstances, there's always the chance they might not take." He reached under the counter and retrieved a featureless marble sphere about 6 inches across. "There are other options, you know. There always are." "I don't want other options!" she yelled, her previously hushed voice erupting into a mixture of anger, pain, and grief. "I should have died months ago when that fucking drunk driver killed my entire family. I should have died 2 nights ago when I blew my goddamn brains out." Her voice softened again. "But I'm still here. I'm still here. I had to clean up my own brains and blood yesterday. How fucked up is that?" "Pretty fucked up. Yeah. Here, hold out your hand," he said, offering the stone sphere. She took it almost reflexively. "It's a puzzle," he continued. "Open it. It'll help me know just how fucked up, if you will." "A puzzle? But how can this help? And how do I even start to... Oh! Her questions cut off as the stone in her hand began to react. Strips of it began to peel away from top to bottom, folding back upon itself. Curtis allowed himself the barest sliver of a smile as he saw her expression transition from haunted to grudging wonder, as the stone continued to bloom into something new. It happened faster than he expected, long strands of paper-thin stone curling away from the shape hidden within, the shape of her magic. Sorry, one sec. Okay. Sorry, just hydrating and clearing my throat. All right. Within mere moments, the stone had settled for the most part, revealing a... Thank you, lovely space cat. I will have another sippy of water once we finish this one. Within mere moments, the stone had settled for the most part, revealing a detailed sculpture of a dragon rearing back, wings unfurled. "Well, that answers that. Truly spectacularly fucked you are, I'm afraid." "What exactly do you mean by that?" she asked, still slightly lost in the wonder of what she'd just done. "You opened the dragon. That means a few things. First off, it means you're damn near immortal. You'll not die of old age, and the list of things that can actually kill you is distressingly small." Before she could respond, he continued. "Second, it means you've the potential to be one of the strongest mages to walk the earth. You might actually be the strongest," he added, as he noticed that her dragon was still trying to refine itself even further. "That should have settled by now." The woman stared at him for a moment, then her shoulders sagged in exhaustion and surrender, and she slid to the floor, ending up seated with her back against the counter. "Fuck. Immortal, you say? I want to tell you you're full of shit, but..." She sighed briefly. "Part of me already knows that you're not. And this... How the hell did someone like me manage to make something this beautiful?" Curtis leaned over the counter so he could see her as they spoke. "Yeah, I remember feeling that way. Opening our puzzle is probably the single highest point for most of us. He paused to gather his next words. Look, I know where you're coming from. I truly do. I've outlived too many friends myself and survived things I shouldn't. So many goddamn things I shouldn't have. He grimaced as the memory of a burning factory overtook him briefly. Thing is, me, I can't help you with what you want. I'm not powerful enough, and my magic is rather uniquely limited. I do know someone who can, though. She can certainly give you what you think you want right now, but she can also teach you the way forward.
You're saying she can actually kill me? For real?
If that's what you end up wanting, yeah, she can. I'll introduce you, but there's no way you'd find her on your own. Of course, she might just end up dragging you out of the pit you're in right now. It's what she did to me a long time ago. Honestly, not sure if I've forgiven her for it either. I'll need to know your name, by the way, if I'm going to introduce you to her.
The woman nodded, and Curtis thought she might already look less haunted than before, but he figured that was just his optimism, that he was even harder to kill than she was.
Allie Murkison.
Well then, Miss Murkison. Name's Curtis Bertram, but most call me Silence. Give me a moment to get someone to take my place here, and we'll go have a meeting. You'll probably have to endure some stupidity from me, though. The one we're going to see, her secretary doesn't particularly like me. You might even laugh. Fair warning.
As Allie Murkison stood up, still staring at her puzzle, Curtis carefully lifted the tome he had been copying and tucked it onto the shelf beneath the counter. Turning towards the stacks, he yelled,
"Hey! Widget! Need you to take over the front for a while!"
A reedy voice shouted back.
Be right there!
Moments later, a woman who appeared to be in her late 60s stepped out from the stacks, her close-cropped gray hair unruly despite it being so short.
Oh, who's this?
She asked upon seeing Allie.
New mate? Definitely new. Her aura is positively sparkling. What's her puzzle?
Yeah, about that.
Curtis began.
She's, well, you know how we'll find out about her gifts.
Bad?
Curtis nodded quietly. Then he made a quick gesture with his left hand, and shimmering words came into view before Widget, visible only to her. She only thinks about dying. Taking a seat behind the library desk, the woman called Widget looked at Allie for several moments, her gaze finally drawn to the shimmering puzzle almost forgotten in Allie's hand.
That's a dragon!
1 second. I could have given my... Switch hands. Okay.
It is.
It's still trying to open further.
Yeah, it is.
Should it not be doing that? Allie asked, a heavy blanket of emotional exhaustion weighing down her words.
Thing is, dragon is the pinnacle tier for mages. There's nothing beyond it.
Widget hesitated a bit before continuing.
Yours, it seems like it's trying to go past dragon. Shouldn't be possible. Isn't possible.
Curtis nodded.
And that's why I need you to cover the desk for me.
He sighed, and then grimaced as his right arm chose then to be seized by another tremor.
I have to take her to Lady Matthews, and that's not helping.
Widget leaned forwards, elbows on the desk, resting her chin on her hands.
2 questions for you, Silence. First off, you do know that the council is not going to be happy about handing a potential mage over to her, yeah? Second, is Sally still pissed at you?
Of course Sally's still pissed at me, he snorted. It's only been, what, a century? Maybe more? Nowhere near enough time for someone like her to cool down.
Allie again felt her curiosity rising up despite herself.
So, her name's Sally Matthews,
then? No. Sally Dragamus is Lady Matthews' secretary, and she hates me, more or less. Oh, well, maybe not hate, he added after a moment's reflection. I disappointed her. It's a thing I do. You'll get used to it.
Oh. Allie paused in thought, giving Curtis time to pull his tweed jacket off of one of the hangers near the door. She finally continued. Do either of you mind if I ask what your, puzzles became? Widget removed one hand from beneath her chin and conjured a small statuette of a unicorn onto the desk before her.
This is mine. 2 tiers below dragon, and honestly, I'm barely that. Took all the effort I could muster.
She grinned.
Silence, he's a griffin, 1 tier above me. Though, if he'd actually put any effort into opening his puzzle, he'd be a dragon too.
Curtis nodded.
And therein lies the seed of Sally's disappointment in me. In her eyes, I'm lazy, not worthy of having been taught by Lady Matthews.
Allie frowned.
Pete, you said she'd be able to kill me, she said accusingly. He shrugged. She can do both. Honestly, she's the only one capable of helping you with whichever path you choose. It all depends on you.
His right arm spasmed hard enough that he had to grab it with his left hand to steady it.
This is really not helping.
He noticed that Allie was looking at his arm and actually seeing the scars for the first time.
Factory accident, he said to her unasked question. Lots of them, actually. The bastard who owned the place happened to notice that I'd recover from just about any injury almost instantly. He took advantage of that. Of me. Fun times for 10-year-old me, he added bitterly.
10?
What? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. It was a different time, 1878. Child labor laws were non-existent.
Curtis, silence, closed his eyes.
Still, saved a bunch of the other kids from risking their arms trying to unjam machinery. Well, enough of that then. We need to get moving.
You haven't answered my question about the council's silence,
Widget said insistently, using her magic to ensure that only he could hear her. More words appeared before Widget.
Council can't help her with what she wants or what she needs. Not even Merlin himself is strong enough.
He sighed and let his thoughts finish.
Gotta go older than them. Far older. You know what I'm saying, Widget.
Yeah. Only one can teach a dragon is a dragon.
Curtis turned to face Allie.
So then, you want death? Let's go talk with the dragon.
Allie's mind still churned with a mix of confusion, the familiar, agonizing grief, and the incandescent image of the statuette she held in her hand, a statuette she'd somehow created, when the words, "Let's go talk to a dragon," finally pushed their way past everything else. She turned and looked at Curtis Bertram. His left hand still gripped his scarred arm as another series of muscle spasms took over it.
A dragon?
She asked hesitantly.
You mean someone else who did, this?
She gestured with her puzzle. A smile seemed to split his formerly grim expression open.
Nope, he said. Lady Matthews is the real thing.
He paused, and it seemed to Allie that he was considering his next words.
So Sally, actually. Well, not to do about anything now except to go for a visit.
With that, he stepped out from behind the library's front desk and walked to a featureless wall, stopping about a yard away from it. Before Allie could ask what he was doing, she saw Curtis raise his left hand and turn his palm to face the wall. In an instant, the air around him filled with glowing specks of light, each shimmering in blue and yellow swirls. Magic, she thought to herself. Unknown words and glyphs began to arrange themselves on the wall, tracing out the shape of a door. Within moments, ornate circles and geometric patterns joined them, linking everything in an impossibly complex pattern of shapes and phrases and individual letters from every language imaginable. Throughout all of this, Curtis said nothing. From behind her, Widget piped up softly.
That's why he's called Silence. He won't be speaking much for a bit. Mind you, it's like his magic takes that away from him after using it.
Allie could actually feel Widget shrug behind her.
Shouldn't take too much out of him, though. The doorway's already there. He's just turning it on and setting it into the right destination. Easy stuff.
When Curtis finally lowered his arm, the door shape enclosed a faintly glowing expanse of shifting energy that seemed to extend deeper into the wall than Allie thought it should. He turned and moved his right shoulder in a way that signaled she should follow, that arm still shuddering uselessly at his side. Then he turned and stepped into the doorway and vanished.
Well, go along then,
Widget urged.
Won't be but an instant and you'll be there.
Allie hesitated for a moment.
I can end this. Just have to step through this door. And I can end it.
She stepped forward, paused, and then through the door, leaving the library behind. The corridor on the other side nearly dazzled her with its opulence. Her shoes squeaked slightly on a floor of rose marble, while walls paneled with mahogany rose nearly 15 feet to a rose marble ceiling. Display cases lined each wall, filled with artifacts of some ancient culture. She felt actual curiosity for the first time since the accident, her old fascination with history reminding her that it still existed.
No, I can't let myself get distracted. Ending. That's all I need to think about. That's all.
She repeated it in her head as if it were a mantra. The clay tablet in the display case to her right beckoned to her old self, still struggling to break through the surface of her grief. Unconsciously, her eyes found themselves drawn to the inscriptions on the tablet. "Uniform," she whispered. I've seen this." Words shimmered into her view. Hammurabi's code, they said. "But it's intact. There's no damage to the tablet anywhere. That can't be." She sensed silence shrugging just behind her. Then more words appeared. "It's a copy of sorts." "A forgery, then," she said. There was a pause, and then silence cleared his throat. "No," he said, almost struggling to get the words out. "A copy." "Come along, then," he finished with more shimmering text. They passed cases with more unnaturally intact artifacts contained within as he led her to the massive doors at the end of the hall. Signs on the doors read Urban Renewal UK LLC and Tia Matthews, CEO. "So, beyond these doors are dragons, and one of them can kill me, will kill me." Yes, and? Depends on you." Silence still seemed to be fighting to speak. "But don't expect much, you'll see." Then he stood a bit straighter, grabbed his right arm firmly with his left, and motioned for Allie to open the doors. She paused and then pushed open the door with the Urban Renewal UK sign on it, only noticing that it could be abbreviated URUK. Her gaze slowly moved to the other sign, Tia Matthews. Allie felt her chest tighten as a sudden instinctual fear shoved her perpetual numbness away. "Artifacts," her mind began to race. "These names, they're linked." "Well, you catch on fast. This is what you want, yes?" Allie finished pushing the door open and passed through to see a nondescript corporate reception room that wouldn't have been out of place in the mid-20th century. Several merely functional chairs had been lined up along one wall, and a minimalist desk sat before a completely bland door into a CEO's office. A woman with black hair set in a tight bun sat at the desk, typing loudly on an old mechanical Smith Corona. She looked up at her visitors, and her gaze narrowed under her thick eyebrows as she noticed Silence. Without saying a word, she pulled a couple of sticks of gum from a desk drawer and popped them in her mouth, making sure to chew loudly while she continued to stare at him. Silence strode forward, a sudden grin on his face. "Sally!" he chirped, his voice having fully recovered. "It has been far too long, wouldn't you say?" Sally paused, chewing long enough to say, "She's busy," before going back to it, even louder this time. Allie stepped forward. "Sally Dragamus, is it?" She braced herself to receive the same blistering gaze that Silence seemed to withstand with ease. Instead, Sally looked at her as if she hadn't even noticed she was there. "She's still busy," she said, before going back to her gum and typing. After a long pause, Silence let go of his damaged arm so he could raise his left hand to about chest height. A small sigil appeared in front of his open hand, concentric rings of letters slowly counter-rotating on the magic formed. It took but an instant before Sally's gum flew out of her mouth and into the center of the sigil, hovering momentarily before disintegrating in a flash of light and a burst of peppermint aroma. That's cool. Sally glared at him some more before quietly getting more gum out of her drawer. Then, behind her, the nondescript door creaked open slightly. Only darkness could be seen beyond. "Let them in, Sally," a woman's voice said, echoing far more than Allie thought it should. "He's not worthy of your presence, Mother," Sally grumbled. "That may be. It may not be. But this isn't about him, daughter." The voice, rich and melodious, paused a moment. "No, he's brought us something very, very special. Show my daughter your puzzle, guest of Silence." Allie panicked for a moment, forgetting that she still held it in her hand, shimmering and continuing to try to refine itself, even now. She straightened her back a bit and held it towards Sally, daring her to dismiss it. Sally glanced at the puzzle and then up at Allie. "Huh, at least you're not worthless. Fine, you may enter." "Both of you." Silence smirked and motioned for Allie to follow him as he strode to the beckoning door. Just before they reached it, the voice from within spoke again. Sally, daughter, you've not had a proper lunch in quite a long while. Yeah? I have obeyed your decrees, yes, mother. I've been informed there's a group of fanatics who plan to vandalize the new temple display in the British Museum. My temple, the voice boomed. No one will miss them. Go, gorge yourself, but on them only. Allie glanced back to see Sally grinning, her eyes now reptilian and her mouth far wider and toothier than it should have been. Gladly, mother, and... thank you, mother. Allie turned and pushed through the door hurriedly, not wanting to be anywhere near that grin. Then she paused a couple of steps past the threshold. Wait, maybe she should... She is not capable of granting you the death you desire, guest of silence. Certainly she could easily devour you, and she would do so gladly if I commanded it. But you would survive the experience. It would not be pleasant for either of you. Allie shuddered at the thought of what that might entail. But you can, please! Only now did she notice that this room extended around her into an impossibly vast space. Slowly, from the gloom ahead of her, a gigantic dragon's head moved into view, its eyes larger than Silence's library had been from the outside. Come closer, and we will see. You already know who I am, don't you? Clever you are, and a student of history at that. Allie strode forward. Tiamat. She walked right up to stand mere feet from the great dragon's lower jaw. Please, help me die. I can't live like this. I should have died with them. I shouldn't be here. She expected to perhaps be eaten or incinerated in flames. Instead, Tiamat's form dissolved into mist and then reformed as an Akkadian woman in front of her, dark eyes gazing sadly at her. Tiamat grasped her hand that held the puzzle. I cannot. Her voice in this form no longer boomed forth, no longer echoed within itself. Instead, it carried hints of ancient sorrows buried within a modern London accent. This surprises me more than any here. The only one capable of delivering you unto death is yourself. I've tried! Allie yelled, beginning to sob. I've tried so many times! Not with mortal tools, but with this puzzle, with the magic inside of you. I can teach you what you need to know, but in the end, it must be your own hand. It can only be by your own hand. Tiamat caught her gaze and smiled softly. This is a new thing for me. A being I cannot harm. Such a glorious light shines within you, and it pains me that it would be extinguished. But sometimes pain cannot be overcome. Sorrow cannot be vanquished. So it may be with you. So I will teach you. She turned to look at Silence. And you, student of mine, while I will teach her what she can do, what she is able to do, it is upon you to teach her what she must not do. I have duties of my own, you know, Silence grumbled. Is it really so hard to step outside of those walls you have wrapped around yourself? As he started to respond, his right arm spasmed again, worse still than before. I have to fix this first, and then it'll be days before I can even talk again. He dropped to his knees and began to focus his magic on his rebellious arm. Tiamat moved to stand close to Allie. Watch. Despite his flaws, despite the sorrows that even now hold him down, to watch Silence work is to witness an understanding of magic unlike that held by anyone else. Allie cast a sidelong glance at the woman beside her. I'm standing next to a living goddess, and even she can't do what I need. How is that even possible? Finally, she turned to look at Silence. Already, complex diagrams and sigils surrounded his scarred right arm, glowing of their own accord, constantly shifting in relation to each other. His puzzle floated above his left hand, a griffin rampant, wings unfurled. For a moment, Allie thought she saw something else within it, yearning to come to the surface. The dragon that Widget hinted at? But its shape is wrong. Wait, how do I know that? Glowing lines began to form on the skin of Silence's arm, tracing an ever more delicate branching pattern as they grew down from his shoulder towards his fingers. Letters from every known language and countless forgotten ones led the way, imprinting unspoken meaning upon the fractally grown pattern on his skin. Wait, I can read this. How? He is the only pure sigil mage I have ever met, Tiamat whispered. All others use voice and gesture, sound and fury, only inscribing sigils when working on projects meant to last. He is silence. He can only see the magic carried within the written forms, can only enact it through manifesting the letters humanity has used throughout its entire history. He's building nerves out of magic, isn't he? Very perceptive, yes, and yet he should only have needed to have done this once. It's as if his entire arm is locked as it was at its most damaged. Over time, it rejects everything done to repair it. Tiamat actually shrugged her shoulders as if at a loss. You have new eyes. You have not known him for a century as I have. What is it that you see? Even if all you seek is an ending, there can be value in what you do before then. She's trying to draw me out, isn't she? Allie sighed. You're not talking about what's immediately visible, are you? Fine. I saw what hides in his puzzle. Only a glimpse, only a hint, but is that what you want? Nearly everyone knows he could push it to a dragon if he desired. What do you see in his arm that none of us have? But it's the wrong shape. His arm. Okay, fine. Allie focused. Her vision began to catch strands and flows of magic twisting and flowing in a vortex towards Silence's arm. The first set of magic nerves had already sunk deep into the flesh to replace the shattered and torn original ones. These linked directly to the muscles, though something else hid within. Something that seemed as old as the scars themselves. New eyes, indeed. Tiamat moved forward and crouched beside Silence for a moment, whispering something into his ear. He didn't visibly acknowledge even hearing her, but the sigils swirling around his arm immediately changed. Allie watched as meanings shifted and merged. The very concept of nerves changed as new glyphs. The new ones were cuneiform, joined with the others. Armor and warding wove themselves in amongst the rest, and as they did, the newly laid magical nerves began to wrap themselves in those concepts. The old fire remained stubbornly within the depths of his arm, but now it could no longer damage Silence's painstaking work. It took nearly an hour, layer after layer of motor control and sensory nerves being rebuilt out of raw magic. Over and over, Silence built, shielded, and then guided individual strands into place. Finally, the shimmering glyphs and patterns faded into nothingness, and he stood up, flexing his arm, hand, and fingers experimentally. He looked over at Allie and gave her a faint, exhausted smile. Words shimmered into her view. "Thank you," they read, oddly in Old English form. "First time in decades there's been no pain at all." Allie walked over to him. "Silence, I think I need to tell you something," she whispered. "It's not a dragon." He almost looked startled, and then just shook his head. Again, more words appeared. "That's not possible. There is nothing beyond dragon. Nothing that even equals it." Ah, man. Banger. That's awesome. Oops, sorry, my gloves just disappeared. That was not the right. There we go. That was awesome. Holy shit, that was so cool.
Holy fuck, Storm Talon. Okay, I hope that wasn't like too triggering for you guys. I know like at the beginning it was, but that is clearly a very required bit of the story. Also, I get the vibe that she's going to kind of, you know, find meaning in life, which is quite a beautiful thing actually. But that was fucking sick. I was like, we need more of it. I know, that's what I was thinking too. Holy crap. Let me scroll up and try and catch up with as many of you as I can before we move on to Cactos. Oh, we're gonna read Cactos next. I'm so fucking hyped. Suda Style. Hi, honey. Thank you so much for the 480. Incredible. Thank you ever so much. That is absolutely outstanding. Let's see. Thank you so much, Storm, and welcome on in. How are you doing? Started out dark, but made a turn for the better. Yeah. Sometimes the most, you know, heroic, positive stories begin at, you know, rock bottom. I will also, sorry, real quick, I will reply to you guys in just a second, but I just want to put Tal will read chat between stories, but not during. Please be patient. Pretty lady. Ah! What do we think of that one? That was so fucking sick. Umber, thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you, darling. Pretty lady, fabulous frostbite, you. Hello, how are you? Let's see here. Her talking about cleaning up her own brains made me go, God damn, I know. I would absolutely read more of that. British fantasy? I guess I'm in good company. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go, geeks. I'm so excited to read yours too. Good stuff. That was nice to catch. Yeah. Did you get to hear all of it, Umbra? I hope you're doing well. Good story. I'm glad you liked it, Solar. I know what their puzzles actually are. Also, who sent Allie to him in the first place? Ooh, Storm Talon. So is this, are you gonna make like a full novel out of this? I would absolutely love to read more of that, by the way. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Thank you for the 100 biddies, beautiful bear. How are you? Thank you for the biddies. Woo! Piece of candy. So fun. Love that one. Oh, I'm so glad you liked it, Space Cat. Well done, Storm Talon. That was so excellent. That is an amazing story. It'd be awesome to see more of that world. I agree. Let's see. Oh, Striker. Hi, lovely Striker. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Let me see here. Ooh, Striker, do you have a story to give to our next, whenever our next goal is reached? Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I would love it if you wanted to submit your scripts for next time. Absolutely, Striker. I was gonna throw some pals, but I didn't want to interrupt. That's so kind of you, Striker. Thank you. I'm so glad things are looking up for you as well, darling. Excellent. I feel like I'm watching a Studio Ghibli movie. Damn, there's no animation in, well, I mean, I guess I'm animated a bit, but I'm not like, you know, Ghibli animation, but that would be sick. Let's see. Oh yeah, you guys gave me googly eyes in the middle of our story. All right. Let's do Cactos next. Let me see here. Who wrote that one? That was Storm Talon, who's in chat right now. That is an amazing story. One of my new favorites. It would be awesome to see more of that world. Oh, that's good, Nix. I'm glad you enjoyed it so much. I will say my scripts are comedy style. And if you watched Red vs. Blue, it has the same vibe. Oh, cool. Okay, I think I did watch some Red vs. Blue when I was a youngin'. But I have really bad memories, so I actually don't remember. I don't remember it very well. Hold on. I'm trying to lurk in the save stream, and it's, like, not loading. Okay, now it's loading. Fine. We're good. All right. Let's see. Off to a great start. Talon stories were so good. And next up is Cacto. We're starting high with the quality. I'm scared for my own. Oh, gorgeous geeks. You have outstanding quality writing. I know this. I have read it. I have been a part of it. I'm so excited. Precious Politely is so cool. Hi, gorgeous. How are you? Politely! If you're able to stick around until we read Gorgeous Geeks'
story, he's actually given us something that takes place in the world of Stardust memoir simultaneous to what's happening to us. I got most of it, missed a bit because I popped in late. Oh, that's totally fair. I hope that work isn't being too trying. I'm glad you're feeling better, Jet. That's good, and I hope you sleep well. My knee isn't feeling terrible, but the swelling is not going away as quickly as I'd like for it to. Oh, I'm sorry, Frostbite. Is it what the doctor kind of expected, though, hun? Let me see. Someone posted in memes to how screenshot your googly eyes. Thank you, Ozzy. Let me see here. Oh, I meant Studio Ghibli in the sense of the type of person that watches a movie in my head. Oh, got it. That's so cool. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that I can help you immerse into the world that Storm Talon has made. If anyone was wondering which specific dragon or dragon adjacent Sally is, that would be Scylla. What mythos is Scylla from? Let's see. Very excited for more of Storm Talon's world. Yes, me too, me too. All right. Let me pull up. We've got Cacto next. So let me pull up this one, and then we'll go on a quick break after that, but we're not there yet, so let me just whoop. All right, this is from Cacto, and Cacto says, sneak peek into the first chapter of my new novel, unreleased, which is now released. The entire thing is written in sneaky metered prose poetry as the new experimental style. Also, please feel free to read as much of this as you want during the stream if you're in the mood for it. Amazing. I probably will. I probably will read 3 chapters. This is such a great, it's such a great story. I'm gonna do the audiobook for him. And I actually do want to, oh, hold up a sec. Wait. Is this not? Hold on. Yeah. Oh. Wait, this is not the one I was thinking of. Oh, this is one I haven't read yet. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, how cool. Okay, I do wanna brag about Cacto's killer writing though. That's so funny. Okay, gasp. What is it, Tau? It's not the one about, yeah, there you go. Oh my God, Strat, you're amazing. That's it. You guys, please do check that book out. It's actually so good. This is for the same author we're gonna be reading today. And he's actually like published this. I'm also gonna do the audiobook version of this if he likes it enough. And I have some time to do it. But I come prepared. You certainly do. God damn, Strat. Very impressive. Umber, thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I appreciate it. Scylla's Greek myth, multi-headed monster who would eat sailors right off their ships. That's so cool. That is so cool. Okay, we're gonna read a bit of of Cacto's book that I was unaware of. I've been waiting for the audiobook and also purchase physical once I get a job so it goes on the bookcase. Oh, Geeks, that's so fucking cool of you. Yeah, I need to find some time to read the book. It's gonna be a little bit, but I'm hoping that lovely Cacto will be patient enough with me. Particularly because I'm willing to, do it for free. So hopefully he'll be like, oh, that's fine. You're not great at it, Tau, but like, you know what? It's free, so what am I gonna complain about? Okay. Let's see. I will crank this up a tad. All right. This is interesting. All right, we will read this entire first chapter. Let me get, nope, wrong arm. There we go. Okay. This one is by Cutie Cacto. Oh, actually, Strat, could I get a / shout out for Cactus Room? He does stream on Twitch, by the way. And he's a literal competitive fingerstyle guitarist. So, yeah, and he's super, super lovely, very sweet. He is also the bad cop to my bad cop, a good cop to my bad good. We're in our game that we're playing with Geeks and Politely and Blue. He's the brain. He's got big brains. Let's put it that way. He got big brains. Let's see. I did do a really rough thing on Reddit on Allie being told to go to the library. I'll try to copy it, clean it up, and get it into the writing channel. Yes, please do, Storm Talon. That'd be great. Some of the BGM may be a bit softer. You may have to adjust them from time to time. Okay, sounds good. Competitive guitar playing is a new one. He's really amazing at it. Very, very chill. He is also scarily good at competitive Tetris. Is he really? I actually did not know that. That's awesome. That's so cool. That is so cool. All right. Are my hands not working? Oh, no, they are. That's just not the... Oh, that arm hurts. We're switching it up. Okay. What? No, I want... What the fuck? This is... What? Okay. Cacto lore. He actually doesn't have thorns. Yeah, I'm okay. For some reason, my hand was tracking a different hand, which is weird. It's magnetized to one hand. It seems like it. All right. Here we go. Lulu, Chapter 1. By Cacto! Ooh, I'm gonna try and use some reverb on some of this stuff because he's got like deities and stuff, and there are some things, like some names here, by the way, where I'm going to make a sound instead of a name because there's no actual word there. So, yeah, I will do my best to make it a consistent sound so that it's not confusing. All right. Burn it down, and from the ashes shall my kingdom rise anew. The once almighty stood upon its final ruined leg. Jagged lacerations marred the membrane of reality in violent tears of six. Seeping in through wounded veil, distorted visions from the realms beyond befouled the Ksh's domain, the weight of the unknown dissolving bit by bit, the mortal blinds which sheltered recognition. This paradise was falling, and I lavished in the sight from my new vantage down below. Millennia of planning bore a poignant fruit without compare. Catastrophe. What fitting resolution to conclude this final act? I waved my hand and bid adieu, and with said flourish consequence engulfed the realm in inky fire. What scant few buildings stood amidst the smoldering wreckage crumbled, one by one, into tarnished marble heaps. Pompous frills the better cleansed, to rid this ruined kingdom of the ostentation marring goodness' name. Mere sanctimonious shells becrying final testament to hollow glories of a bygone kingdom past. The better to accept the stains of consequence. How thoughtful, then, my parting gift, this damning stain, this revelation of hypocrisy upon purported purity. A gift to last for eons more. Reminder, painted inky black, of ruin brought upon oneself. And ruined shall kingdom stay until the consequence has been repaid in full. Oh, whether such a thing will come to pass within this cycle or the next, I dare not say. But, dare I say, good riddance to the righteous tyrant's light. And while this noble Pyrrhic conquest, and such conquests often do, left streams of ichor running black through pearly streets, another stain, as courtesy of mine and oath, please let the record state for all eternity, the source of lifeblood largely stemmed from Yes, this detail surely matters. As the villain of this sordid scuffle, such assured loss would only be befitting. As the victors do, I deem it so, and as the writer of this history, as victors do, all inconvenient details of said sanguinary measure are but details to be cut for brevity, especially as beings next of kin. But I digress. It seems to me a much more pressing matter calls to hand, a matter I've ignored as yet with suave aplomb. Who dares to witness me, my fall from grace? Yes, I am, in fact, aware of your observance, dear observers. I presume as well to have my thoughts surveilled. So, on this matter, in the interest of transparency, without a room for doubt, observers, fear you not a whit that I'll destroy you like I did almighty Yes, quite. Indeed, perhaps within my heart of hearts I always knew as such, Expecting anything but observation from your ilk was not a thought that one of any measure would sincerely entertain. No, I'm starkly made aware that current circumstance leave my wrath without a body, so to say, pinned atop this barren hellscape, staring at the stars and tattered firmament of wait, nope, that one's above. One's threat appears to lose its gravitas. A vantage point indeed, if you'll recall my prior thoughts, though one without advantage in this present course. Alas, a quiet and observant lot you are, and an unrepentant heart as ever was. So be it. Witness then, observe the coming of an era. In this realm bereft, save fire and ash, heralded by consequence, my reign begins. I dissolved into a writhing mass, a formless shadow of a former self, with all but one incumbent cell amongst 1,000 freed from chains of prophecy. One of many, dearly missed, left pinned within the heart of this domain instead of us. A cell exchanged for prison, one might say. A living being wronged and made a sacrifice for rights to roam this cursed land. A tragic tale, alas. And all the more regrettably, the difference in confinement changes not. A slightly larger prison is a prison nonetheless. And what woe to be a martyr for such paltry gains. If it's any consolation, though, I have to say, the dignity allowed, it breathes the winds of change. For all excepting one, that is. Apologies, I'm sure in time I'll understand the need for such a sacrifice, and surely I'll forgive myself the harm induced by us. But moving on. We gazed upon the desecrated offering entombed beneath the cage of light, and donned a more coherent form, with eyes and garment fit for company. Where was I? Yes, with dashing form, my reign begins, arising from a realm bereft, or soon to be, of all but truly yours. A cleansing is in order to rebuild this land from blankest slate. But while we purge the lesser beings, a question for our audience. You see, a quite unpleasant turn of fate has graced your humble focal point. The tyrant kings lay bloodied and incinate upon floor. That much is confirmed. Ichor flows through Ksh's domain without surcease, and given after what's transpired. Entire realms, in plural, standing free from predetermined fate, assuredly and thanks to us. And thus, to you, my question stands. Just how is it, of all involved, that here we fall, condemned? Benevolent omnipotence is merely penitentiary painted prettily with poetry, mere sophistry, consumed with glee from grazing pens by blinded, pious sheep. They seek their captor's reinstatement, choice of a will, of a burden that was not requested. Benighted curse, I flung my arm, and further rent the fabric of the cosmos looming high above. The host of worlds that found their footing on our grace now fell from much the same. Perish. Nothingness consumed the realm in claws of 6 as every mortal being within my sight succumbed to ruin. Souls as varied as the stars destroyed returned to Ksh's domain in natal form. Discover what your lord is worth. Your fate was merely this, a farce, a life devoid of meaning on a predetermined course. Oh, what consequence you reap for spurning freedom and control. Just die the faithful death that Ksh determined as your fate. Benighted in the face of light, and you unrepentant fools will never know what you have lost. We sighed and shut our 1,000 eyes. Beyond my lids, a host of laws inviolate began restoring balance to the shattered worlds. In time, they would reform, but in the meantime, drops of ichor, black as night, fell from my nails. They drenched my new domain with nourishment divine, another gift as courtesy of Ksh and all their many kin. A gift in turn for changing course of fate, indeed. Yet, still these lands burn destitute without a single change. The people make the kingdom, as they say, and at this time, of either there is none. I sighed again. choosing to forsake one's will. I pray your afterlife eternal is as vapid as desired. Drip by drip of falling ichor, whispers of my seething rage released their hold. A boundless ocean flowed within my heart like a tainted treacle. But for now, this minor vent would do. It recommends that refrains from causing further harm within the mortal plane. And who are you to guide my will? It has been called many names. May call it whatever wishes. The nameless one would dare command the lord of this domain without the barest courtesy of showing one's true form. It manifests form. It greets the ruler of... It reiterates. It recommends that... refrains from causing further harm within the mortal plane. Now, to preface, as the sovereign lord of consequence, it's very seldom that I've deigned to feel regret. In fact, I oft regard regret as squalor of the lowest form, an act of self-subservience arising from the lack of will to face the consequence of one's own history. And thus, with great regret, I genuflected on the nameless one. A ruler, first and foremost, knows the time to bend the knee. Better to preserve a life than dignity. A kingdom with no subjects crumbles first. And so it was. We crumpled to the floor in most disgraceful form. Our careful, prim appearance came undone before the weight of its existence. There was nothing we could do before such awful might. Within our writhing clump of shadows, every eye of every cell relayed the same report. The being stood before us was impossible. Its every line converged into the apex of congruency, so perfect that its very form beheld forever's touch. Our 1,000 eyes held many sights, but every one was stained by its appearance. Affixed without exception to the center point, with blatant disregard to every angle and perspective held, it fixed itself in stasis on our vision like a flattened stamp. It never changed. It bore the trace of true forever, and forever is immutable. To gaze upon forever is to gaze into the vast unknown, to feel the weight of time constricting choice for all eternity. Forever bears the constancy to never change, and thus, to be a witness, we are forced to cede or be consumed. 1,000 eyes as sacrifice. Our aggregated consciousness began to fray. Each independent vision of these barren lands was rendered with this being front and center, a kaleidoscopic nightmare inescapable. The sights of my domain, the specks of ash and molten rivers, plumes of flame and stars above, corpses strewn and ichor flowing, every disparate scene converged on it. The vision of our very form converged on it. We could not bear the consequence. Our vision cut out piece by piece. We had to change. To gaze upon its form, we had to pay the price or to be consumed, and thus our purge extended to ourself until a single eye remained. 1,000 eyes reduced to one, the price to hold a modicum of sanity before this being. A heavy price indeed, but only fools would try to renege. This existence was impossible. It superseded logic and reality, and yet, here it stood. And so, with purchased clarity, I could not bear to do the same. I groveled on my formless knees, my single eye cast down towards the specks of ash beneath. This lesser one inquires as to the purpose of the vaunted nameless one's direct attention. Its current task is to prevent beings of divinity from harming those within the lower realms. This lesser one seeks clarity. This lesser one believes that we have helped the beings of this realm remove the yokes of predetermined fate, and thus enacted good. Incorrect. Has ruined 62 worlds and killed every inhabitant within. A paltry cost to rid those worlds of shackles, surely. Incorrect. Has caused great harm to this realm. It reiterates. It recommends that refrains from causing further harm within the mortal plane. And what of and all the harm that they have caused to those enraptured by their light? It has not sensed any harm to the mortal plane resulting from actions. Despite the price of every eye, regret is proven time and time again, to be my nature's anathema. Ah, yes, indeed, like steady stream, the waters of regret flow ever on, without imparting lasting lesson. Quite the pity, as it were, as such a lesson would have been of excess value at this present time. Alas, instead, what courses through our heart is wrathful treacle, set ablaze by incensed pride upon the slightest hint of provocation. Tempered though we try to be, our tolerance for self-debasement only lasts so long. What claim the nameless one asserts before me? Can't this elder see the shackles round the souls of every being beguiled by light? I liberated worlds from control. And now, instead of gratitude, I'm painted as the sinner? They the saint? How utterly ridiculous. It arbitrated the terms between and the beings within jurisdiction. The price and ask were just. Souls inured to comforts of oblivion, consigned to an eternity of slavery for every life thereafter. Surely there can be no justice there. It reiterates, the task and price were just. It adds, the terms of forever were agreed upon willingly, without threat or coercion. Then you are blind to reality and fed a view of lies. Incorrect. It seems all there is to see within the myriad realms and those beyond the veil. It sees all there is to see within the myriad of realms and those behind the veil. It has not been fed lies. I see. Then you're a fool. It has known this name before. We have taken it upon ourselves to free the beings of this realm from servitude. If you intend to stop us, then you too must die. It intends to stop. It will not die. We prophesied effect and cause, fractaled to infinity, our vision split in search of damning consequence. A trillion motes of self described the history of this being's soul until we found the thread of consequence we sought. It recommends that stop this action. Each self of ours received the self-same warning, but it mattered not. The prophecy's effect and cause were settled. Consequence was inescapable. We pulled the thread. It prevents ruin, and consequently found ourselves unraveled, ruined, and damned. It has accepted prophecy of self-damnation as the price for this task. The fragments of our disparate selves were desperately combining back to one. Groups of pairs turned 4, then 8, to form our massive selves again, and all the while, our history of consequences flashed in panoramic view within our minds. The price and task are just. Will obey the terms. We felt an overbearing law descend upon our very essence. In an instant, we could gauge with no uncertainty that never would we act outside of... What's that one? There we go. Again. And still, the scenes of consequence beplagued our every moment. Birth and growth. Betrayals punished. Lessons learned. Injustice bridled. Failures mounting. Silent biting. Plans developed. Allies gathering. Waiting for the stars' alignment. Execution. Death and regipatricide. Betrayal punished. Once again. And, finally, a prophecy reflected back to us. Injustice. You nameless wretch! A pox upon your bloodline, and a curse befalling all you love! It does not have a bloodline. It does not have feelings. It recommends that obeys the terms agreed upon. We spat upon the ground, to no recourse. Interesting. I reckon that this is a this is either before or after this has got to be in the same world as or like involving some of the same deities as Cacto's other book that's published. That was really cool. Cacto has such a unique way of writing, and I really, really like how like lively and like dialogue focused it is. Really cool. That was very interesting. I love the touch of and yeah. Patricia, did you look at his at Cacto's entry? Because it's literally like black boxes.
So it's not even like like I just can't pronounce it or something. They're like literally black boxes. It's kind of like if someone put wingdings and then I'm like, oh, better figure out what that is. But yeah, that was awesome. That was really cool. I love cactus writing. It's fucking sick. It's so good. All right. Oh, I also need to remember to do my little check marks. Let me do that real quick. There we go. And there we go. All right. Our next one is going to be by Lovely Aspen. This is, I believe, her fan fiction of How to Train a Dragon. I'm pretty sure this is a How to Train a Dragon one. But we do have to go on a break first. And yeah, then when we get back, we will read hers. And let me actually just real quick, let me see how long this one is, because I think it might be fairly long now. Oh no, it's 13 pages, double space, that's fine. So we'll probably get through that one, and then we will also get through, I reckon, I'm just guessing here, but Shimigami. Shimigami has 2 stories here, which we will probably get through both of in our next before our next break. I hope you guys are enjoying so far, darlings. I'm having an absolute blast. I was following along with the PDF, but I think audio only would confuse me. Oh, that's fair, geeks. That's fair. It is, I think that part of it is that even if he had put like different colors, I would probably have like come up with various voices, but I wasn't actually sure. Like I know it's 2 characters, but I was like, at the very start of it, I was like, oh, I actually don't know. I don't know what kind of voice I should give each of these guys. And maybe there's more than 2. And there were eventually more than 2, but you know what I mean. Anyway, since you're following along, you understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is amazing so far. Yay! Mobs. Hi, magnificent mobs. Welcome on in. What kind of pants do ghost hunters wear? Just a paranormal jeans. Very good. Love that. These 2 hours have just flown by. Isn't that crazy? All right, cuties. Quick break time. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And, darling, this is also your meds in mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Yeah, I'll see you in 3. Mwah! I'm sorry, guys. One moment. Macadamia nuts, some pistachios. I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not, I meant that you would bring nice nuts. You would bring legumes and things like quick break, my darlings. Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my god. Let me do a little bit of a soothing song for all my bitches.
Don't push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if someone dies, it's their fault. Okay, I'm the one who died. Fuck! God!
Princess!
We were getting close! Dude! Thank you! I'm so excited! That Skyrim 100 stuff? Oh my god. It's Daddy Hildebrand, or whatever his last name is. Is that right, Hildebrand? Jesus Christ, dude! The 360 no scope edit. Oh my.
make me angelic. Fuck you.
Wanna head back?
We should go home.
Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strata's like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. I've been accidentally getting streamers to bark and a whoop. Do.
The rocket is
Needle?
What are you doing?
Whee. Oh,
An idiot.
yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one was a stretch. Force gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
Okay. Is Tao in love with triangle? In a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's a. Just kidding. Yeah. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! On my armor. Probably don't need any more of that. Here we go. Whoa! Hey, kitties.
Holy
I am
shit.
back. I'll let you guys finish these words, and then we will jump back over onto our reading. Oh, wow. Whoa! I will know it as soon as you guys say
Well
it. Too.
done,
Proceed
well
to excellent way to Shoot a
done.
squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never.
All right,
and you shoot
and back
them.
over here we go.
Yeah, I can.
Awesome Aussie, get some uppies. Yee, good Aussie, booby, 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 boop. Next, but slash jump size, uppies. Yee. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, precious Patricia, uppies. Yee, good Patricia. Sweetest see me, uppies. Yee, good see me. All right. All right. Let me switch our music over. Here we go. Oh, no. All right. We are moving over to okay. All right. Gonna unload the dishwasher? Yeah, absolutely. Go for it, precious Patricia. Okay. Which hand is this going in? This is going in this hand. This hand. All right. The sea had never been so silent. Even on nights when the wind faded and the stars were close enough to touch, the water whispered, secrets of shipwrecks swallowed whole, of ships that vanished without trace, of the beasts that may be chained in darkness. A small vessel creaked across that silence, its sails dark against the moon. No insignia marked its masts, but its purpose was etched in iron. Cages trapped to the deck, nets coiled up like serpents, and a row of cruel barbed harpoons glinting in the moonlight. Sorry, I was just okay. Sorry, I was just reading some notes. Okay. Within the cages, shadows shifted. A nadder whimpered low, its scales dulled with ash and bruises. A young gronkel strained against its bonds, wheezing as the weight of chains bit into its hide. A third dragon did not move at all, its body limp in the darkness. Above them, voices murmured. "The one with the lead scales is close," said the voice, supposedly the captain, his words rasping like a rope dragged over stone.
She flies with the male. The blind girl guides her. A nearby hunter spat over the side of the smaller ship. Why chase them? We've got cages full already. Because, the captain growled, his eyes narrowing to slits, furies never come twice in a lifetime. Night fury, light fury, together they will change the world. Unless we get to them first. The sea surged forward, the massive waves slamming against the hull. The ship groaned and rocked roughly, but pressed on, splitting the waves as if somehow drawn by fate itself. Far ahead, beyond the long horizon, numerous islands slept beneath the night sky, one of them crowned with timber huts and roaring dragons, a place its inhabitants called the Edge. The captain leaned over the railing, the salt wind clawing through his hair. Soon, he whispered to himself, soon they'll all learn what it means to be hunted by us. The cool air carried his words away, scattering them into the night. But the dragons below heard, and their bodies trembled in fear. Chapter 1. Ghosts Within the Fog. The morning mist clung to the cliffs of Dragon's Edge as if a second skin. Fog wrapped the stone spires and pine trees in a heavy silence, muffling the cries of nearby seabirds and swallowing the crash of waves until only the faintest rumble remained. The riders had gathered early on the beach, restless but not quite sure why. The dragons, whom were normally playful at this hour, shifted uneasily, their eyes sharp, nostrils flaring. Toothless paced the sand, his tail flicking. Stormfly shook out her tail spines with a sharp snap, squawking irritably. Hookfang hissed, his wings spreading wide as fire sparked faintly at his jaws. There's a storm coming, Snotlout declared, arms crossed as he puffed his chest proudly. I can feel it in my warrior bones! Big one, too. Lightning, thunder, hail the size of... Fishlegs rolled her eyes. It's not a storm, Snotlout. If it was, Meatlug would already be halfway into the stables. This feels different. Strange, even. He rested his hand on Meatlug's naturally warm scales, his brows furrowed in thought. Astrid leaned forward, eyes narrowing on the horizon. The fog was thick, thicker than usual. It wasn't drifting. Oh, Waters! Hi, sweetie. Thank you so much for the biddies. Woo! Piece of candy. Thanks, hon. It wasn't drifting. Wasn't natural. It clung to everything, dense, holding the air in a heavy grip. She tightened her grip on the axe. Both of you are right. Something's out there. Hiccup walked up from behind Toothless, his prosthetic sinking slightly into damp sand with each step. He rested a calming hand on Toothless's head, his eyes scanning the stretching mist. Stay sharp. Whatever it is, it's close, and it doesn't want to be found. The words he spoke had barely left him when it came. A sound. A strange one. Not the flap of wings. Not the roar of fire. Something softer. Stranger. A low, resonant hum came through the fog like a voice that would be carried on the wind. Not threatening, but haunting. Almost melodic. The dragons froze, ears pricked towards the sound. Toothless lifted his head, pupils narrowing to slits. Stormfly let out a questioning trill. Even Barf and Belch stopped their bickering to tilt their twin heads in eerie unison. Then, the fog parted slightly. A shape glided towards the shore, its wings stretched wide, body shimmering faintly. A light fury, maybe, but not quite. Her scales were light as fresh snow, streaked with pale teal lines that traced her lean body like rivers trace the earth, speckled with earthy brown spots. Her glow was softer than the usual blinding brilliance of a light fury, more like moonlight breaking through branches. She touched down on the sand with barely a sound, wings folding neatly at her sides. On her back sat a rider cloaked against the chill, a carved staff strapped across her shoulders. She didn't move to dismount right away. Instead, she placed one hand on the dragon's neck, tilting her head as though listening to something unheard. Her eyes opened slowly. They were pale, steady, unfocused. Hiccup realized immediately she was blind. "Hello there," he called, stepping forward with his hands raised to show peace, despite her lack of sight. His voice carried over the small distance, calm but firm. "We don't get many visitors out this way." The girl's lips curved into a small, hesitant smile. "We didn't mean to intrude," she said softly, her tone steady despite her youth. "Silva and I, Oh, we're just passing through.
Passing through? Astrid repeated, the suspicion hard in her voice. Few people passed through Dragon's Edge without reason. Before more could be thought of, the fog behind them erupted with a violent crack. An orange plasma blast streaked out of the fog, slamming into the waves just offshore, causing a larger wave to wash up. Steam hissed upward as if a curtain was being lifted. The riders shouted, Dragon's wings flaring in alarm. Stormfly's spines shot up, a low growl rattling her chest. And then it came. Again. Another dragon shot from the fog with blinding speed. A night fury. But it definitely wasn't toothless. This dragon's scales were a deep indigo, though more of a blue shade. His wings detailed with fiery orange membranes that had a strange glow, like molten rock glows in the darkness. Its yellow eyes cut through the still foggy air. He landed beside the light fury with a triumphant roar, shaking the sand as he spread his bright wings.
Whoa! Toughnut whispered, jaw dropped in awe. That's like Toothless, but if Toothless fell into a volcano and came out with lava wings. More like a glow-in-the-dark pumpkin fury, Roughnut countered, nodding wisely. Hey! Snotlout yelled, pointing at Hookfang as Hookfang reared up behind him. Nobody rides night furies but Hiccup! That's like illegal, or it should be! But there was actually a rider with him. A boy, around the girl's age, swung from the dragon's neck, grinning like he owned the beach. He was tall, broad-shouldered, sun-tanned, and his brown hair tousled with streaks of light hazel. He wore a leather tunic that was scuffed from travel, flight goggles strapped loosely around his neck, his bracers scratched and dented. He looked every bit like an adventurer, and he bore himself an air of confidence that bordered on ignorance. Kalen Stormholt, he introduced himself with a flourish, bowing dramatically. And this fine beast here is Aegir. Don't worry, we're not here to start trouble. Unless you're looking for it. The girl on the Light Fury, Alara, cleared her throat softly. She didn't need to look at him for Kalen to feel her meaning. His grin faltered into a sheepish chuckle. Right, sorry, Alara. We're not here to fight. Alara, Hiccup echoed, testing the name. He glanced between her calm, sightless eyes and Kalen's bold smile. And you're both riders? Alara slid from Silva's back with quiet grace, her staff in hand. Silva shifted close, brushing her nose against Alara's shoulder, protective, but not smothering. Their bond was visible, seamless, unshakable. Correct. We ride, Alara said simply, her hand tracing Silva's scales. Her blind gaze lifted, shifting towards Hiccup as if she saw through him. And we protect those who can't. Astrid's grip on her axe eased, though her suspicion remained sharp. Protect them from what? Kalen scratched Aegir's chin, earning a rough rumble. His grin softened, but his voice carried steel. From dragon hunters! From fools who think the sky must belong to them! For a moment, his face darkened, but then the grin returned. But mostly out of boredom. Toothless eased forward, sniffing Silva cautiously. She lowered her head, unbothered, her teal-white glow pulsing faintly. They circled each other with wary curiosity. Aegir darted between them, puffing his chest and trilling loudly, clearly trying to impress them both. Silva flicked her tail and blinked slowly, ignoring him with calm patience. The riders exchanged looks. 2 new dragons. 2 new strangers. Fishlegs scribbled furiously in his notebook, muttering to himself. Sorry, by the way, I keep on forgetting who these characters are. I know they're all from, like, the original How to Train Your Dragon, but I forgot their voices, so I keep on forgetting the voices I'm giving them too. Yes, this is Aspen's story, lovely love. Night Fury, but orange plasma, variant species, oh, incredibly rare, rarer than rare, Light Fury species, camouflage pattern, oh, Thor, Hiccup, oh, this could rewrite everything we know! Or, Snotlout cut in loudly, puffing himself up, or it could be a trap! I mean, come on! Who just strolls in on a Fury? That's meant to be our thing. Yeah, Roughnut added, and they're way cooler looking than you. Traitors! Snotlout snapped back. Astrid ignored their bickering, her eyes fixed on Kalen. If you're being hunted, she said wearily, then you've led trouble here. Kalen met her gaze, his grin fading only slightly. Maybe, but if hunters come, you'll want us on your side. And anyways, you seem to have more protection than most. He patted Aegir's neck. The dragon hissed, sparks of plasma dancing between his teeth. Alara tilted her head, her pale gaze sweeping across the group. We're not the enemies, she said softly, but If we have brought danger, it will find us soon enough. The riders stood in uneasy silence. The dragons, however, were already speaking their own language. Toothless and Aegir exchanged snorts and growls, their tails twitching in friendly challenge. In a burst of speed, Aegir launched upwards, rolling midair with a flashy display before landing again with a trill that was more of a brag than a greeting. Toothless gave a low growl, unimpressed. "Show off," Hiccup muttered, though there was no true malice in his tone. Alara reached out, her hand brushing Silva's scales again. The Light Fury hummed softly, her teal-white glow pulsing like a heartbeat. Alara's calm expression never wavered. She couldn't see the standoff, but she understood it perfectly. The fog shifted, thinning with the rising sun. The riders exchanged looks once more, the tension thick in the air. Two strangers, two dragons. A fragile first meeting balanced on the edge of trust. And as Hiccup studied them, Alara with her serene, unfocused eyes, Kalen with his reckless grin, Silva glowing softly at her side, and Aegir blazing like fire beside him, he felt it. There was no threat, no lies, only certainty. Their life at the edge was about to change forever. Chapter 2, Settling In. The sun had now burned away most of the morning fog, leaving Dragon's Edge bathed in a soft golden light. From the lookout towers to the stables carved into cliff walls, the riders' home bustled with the usual rhythm of repairs, chores, and dragon play. Only today, everything carried an undercurrent of tension. Two newcomers walked amongst them, and two new dragons watched from the shadows. Kalen strode across the central clearing as if he had owned it, his confident grin unshaken despite the wary stares that followed him. His Night Fury, Aegir, prowled on his heels, tail twitching, wings half spread to show off his fiery membranes. Every few steps, Aegir would glance around and growl softly, daring any other dragon to challenge him. In contrast, Alara moved with silent grace, leaning gently on her carved staff as she walked. Silva padded silently beside her, pale scales glowing faintly in the shade. The Light Fury's head brushed Alara's shoulder often, guiding her around obstacles with subtle nudges, as though the two shared one body. Where Kalen drew attention, Alara seemed content to pass unseen. Hiccup had given them space at first, space to prove that they weren't a threat, but the Edge was not a fortress. It was a family, and family required a strong trust. "All right," Hiccup began firmly, standing at the center of the clearing as the riders and their respective dragons gathered around. "If you're staying here, even if it's temporary, you should know how things work. The Edge isn't just a place, it's a system. We share chores, patrol routes, responsibilities. Everyone pulls their own weight." Kalen smirked, crossing his arms. "Sounds easy enough. Where do you need me? Roof repairs, perimeter guard, defending your honor from the Snotlout?" "Hey!" Snotlout barked, glaring. "Nobody defends my honor! Except Hookfang and me. Mostly me!" Hookfang blew a bored steam of smoke in response. Astrid folded her arms, eyes narrowing at Kalen. "We'll see if you can actually work before you start running your mouth." Alara's lips curved in the faintest smile as she turned her face towards Astrid. "He talks more than he listens," she said softly. "But he learns quickly, when he wants to." Kalen winced. "That too, Alara!" She didn't answer, but Silva nudged her gently as though approving. Fishlegs, who had been scribbling nonstop in his journal since dawn, suddenly stepped forward, nearly tripping over Meatlug's tail in his excitement. "I have to ask, your dragons, they're both clearly a fury of sorts, but not exactly? So, do they share abilities with Toothless? Camouflage, dive speed, plasma blast? Oh, because Aegir's coloration alone suggests some sort of volcanic adaptation. Maybe even a diet that— Fishlegs," Astrid interrupted, smacking his shoulder lightly with the flat of her axe. "Breathe!" Fishlegs' face flushed bright red. "Right, sorry, this is history standing right in front of us, you know." His wide eyes darted between Silva and Aegir like a child in a candy shop. "History with wings! With glowing wings!" Toothless padded closer to Silva, his head low, studying her with cautious intensity. She met his gaze, calm and unflinching, before chirping softly. Toothless trilled back, and for a long moment the two simply just stared at each other. Aegir ruined it by barging between them with a puffed chest and loud chatter, scattering sparks from his jaws. Toothless flattened his ears, unimpressed. "Guess Aegir's not shy," Hiccup muttered to himself. "He's a show-off," Alara replied, having heard him. Her hand slid down Silva's neck, fingers tracing the familiar scales. Silva doesn't mind. She prefers peace to competition. Ruffnut leaned on Barf's neck, squinting at Alara. So, like, you can't see at all, right? Like, at all? Alara tilted her head. No, not in the way you mean. So how do you know if Kaylin's making stupid faces behind your back? I don't need to see to know that, Alara said calmly. Everyone burst into laughter, except Kaylin, who groaned loudly. You've known them for half an hour and you're already roasting me? She's good, Toughnut whispered approvingly. By afternoon, Hiccup had shown them the basics of the outpost. Kaylin soaked in every detail with relentless energy, asking questions about the watchtowers, the fire defenses, even the stable layouts. He clearly wasn't just reckless bravado. He cared about defenses, about strategy. Alara, meanwhile, walked the paths slowly with Astrid at her side. Silva stayed glued to her rider, guiding her over uneven ground. Astrid had expected to feel awkward, but Alara's quiet confidence made it easy. She didn't stumble or hesitate. Every step was careful, deliberate, and sure. You get around well, Astrid admitted at one point, almost grudgingly. Alara tilted her head, smiling faintly. I've never needed eyes to see, not with Silva beside me. Silva hummed softly, pressing her snout against Alara's arm. Astrid glanced at Stormfly, who had been trailing curiously. I get that, she said quietly. That evening, the riders insisted that the newcomers join them for dinner. The long table was crowded with food, roasted fish, bread, bowls of berries picked fresh from the nearby islands. Dragons lounged around the edges of the hall, occasionally stealing scraps from the few distracted riders. Kaylin dove into his meal like he hadn't eaten in days. This, he said with a mouthful of fish, definitely beats dried seaweed and stale biscuits. Alara ate more slowly, her movements precise and practiced. She listened more than she spoke, head tilting slightly whenever the riders bantered. Every so often, she would add a quiet comment, a single observation that cut straight through the conversation. When Ruffnut and Toughnut argued over which half of their dragon was smarter, Alara softly said, Neither head wins without the other. The twins blinked, fell silent, and then nodded in unison, as though she'd revealed some sort of ancient wisdom. When Snotlout bragged about Hookfang scaring off a whole armada of hunters, Alara tilted her blind gaze towards him and said, Well, maybe they ran because they didn't want to smell your helmet anymore. The entire table erupted with laughter, even Hiccup, and for once, Snotlout had no comeback. Kaylin watched her with a fond smile that he tried and failed to hide. He was used to her calm wit, but seeing her win over strangers, that was new. By the end of the meal, the tension had eased. Laughter replaced suspicion. Dragons dozed, bellies full, tails tangled across the floor in a complex mess. For a brief moment, it felt as though Alara and Kaylin had always been there. Later, when the fire in the hearth had burned low, Hiccup and Astrid found themselves standing on the cliff's edge, watching the two newcomers with their dragons. Alara sat cross-legged on the sand, Silva curled protectively around her like a glowing cocoon. She traced her staff across the sand as though sketching unseen shapes. Kaylin stood nearby with Aegir, tossing stones into the surf and laughing whenever Aegir leapt after them like an overgrown pup. They're different, Astrid admitted, arms crossed. I don't trust him yet. Too cocky. But her? She trailed off, frowning slightly. She's not what I expected. Hiccup nodded slowly. She doesn't need sight. It's like she sees through people. And him? He chuckled softly. He reminds me of Snotlout if Snotlout wasn't Snotlout. Astrid smirked. That's generous. Toothless likes her, Hiccup added, watching as his dragon padded closer to Silva, the two furies humming softly to each other. And that means something. Or it means we're about to have twice the trouble. Astrid's tone was wry, but her eyes softened as she watched Alara lean against Silva's side. Either way, they're here now. Hiccup's gaze lingered on the newcomers, thoughtful. Yeah, he said quietly. And I think the edge is about to change. Again. Above them, the stars shimmered against the night sky, two furies glowing in their own ways, curled protectively around their riders. And for the first time since they had arrived, the edge felt whole. I always love Aspen's fanfic. This is such a fun one. I like her. I like her. I love her characters a lot. They're super cool. Hi there, Merc. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. That's so nice. It was really good, wasn't it? That was very cool. All right, we're gonna do some shimmy stuff now. Let me see. I gotta just react to this real quick. Sorry. Literally don't even know how to use Discord. All right. That was awesome. Yeah, I like that one too. It's so good. It's so good. I'm not sure if she's made a bunch of changes or not, because the story I think is familiar, but I want to say that there was she subtracted a lot of stuff. I think there was a different version we read where there was like actual combat or something. That was such a chill story. Can't wait to read more of it. Yeah, me too. Thank you for the care package, sweet as she meet. Also, lovely laugh. Wait, I gotta put my book down. Peace for you. Eee, good laugh. All right. Our next one is by Shimigami. Hi, lovely lip. You like my new outfit? Well, darling, allow me to tip my hat to you. I hope you're doing quite well. Thank you so much for them biddies. Much appreciated. Also, I got some cool gun tricks for you. How are you doing, lovely Liv? It's so good to see you. How much do you know about Star Trek? I was thinking about posting my Star Trek fanfic. I know a bit about Star Trek. I watched all of Deep Space Nine and all of the original series. I have terrible memory, but you know, like the concepts and stuff are very much in my brain. We did get a version with combat, but that was the time we missed out on a bit of this. Okay, that makes sense. I actually might write a fanfic for the next one. Yeah, you guys are welcome to submit fanfics. They still have to be, you know, within the realm of like what's acceptable in the pouch, but yeah, go for it. All of DS9 and TOS, but not TNG. I am so perplexed. Okay. The original series I watched when I was a child because it's like my mom's favorite show ever. But DS9 I elected to watch. Oh, I also saw the newer one, the one from like 2009 or 10 that no one really likes. Was it Enterprise? It had T'Pol. I had a crush on her. She was sick. I think that was her name. But yeah, DS9 I really liked because it was like, yeah, it was Star Trek Enterprise. Yeah, that is the one. Okay. TNG was my mom's favorite. Yeah. My mom really liked it too. We just didn't get around to watching it as all. I quite liked Enterprise. I liked it too, but all of the Trekkies I know are like, don't watch that, Tal. My grandfather was a major Trekkie, and he also loved that movie with Alan Rickman in it. What was it called? Oh, wait, was Alan Rickman in a Star Trek movie? Enterprise was fantastic, and I will die on that hill. TNG is my favorite, though. Really? You loved Enterprise? Holy shit! Oh my god. I actually should ask Save what he thinks of it sometime. He's like the Trekkie person that's like crazy into it that I know of. Actually, Geeks, you should go to Save's channel and ask him what he thinks of Enterprise. Can you do that and then report back? Galaxy Quest is so funny. I really like that one. I like the aesthetic of Enterprise and Captain Archer too. Yeah, me too. Oh yeah, no, Galaxy Quest is banging. That's such a good parody. All right, let's see. For our 5th submission, let me get our music up here. Hold on a second. Next time we get a movie night, I'll suggest Galaxy Quest. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Such a funny movie. All right. For our next story, we have for Shimigami, 5th submission. Here we go. Okay. Combined meeting Mina and Bai. Is it Shimi, are you here? Is it pronounced Bay or Bai? The Bunny of Purgatory Arcade. Story 2 introduces a shy, soft-spoken, and resourceful bunny girl named Bea. Oh, or is it Bea? Bea? I guess it must be because you said short for Beatrice, so I'm guessing Bea, who was near the arcade looking for scrap metal material to repair her damaged den. Okay, cool. It's B. It's B. Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you, hon. Let me open these up. Okay. All right, so real quick, since you're here, Shimi, benefits of you being here right when I'm about to read your story. You say Shimi is laid back, Do we do you like this voice? Is this like too laid back, or is this a little bit like too bitchy? Like what kind of a voice are you kind of thinking of? Ami, how about this? Do you enjoy this one? Is this okay for Ami? Would you like an accent on her at all? And Mina, is she like Southern Belle? Is she kind of up here a little bit? Okay, you like the laid back one for Shimi? And how do you feel about the Ami and the Mina? Found one of my old stories from 4 years ago I made. I'll post that next story stream, but first I gotta fix it. Yeah, absolutely. That's okay. I would love to read it, I see. Yep. Okay, perfect. Easy. Wrong hand. They are also good. Okay, perfect. Alrighty. Meeting Mina. This is one by lovely Shimi in the chat. Shortly after they arrived, Ami noticed the key to the building wasn't where they had left it, so they nervously walked into the foyer. Hello? Shimi shouted. No response. So they went further into their new building, taking turns shouting hello in hopes of some sort of response. All of a sudden, a head poked out of the corner. Ami and Shimi were met with a smile belonging to a bear that looked like they lived in the building. Oh, hey, you two must be new here. The bear smiled as Ami was enthralled by the sight of it. Actually, Shimi piped up, my friend Ami found this place first. Wait, sorry, is the bear, hold on. The bear is Mina. Oh, sorry. Okay, I fucked that up a little bit. I will fix it. I'll fix it. Oh, is that so? The bear chuckled. Ami, who finally snapped out of their trance, replied with a sharp remark. So that's why I couldn't find the key. Yep, name's Mina, by the way, she replied. Glad to make your acquaintance. She paused, not knowing their names. Ami, I'm Ami, and the Tanuki shortstack over there, their name's Shimi. Yo, Shimi replied. Well, shoot, I thought I found this abandoned building first, but turns out y'all beat me to it. Again, Ami was awestruck by Mina's beauty, which Shimi took total advantage of. Hey, Mina, I think Ami is smitten with you, said Shimi as they and Mina continued to explore the building, leaving a flustered Kitsune in a rush to catch up with them. Oh, ain't that so? Mina replied, getting flushed. Well, if I can be completely honest, I'm that way too. Well, tell her then, they said. Hey, Ami? Mina started to ask. Yes, Ami replied. You like me, right? Like, really, really like? As Mina's voice trailed off, the reply that interrupted her was shocking to her. Don't say anything else. If you're asking me if I love you, then the answer is yes. Ami replied and gave her a hug. Aw, very quick courtship there. Cute. For hardly 5 minutes in, we've already got Yuri. Let's go. I was told to report back. Enterprise has to Paul. How could it be a bad show? Tell him that's the perfect answer. Wait, did he say that? Did you tell him that I liked Paul? If not, then I guess he's got the same taste in ladies as me. Okay, next story is B, the Bunny of Purgatory Arcade. There was no further discussion. Do not check the VOD. Uh-oh. Hold on. I have to find out what minute marker this is so I can go watch this later. 1 second, please. Bear with me. Okay. Live for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay, wait. I'm gonna write this down in my chat with Strat. 1 hour, 20 minutes. VOD for save. Must find out what was said about Enterprise and Paul. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Sorry, I gotta scroll back up now. I forgot that when you type something, it's like the fucking entire Discord freaks out. And it's like, okay, you surely want to be at the most recent. No, I don't. No, I don't actually. Okay, sorry. That was very important. I had to do it. I had no other choice. Let's see. That was the ending of the first story. Yes, it was. 1 hour, 18 minutes. Perfect. Thank you, Lab. What's going on here? Stories. Yes, indeed. Pouch Pal written stories. So you guys, the community, submitted these, and I'm just reading them for you.
You have 2 hours and 50 minutes? Oh, you're talking about in my, oh, I'm talking about on Save's channel, Precious Patricia. Thank you, though. Half our chat is just reminders to ourselves. That is true. He liked it, but it was his least favorite. Oh, okay. At least he still liked it. All right. We can still be friends then. All right. All right. Soft-spoken, resourceful bunny girl.
I'll give her. I think this is a good voice.
All right. B, The Bunny of Purgatory Arcade by Lovely Sheeny in the chat. The trio of Mina, Shimi, and Ami, having finished restoring the building into an arcade and home, just had to take the rubble to the garage. And on their way to the can, they came across a very chubby bunny girl.
Oh, hi there.
The bunny girl said, startled.
I was just going through rubbish to rebuild my house.
Mina stopped the bunny girl mid-sentence. Hun, I don't know how you found us, but did you say you're homeless without actually saying it?
Yeah, you heard me right. Unfortunately, my house burned down, and I was looking for potential scraps to fix.
Well, stop your looking. What's your name, hun? Shyly, the bunny responded.
My name is B, short for Beatrice.
Well, B, you could stay with us. Shimi chimed in. We have this neat building we just renovated into a house and an arcade.
Yeah,
Ami piped up.
and we have plenty of rooms. Well, if you're happy to have me, then who am I to say no?
So the quartet walked back to their new dwelling and started deciding on who gets which room. Aw, cute. They're getting a whole gang together. So can I write a story or pre-made stories? I'm still not used to Twitch. Oh, that's okay, Light. Yeah, so this is a community goal that you guys always want me to put up. In fact, I'm gonna actually literally put that up right now. So storytelling stream. You know the drill. You guys submit stories and I read them. I'll give you guys that for 1, 2, 3, and let's put that up. All right, everybody, feel free to start. Boop, and then I'll just, we'll start this. Ta-da! All right, storytelling stream, our next one is now on the cards. So what we do, Light, is I let you guys save up for this using your channel points, and then once we hit it, I give you guys usually about 3 weeks to write your stories or submit stuff you've already written. That's also totally fine. And then we, after about 3 weeks of entries, then you guys, that I close it so that my mods can make sure that it's appropriate and also that it's readable. And then we read them. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Shimi, thank you for being the very first one to contribute to this varietal of the storytelling stream. No Gen AI, that's true. There are rules, but we'll go back over those once you guys hit this again. I'm so excited for Tao to get to mine. God, these streams are always so cool. So much skill and talent on display. It's true, Saints that does. I'm so excited to get to yours too. We keep growing every storytelling stream. It's true. It's true. We're just geeks. Wow, look at all of you. Oh my God, I just saw like it all lit up. There's like 12 people just contributed. The instant points, so good. Been up to 10 seconds. Already 22K. That's fucking insane. 24 now. Thank you guys so much. I'm genuinely so glad that you guys love these streams so much. I have such a blast with them. What is Gen AI? It's generative AI, lovely light. It's using things like ChatGPT, Journey, all that garbage that does nothing but hurt human brains and the environment. We do not like it here. It's very bad. Very, very bad. We don't allow people to use it for anything in this community. All right, let's see. So that was that one. Let me see how long the next one is. We'll either take a break or we'll play it. We'll read it real quick. Oh, it's Soritsa's next. Ooh, Soritsa is next. Thank you so much for those submissions, lovely Shimi. I appreciate it. Oh, cool. All right, one sec. Hold on, I'm just gonna get the music. This one will be very interesting. This is a memoir of a Grim Reaper. Let me switch our music up. This is one of my favorite types of streams. It's super relaxing, isn't it?
Mine's Canis. Though I'm sure that was already known. I'm already working on chapter 2, so I'll probably share that the next storytelling stream. I can't wait. I'm so excited, Saint. Love that answer. Yeah! AI music, AI image, all a no-go. AI writing, no. Soritsa has gone to bed, but has asked me to forward to you how he'd like it read. Oh, okay, sounds good. I will join your Discord if I haven't already. Yeah, please do, Lovely Light. There's a lot of rules, but you either can read the rules or because it's like so many rules, I actually did a professional recording for if you would rather listen to me say the rules to you. That is also an option. All right, let me open this one up and see how long this is. It's 2 pages. We'll do this. We'll do this one and then we'll go on a break. So we're gonna do this one for lovely Soritsa. So what is it that that Soritsa would like? How did Soritsa want me to read it, lovely Aussie? I am better at listening than reading. Perfect. Excellent. Has asked for, okay, just narration. All right. Easy done. That's all that they want. We can do that. Alrighty. All right. This is Memoir of a Grim Reaper by Suri. I hate it when they call me names. I remember one instance in Siena, Italy. They called this year 1348, as if time had only existed for 1,348 years. I pulled my cloak around my shoulders and searched for the door with green paint. As I pushed the door open, I saw him lying on the bed, his parents and siblings huddled around him, weeping. He called me the devil. I reached up and took his hand, so cold and yet so uncomfortably hot. Then I led him away from his family, him sobbing the entire time. I looked back at them, crowded around his body. Fools. I would then have to have come back for his family at some point. When we stepped out to the street, he shoved me and ran back to the door. As I stood up, I saw him desperately trying to open the door, his hand unable to grasp the latch. He turned round and spat at me as I approached, picking up pebbles to throw at me. Demone, bastarda, satana. I stopped there and just waited for him to quit. It took about an hour before he finally gave up. He followed me quietly after that. It happened again in 1692. I was in a place called Massachusetts. It was a warm summer evening, pleasant even. It would have been serene if not for the yelling. She stood there on a platform, a rope around her neck. As I weaved between the crowd, she saw me. She looked at me and whispered, "Run, sister." No one could hear her but me. She was pushed from the platform and her neck made a loud cracking noise before she fell on the grass. I helped her to her feet, and she looked back at her swinging body. That was one of the few times I spoke. I said, "I'm sorry." I should have said, "I'm not your sister." Most people just ask questions when we meet, but I have a little more time. Can I say goodbye? Where are we going? Can I bring this with me? However, some have decided to name me. In Greek, I am called Thanatos. In Spanish, I am called La Parsa. In Chinese, I am called Yama. In English, I am called Grim Reaper. Why grim? My travels have taught me that grim is a bad thing to call a child. I guess it's because I don't smile very much anymore. It's always animals that make me sad. They, with so little time and so little understanding. They don't fight as humans do. Dogs are the worst. They always seem so curious, and most want me to put my hand on their heads. It wasn't so bad the first 100 times, long ago, before the cities. I wanted to play with them, to pass the years until their owners came to join them. But then, I would watch as more often than not, the humans would find another dog, and then the one I had been keeping company with would lie down and whine. I felt sorry for them. Eventually, I just started leading them away, and they obediently followed. There was once a time I wished I had a name. I wanted to introduce myself, and maybe be friends. But I could only watch, unable to be seen until they're ready for one last journey. I wanted to be greeted like a friend, like someone you heartily call out to after not seeing them for some time. But as years turned into centuries, centuries turned into millennia, I found that I was happier not having a name. Names are so confusing. Everyone has a name that is spoken to them lovingly or joyfully. Everyone except me. Humans are never happy to see me. The journey itself is not that bad. It's just a short walk into a misty field. It does get tiring sometimes. Usually after a battle or some other bloody affair, I end up hurting them rather than leading them. It's much nicer when it's just one at a time. Every day I make the journey countless times. I used to talk to those I was escorting when I first started, but now I prefer to make the journey in silence. Occasionally I'll answer one of those questions, if it's an interesting one, but it's been several years since I've heard such a thing. I liked yours. After all this time, do you ever just hate people? Ooh, that's really interesting. I really like that. That's super cool. Oh, Suri, well done. Hopefully you can come back and watch the VOD here, but well done, darling. That is such an interesting story. I'd love to hear more like anecdotes from this Grim Reaper. That is so fascinating. Very deep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Very deep. Let him know the timestamp. Thank you, Ozzy. Appreciate it. All right, cuties, we're going to go on a break, but once we get back, we will be reading Nyx's original SCP. I do believe, Nyx, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be your first time doing something completely original. Is that right? I'm so excited. Absolutely awesome. I'm just going to get this open and ready. Hold on one second. So fucking cool. I'm so thrilled to read some writing straight from the Nyx's brain. It is. I'm so excited. Amazing. That was a blast to listen to. It's so interesting, isn't it? The thing about the dogs was so sad, but the story was very good overall. I agree. I know the doggy one. Anything with animals, I'm like, oh no, the puppies, babies. All right, we're gonna go on a quick break, cuties. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in 3 minutes, and then we will get involved with some SCPs. Ooh.
Get to her.
Here it comes!
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things: tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen.
It's just one of you, huh?
Jesus, there. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Fucking game. Thank you, Leopard, for the Peltic. Thank you, whoever did that. It says Anon, but I would like it if you would tell me who you actually are, because that's fucking sick. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. That's really generous. I can't believe. Thank you. Oh, I'm a little lightheaded from that one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so excited. Oh my. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit, Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god, save. Oh, whoa. Damn, well done, save, well done. That was expertly navigated and you caught a serious trip on that. Oh, maze. Needle?
What are you doing?
Oh,
An idiot.
yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest. Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah. One more time. Pew, 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 pew. Macadamia nuts, some pistachios. I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and
Okay. Is Tao in love with in a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's just kidding. Yeah. On my armor, probably don't need any more of that. Here we go.
This is unbelievable.
Whoa! Holy shit! Oh wow! Whoa! God! I can also do.
Lizard.
I think.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard! Oh, that one counts. There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. Amen. Hi, cuties. I'm back. Sorry, I'm watching save. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go. I will let you guys finish your words, and then we will continue.
I'm on the way.
Hey, so Stratus like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you.
Okay,
thank
I
you,
should get back to my own stream. I should get back to my. I guess I could do that. I could do that. I guess I'll do it.
Like the sun. Where's the sun?
Oh, sorry,
There's no
my
sun here. I see no sun.
wires just got all tangled.
There it is. Oh my god.
Well done on your words. Precious pills, precious pills.
Fucking hell.
Oh my god, my words aren't working.
God.
Why aren't my
Okay,
words
great.
working?
All right, let's,
Hold on.
Bruh. Let me do a little bit of a soothing.
Sorry.
song
I'll bring you
for all my
guys back over here
bitches.
so I can at least start giving you uppies. But I don't want the countdown's happening on the it's happening on the screen, but it's not working. I can't stop it. You might have to. It might start over. But Aussie! Oh my god! Thank you so very much, hun. Thank you so very much for preventing Solar from having ads. I appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness. Thank you. Thank you so much. Fuck. Why is it not letting me do this? Ugh. Strange. Let me give you guys ubbies. I saw some ubby requests from Precious Patricia. Uppy. Yes, good Patricia. From Amazing Umbra. Uppies. Yes, good Umbra. From Awesome Aussie. Uppies. Yes, good Aussie. From Wonderful Waters. Welcome on back. Now how do you add on Discord? Oh, sorry, what do you mean? Like join, you mean? Sweetest Solar, welcome back. And lovely love, uppies. Yes, good love. Beautiful Buplin, welcome on back. Nix, Mato / Jam / uppies. Yes, good Nix. I planned to sub earlier under the discount, and then the discount went away. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Solar. Oh no, we'll be back in a bit. Oh, all good, Strat. Enjoy whatever you were getting up to. Oh yeah, there's the Discord link right there. Just make sure that you read or you can listen to me read them if you go to the rules channel. Yeah, you just got to make sure that you read the rules because there is a secret word hidden within to make sure that you've read them. That's all. All right. Let me see here. We will begin with Nix's. Okay, finally, there we go. We will begin with Nix's wonderful SCP. Thank you. All good, lovely line. All good. Okay. Let me go change our music real quick. We got this one. Ooh.
All right. This is a Nick's original SCP. All right. Let's see here. Object Class Safe Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. There are no special containment procedures. The location that SCP-5110 lives in is that of a pocket dimension it calls the Pouch Kingdom. Oh, cute! You're involving the pouch. Oh, I'm hyped, Nix. Okay. The Pouch Kingdom, SCP-51105. Only those who are willing to become SCP-51102 can enter. See description for more information on SCP-51102 through SCP-51105. Description. SCP-5110 appears to be a beige or brown skin with dark brown stripes, dark blue and red hair, a humanoid female with a height of 5'5", with Tasmanian Tiger features, specifically 2 ears, stripes around their body, and a tail of the Tasmanian Tiger. Their pronouns are she, there, but allow their subjects to refer to her with female pronouns in her humanoid form. Additional note, the humanoid appearance is a transformation. The original form is that of a Tasmanian Tiger, original height, while their true form is 4'1". Their transformation is from the magic of her necklace. SCP-5110's true form is that of a Tasmanian Tiger, with the colorization of the fur the same as her humanoid form skin. SCP-5110 prefers her humanoid form. SCP-5110 is a Twitch streamer with the channel name of TauTassieTiger. SCP-5110 acts in a kind yet energetic manner. They try to be positive with their Twitch viewers, but are willing to cast out anyone hostile to her or SCP-51102, even if it is another SCP-51102. This is so cute. SCP-5110 streams on the platform Twitch. Her channel, TauTassieTiger, is a somewhat popular streamer with mainly art and gaming streams, gaining more traction at a constant rate. This is when one of their anomalous powers comes into play. When a viewer on the platform tries to enter her Discord server, it gives a contract asking to become an SCP-51102 Pouch Pal. If they refuse, they immediately lose memory of the offer and enter a normal Discord server. If the viewer accepts, they become SCP-51102 Pouch Pal and are allowed to enter the Pouch Kingdom. SCP-51102 is a smaller version of a Tasmanian Tiger with an average height of 2'6". Curiously, SCP-51102 is allowed to design its own forms, and even more curious, SCP-5110 will help SCP-51102 if asked for help. It seems that the transformation has to be voluntary. It cannot be forced at all, either by SCP-5110 or others. After becoming SCP-51102, they can enter and leave the Pouch Kingdom anywhere and at any time. There have been known cases of SCP-5110 being promoted to a higher position called a Paladin. SCP-51103's main job are to be an enforcer that makes sure SCP-51102 follows the rules. SCP-5103 can be told apart from SCP-5102 by being taller on average by 3'2". There are only 3 known cases of SCP-51103. This is so cute. The reason why SCP-5110 offers this contract to their viewers is that they are sad that they are the last Tasmanian Tiger, with the only exception being themselves. This causes them to want to connect with others, but they are nervous to talk to anything that is not a Tasmanian Tiger. Recently, it seems SCP-5110 is more comfortable talking to anything that is not a Tasmanian Tiger. SCP-51104 is a necklace that SCP-5110 wears and never takes off. SCP-5110 claims that every animal that is extinct is in SCP-51104. SCP-5110 claims she can talk to extinct animals in SCP-51104 by summoning the spirit of the extinct animal, but this is never seen. More research is required. SCP-51105 is where SCP-5110 lives, and it's called the Pouch Kingdom. SCP-51105 is a pocket dimension where all the needs and wants of its inhabitants come true, but SCP-5110 can cast out anyone, though prefers not to do so, but will do so. If SCP-5110 casts out an SCP-51102, it will lose all memory of SCP-51105 and of being SCP-51102, with no way of recovering its memories. More research is required. Addendum. No additional notes for SCP-5110. This is an unofficial SCP, and this format was made by the unofficial SCP Wiki and is allowed for anyone to use. That's so fucking cute. That's so fucking cute. Oh, that's adorable, Nyx. Excellent job, darling. That's so fucking cute. That was adorable. Thank you for the care package, Vegeta. Welcome on in. How are you? SCP time. That's so funny. I'm very glad you enjoyed it, Tao. The hardest part was typing in a neutral tone. That's fair. You did a great job, honey. That was really fun. That was really, really cute. Well done. Well done. And huge thanks to anyone who helped you edit, because I know you had said that you had asked for help with editing from some other pals. Is that right? I love that one. I enjoyed reading that a lot. It was so sweet. It's really sweet. It's so cute. So cute. I dig it. Hell yeah. Oh, Red and Sedu, let's go. Thank you so much, Red and Sedu. We really appreciate your help, and thank you so much for sending that one in, sweetheart. That's adorable. That was so sweet. Big fan. That's adorable. Okay. Shadow Princess time. Disclaimer for mine. I made mine while sick, and I'm proud of the result, but it is not a happy end. Oh no. Okay, fair enough. Is it a triggering end, or is it just like, you know? Oh, well, that's unfortunate. All right. This next one is, and I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the title is, why are you even a hero if you hate being one so much? It's not like you don't have options, which is a great name and very anime. Oh, trigger warning, character death. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, great job, Nyx. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And thank you again, Sedu and Red, for helping with the edit, too. All right. Here we go. Do you have a few things to say on mine if it comes up? Okay, sounds good. Let me see where yours is. Ooh, we're encroaching upon, oh yeah, we're pretty close to yours. We literally, so some of you have just come in, or who weren't here at the start when I was specking out the queue. Just so you guys know, our next, the remaining submissions after this one we'll be halfway through all the submissions. But after this one, we will have Azazels, and then we have Geeks. Geeks, are you still awake? And then we have Solars, and then we have Jets, and then we have Patricias, and then we have Geeks again, and then we have Reds, and then we have Umbras, and that's everybody. You're next, you are! Yay! But first, let's do lovely Shadow Princess. Here we go. My name mentioned! I feel like I mentioned your name a lot, hon. I am still here, listening whilst doing some Hildebrand. Hey, nice. I would have thought that you would have been completely caught up by now. There's more stuff from both of mine in the Discord now, because I guess people like them. Hell yeah, we do, Storm Talon. Such a cool world. Very interesting. I like both of them. Okay, and for the record, if we do run out of time, or not, sorry, if we don't run out of time, the opposite, if we have extra time to kill, I will potentially start looking at some of the other stuff that you guys have posted, in the writing channel, but we won't, if we don't hit everything in the writing channel today, I'm not gonna, like, delay art stream tomorrow. However, if we don't hit the things that are in the storytelling stream today, like the ones that I've just mentioned, I will make sure that we finish those tomorrow, okay? I'm going to try and finish my RSA in the background. Oh, all good, lovely lab. See you soon. I'm torn. I really want narration as always, but I am also curious as to what it would sound like if voice acted. It's up to you, sweetie. You can think about it while we go through this one. Also, Shadow Princess, do you want this narrated or voice acted? Storm Talon, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. You got this, lab. You do. You totally do. All right. Wrong hand. Yep, right hand. Yes, got him. Okay. All right. You feel comfortable voice acting? Mysteria has a Scottish accent. I am comfortable voice acting, but I can't do a Scottish accent. Is it okay if I do a British accent? I tragically cannot do Scottish or Irish, very unfortunately. I would love to learn. And sometimes I'll accidentally slip into it, but it's never like concrete. Do your best? Okay. All right. I'll fucking try. All right. This is by lovely Shadow Princess. You will not have extra time, because if we get to that point, we just read all 6 chapters from Red. That should take us to the end of stream comfortably. If we fall short, we can read the summary Red sent. Well, I know Red wants me to read mainly the summary and then the most recent chapter. So usually we don't wind up reading all 6 chapters. Although whenever it is done, whenever Red finishes that entire novel, I do want to reread the whole thing. I mean, I'll let you guys vote, but the last, 2 times, I think, where I've had you guys vote whether you wanted me to read all of it or just do the next chapter, you guys have said that you wanted to just do the summary in the next chapter, even though I really like that story. Okay, sorry. All right, here we go. Why are you even a hero if you hate being one so much? It's not like you don't have options. The downpour is torrential tonight. Coming down in sheets, it masks the blood dripping from Paladin Curva's many, many open wounds. The Order would have a hefty blacksmith bill when this is all said and done. But every coin would be well spent, every ring and bead well earned. Because at last, after 5 whole hours of fighting, the enchantress Mysteria was finally cornered. As Paladin Curva coughed up some blood, feeling the bile rise in her throat at the smell, she had to admit to herself that perhaps cornered was a strong word. Better to say that Mysteria... She feels a twinge in her chest. Correction, neither of them is going to make it out of this room alive. But by Elu's light, she would see this witch's heart's blood spill on the ground before the sun finished setting. She stumbled deeper into the cave tunnel, practically leaning against the wall with one hand and using her broadsword as a cane with the other. Her shield long since gone in the battle, lost who knows where in the muck and the blood. And speaking of blood, it could not be more evident where the vile witch had gone. A trail of her own corrupted blood, tainted purple by demonic pacts and blackened by necromantic rites, made as clear a trail as a line of braziers. I never understood how to pronounce that word properly on this stone floor. Braziers. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Sorry. She gasps as she feels another stab of pain in her chest. Not yet! Not yet! She screams in her head, leaning heavily against the wall to cough up some blood from her lungs. She looks up, wiping a thin line of the crimson ichor of life from her mouth, spotting the weak light of flickering candles ahead, just around the next turn. 1 step, 2, 3. She rounds the bend, just in time to see that witch finishing her drawn teleportation circle, raising her book to start chanting. Not this time. Never again. With a shout more akin to the blood-frenzied warriors of the frozen lands than a paladin of Elu, she raises her broadsword and throws it with all her remaining might. In a panicked response to her shout and 2.5 feet of blessed steel heading towards her, Mysteria dove out of the way with a shriek, knocking over a pot of some foul-smelling viscous liquid, which fell perfectly to spill all over her spellbook, ruining it for good. Replaceable with time, but she didn't have that anymore. There they both lay, a tableau of strong wills and weak bodies. Lucinda Mysteria, one leg limp and twitching occasionally, laying in a spreading pool of foul-smelling liquid, her eyes fixed on Agnes Paladin Curva with a mixture of fear, anger, and regret. Agnes Paladin Curva leans heavily against a wall and then slides down until she's sitting, held up more by the stone than by her spine, looks at Lucinda Mysteria with a mixture of betrayal, anger, and sadness. After several gasping breaths, desperate to fill lungs with air rather than an alarmingly increasing amount of blood, Paladin Curva takes a shuddering deep breath and states, Witch Mysteria, for your crimes against the people of Woodhollow and against the kingdom of Glenhaven, you are sentenced to... Oh, for pity's sake! Give it up, Agnes! You just don't know when to give up, do you? Paladin Curva Agnes, taken aback for a second, narrows her eyes and shouts back. That's rich coming from you, Lucinda. I thought you swore off this whole thing when we got married. Oh! Whoa! Plot twist! Oh, aye, and I thought you'd have put down your sword and your breastplate, but here we are, Aggie! Holy shit! Sorry, okay. Whoa! Agnes looked away, her face flushing red. Lucy always knew how to get under her skin, where it hurt the most. There are extenuating circumstances, she mutters. Oh, for the love of the... To the pits with your extenuating circumstances, Agnes! Why'd you even do this anymore? Why put on the armor and take up your sword? We both know you hate it. Ain't like you to have other options, you fool. Ain't like you don't have other options. Sorry, I can't finish talking. Agnes coughed up some more blood, but her vitriol was not less strong for it. I could say the same for you. Besides, you know about my oaths. I have a sworn duty to uphold them. Aye, and that's all your sword is worth, is it? Lucinda bites back, her eyes bloodshot from adrenaline crash and showing the familiar tint of purple around the edges that Agnes had hoped to never see in her wife's eyes again. What about your oath to me? There were rumors you were summoning demons again. Aye, to ask how I... Whoa, hold on, I gotta decipher what this means. To ask how I have a wee bairn. To ask how I have a wee bairn. Oh, I don't know if I understand that sentence. Shadow Princess, is that her poking fun at her having a tiny brain, a baby? To ask how I have a wee bairn. It's a baby. So wait, they have a baby? Or sorry, or is she calling her a baby? Oh, Sam, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Okay. I'm guessing they'll probably reiterate whatever's being said here. To ask how to have a little one. Oh, to have a little baby. Oh no! Oh no, this is so sad! Okay, got it. Reading along and chuckling with how struggling with Scott slang is a joy. I'm so sorry. She's saying she summoned up a demon. Ask how two women can have a child. That's so sad! Oh no! Fuck. Lucinda is turning red in the face with anger, although worryingly the blood is draining from her cheeks faster than she is calming down. Agnes spies the growing pool of blood under her and understands, but refuses to acknowledge that even now she hopes that Lucinda won't die. She covers it with a scoff. As if I would want a demon child! Just goes to show that you weren't faithful to our vows either. She spits back and instantly regrets it as she sees the hurt quickly masked by rage in her wife's eyes. Not a demon, you cowbrain numpty! I was asking how we could have one together! Ah, forsook the dark gods just as promised to forsake the light gods. Together we'd fight them both. That's what we promised! Agnes leans back against the wall with a sigh. It had all been a misunderstanding, and now she was gonna die for it. Unless... Lucy? She closes her eyes. It's too much effort to keep them open now. What? For the firecracker. Why haven't you healed your leg yet? Surely you could have fixed that up by now, back before. Scotland! I know, I'm so sorry. I don't know Scottish slang very well. The Scottish accent is gorgeous, and I am so sorry I'm butchering it. I can't do one. I did say that, but you want me to try it? I'll give it a shot. Perhaps if some complete musclehead hadn't ruined my spell book, maybe. Her voice sounded fainter to Agnes's ears, but at that she sits up, or at least tries to. Don't you keep a blood potion with you? Lucinda lets out a tear-filled cough. Where do you think the teleport circle came from? But your contingency spells. 5 hours! 5 bleeding hours, and she wonders where my contingency spells went. Well, I've already revived 3 times from these sunbeams you were shooting about like they were crossbow bolts. Nice shooting, by the way. Got me right through the thigh last time, even through my shields. I always did have good aim. Aye, that you do. So now what? You can still get away. Agnes sits up painfully, her body racked with pain. It's a good thing Kasai's not lurking right now. He would have so many words to say to me right now. Kasai is a very, very exceptionally Scottish viewer. I can put the last of my mana into closing up your wounds. You'll have to figure out how to deal with the blood loss, but... Nah, Aggie. It's over. What? But Lucy, I said, nay, Aggie. Even if I did heal up, what then? Oh, I could maybe run round for a while. Maybe escape off to some dark corner of the world. Chased and hounded by paladins for my troubles after they find you dead after coming after me. The dark gods want me dead. The light gods only stopped sending people after me when they deny hear about me for years. Nay, Agnes. It's over. And besides, what would I do without you? Lucinda lays her head down. When you bring him my head, just promise you'll find someone else. I was going to say something similar to you. Still, I won't be getting out of this either. I? Yeah, that last shadow spear barrage took me right through the... She is cut off by a wet, racking cough and red covering her tabard. Oh. Some time passed, both of them slowly losing grasp on consciousness as their hearts start to slow. Aki? How, Lucy? Love you. Love you too. Silence descends upon the cave. No sound or motion from either party until at last the candles burned down to stubs and went out, letting the two lovers rest in shadow. That's so fucking sad! I'm sorry I butchered it with my terrible accent. And I'm sorry I didn't understand such a critical dialogue as well. I'm so sorry. I'm such an uneducated American. I'm sorry. But it's so sad. But it was beautiful. But it was sad. But it was beautiful. But oh, the fact that they're like married is crazy. That plot twist. I was like, that was amazing. I liked it. Well done. God, that was so sad. Anyway, Scotland forever! That was awesome, truly. That was really good. I'm so sorry I fucked that up. Geeks, you should probably reread that one, like, and send it so that I can hear it properly read. Thank you for that head pat, Sweetest Storm. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the care package, Vegeta. Gotta head out. No worries, Valos. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate ya. Have a good night. Sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. Next time I'll submit the first chapter of my book, No Scottish Accent. That sounds great. The first chapter of your book and the No Scottish Accent. You cannot trust me on that one. Are you Scottish, Shadow Princess? I actually didn't know that. Did chuckle myself as I imagined the demon Lucy summoned, looking down at her, raising an eyebrow and asking, have you considered adoption? That is a bit of a funny one, yeah. Hi, cutie callers. How are you? I think for Canis, I'll go with voice acting. You got it, hun. All right. Let's do that one. I'm not. I'm just a professional writer. Oh, cool. Very cool. Okay, awesome. Well, I look forward to the next time that you will submit something to us, and it probably will be relatively soon based on the fact that we just started our storytelling stream, and you guys are already about 1/10 of the way there in an hour. All right, let me see here. Is it bad I'm having trouble noticing any differences? Wait, in what, Piranha? Your rules were long in Discord. I told you, they are long. They are critical to maintain the cozy comfort of this community. But, yeah. The main character is a little older than his mid-20s, but go with whatever voice you think fits. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Ah, more professionals! They're multiplying! I do not feel up to par with this level of quality so far. Geeks, I promise you, you are up to this level of quality. Don't worry. I promise you, as someone who has spent 20 hours in your worlds and dealing with your fucking NPCs. I mean that in the best way possible. Yeah, and having read your poetry and short story, yeah, you are an amazing writer. The model, I saw the word debut and I thought, oh, new model. No, it's not a new model. It's a new outfit. This is my new outfit. I even have a hat that I can tip to you. Yes, and we got some guns. Woo! All right. Let me see here.
Valis, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I feel like the opening act accidentally going on after the headline act. No, geeks, not at all. Oh, what Shadow Princess said. That's so true. That's so true. That's so sweet. Okay. Next one is by lovely Saint Saturnus, aka Azazel. This is Canis, chapter 1, Dog Days. Writer's note. I made up a few words. The first is mangi. Is that mangi? Oh, it's pronounced mensis. Mensis. The main character's name is Cassiel. Some coarse language, depictions of societal injustice and class struggle. Awesome. Thank you, hon. I appreciate that. All right. Let me see here. Did I download it? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I did not download it. 1 second. Alrighty. I think we'll do this one and then we'll do another break. And then we will do, I think Geeks might be after this, actually. Let me see. Yeah, Geeks is our next one after this. Next victim. All right. Just started a new Tau playlist to leave on. Thank you, Ozzy, for the support. I appreciate it. Oh no, you discovered my real name, Azazel. This is a joke. I don't mind. Hi, lovely Noah. Welcome on in. How are you? Okay. Book. Read. All right. This is lovely Saint Saturnus in the chat. Here we go. Chapter 1, Dog Days. This world was ruined and had been baked by years of our mistakes. The low-down town of Samael was covered in a salty, humid fog, having rolled off from the half-ocean and half-too-big lake that lay not even 100 miles away in the city of Hod. The sounds of the nearly infinite Cadmon Lake and its nearly endless fishing enterprise filled the morning air. It didn't matter that it was miles away with the no-man's land in between here and there. He could hear it all. The cursing, the praising, the endless thunk, 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 the endless swarms of trawlers looking to make a buck or two. He smiled just a little bit as he imagined the droves of canines, much like himself, sweat-matted fur, gallivanting around happily as they brought up a prize-winning catch or some rare species of trout. Possibly a three-eyed thing or one with orange scales. A lead weight of jealousy sank in his gut, and he stopped smiling. Those lucky fucks can make easy money without risking their lives. They probably had no scars, too, and had hobbies. Then what the fuck was he doing with his life? Did he even like being a bodyguard? He sighed, and a colorful twist of hair fell out of place and covered one of his eyes. He restrained the urge to move and pin it back atop his head. Unconsciously, he huddled closer to the fire hydrant, feeling the cool, sheepish jet of relief against his muzzle. The salty fog drifted further into the town, was painted in muffled colors of flashing neon signs, but it didn't linger long. Nothing lingered too long in Samael. Shops eventually close, folks die, life goes on. The summer was hot and sticky, and so long as he was on contract with those Menses bastards, he was obligated to sit and wait and jump when they said so. The life of a fisherman out in Samael's vast lake was not in the cards for him, and as far as he was concerned, the whole damn tarot deck of his life had been reversed chariots and fools. Stagnation was the name of the game. Perhaps there was some merit and safety in staying the same. He huffed and shifted again, folding his arms childishly. If there was merit to staying the same, I wouldn't be at rock bottom, he growled lowly, raking his claws against the fire hydrant's exoskeleton, leaving 3 identical marks. The automaton chirped, stuck out its tubular conical head, squealed when it discovered who it was, and promptly shut off. Whoa! Would you look at that? He could hear from miles away. Someone along Cadman Lake's coast had caught something extraordinary. Oh, sorry, I thought that was him. My bad. 1 second. Whoa! Would you look at that? He could hear from miles away. Someone along Cadman Lake's coast had caught something extraordinary. Never seen a trout quite like this! The muffled conversation continued. Bet we could turn a pretty penny for this from those stuffy suit assholes in the Capitol. Then there was laughter and a faint sound of cans cracking. He was no longer in front of the fire hydrant. In his mind, now he was on that trawler.
gathered around with his fellow seaborn apostles, worshipping their newest sacrifice on the altar of the almighty dollar. The beer was sweet, and only slightly tasted like mud and piss, but the scent of salt spray and the smiling faces made it all the better. Then he snapped back to reality. No new fish, no beer, and only the silence of the street and the sweat lining his fur. He sighed, stood up, opting now to do at least something to avoid having to think about the bastards down on the lake. He stuffed his paws into the swollen pockets of his coat, fat with coins, rocks, and beetle husks. Down alleyways, he wandered past competing restaurants, each with signs that read, "Best in town, won't get a better price anywhere else." While across the street, there was an image of a red-faced macaque, pointing at an onlooker with bold text above and below, saying, "Mr. Henlon can't even keep his cool, let alone his story straight. Don't trust the fish he sells. Come down to OJ's for lunch and dinner." This low-stakes Cold War came and went, and he traveled past hotels with flashing vacant signs that seemed almost frantic and desperate for one more tenant. The ever-present hum of air conditioning units created the endless orchestral score of his travels. Then there were the toll gates, where those who lived in Samael but worked elsewhere could scan their work IDs and leave. Get out of their grave for at least a little while. Instinctively, his left hand curled around the thin plastic card in his pocket, tracing over the raised, textured letters. Cassiel Hazelbob. His claws caught on the divots in the E's and the U. This was his name, like it or not, although part of him wanted to just snap the fucking thing and be a junk dog without a name, without a leash once more. He saw a rare gas-powered car stroll leisurely to a toll gate, a scaly hand stuck out of the window. The gate beeped, and it opened. "Have a great day at work, Mr. Atmos," the gate chimed. He lingered on the street corner a little too long, a taboo in Samael, and watched as the gates flashed their orange warning lights and closed with an anticlimactic click. Finally down St. Peter's Avenue, he spotted what he had set out for. Done up in lights and dolled up with glittering tinsel, it did nothing but attract the eyes of the Done up in lights and dolled up with glittering tinsel, it did nothing but attract eyes to the blank spots of its walls, where graffiti tags and heinous slurs scrawled in paint resided like roaches in play. Teresa's Orchard, a corner store, was a welcome sight for his very sore eyes, and he wandered in for the 4th time today. The door creaked open and jammed about halfway, leaving the poor bell atop its frame without purpose. Teresa, behind her pulpit of celebrity-endorsed tobacco products, seemed smaller, as if she had lost the height that had at one point made her a celebrated army nurse nearly a whole lifetime ago. Yet, almost paradoxically, with her shrinkage, she was not thinner. She was too old to worry about skipping meals for her hatchling's sake. With her newfound weight, it was a sign that perhaps Samael could one day live a normal life, and go without forever wanting. She had no scars, and her whole face seemed to be much fuller, more colorful. He couldn't help but imagine what he'd look like if he hadn't had his many visits in the no man's land. Perhaps that's why he liked visiting her. It gave him a glimpse into the life he could have led. That same lead weight of jealousy knotted around his intestines, and he growled softly, the pain excruciating. He ducked into an aisle and bade his greetings to the matronly owner. "Sup, Teresa?"
"Well, Cassiel," she snickered, tending to a stack of bills. Her scarred beak chittered with laughter as she spied him. "Seems you couldn't resist me. Maybe you have yet another one of my Ithacan suitors?"
"Might you be yet another one of my Ithacan suitors?" Rolling his eyes, the canine waved her off and began to wander aimlessly through the various aisles. Short and squat snacks stocked like a barracks on all the snacks anyone could ever need or want.
"I thought you were a big shot now."
She leaned against the counter, her wizened old eyes focusing on him. Her damned scarless face. He hated looking at it. It gave him hope. Too much hope. "Don't, he pleaded with his eyes. She sighed and balked, mentioning something about how he can't take a joke anymore, and then softly, all right. Sorry I asked. Sore subject, it seems." She lowered her gaze and wondered, just when did the distance between them get so vast? The feet between her and him could have been light years. She sighed and stuffed a couple more bills into the waiting maw of her register.
"How's your magic?"
been? She asked sheepishly.
Heard you were dealing with a couple hang-ups.
It's fine now, I guess.
I may not get it,
She began.
or really understand, but if you need to talk to me about it.
There was an uproar outside, squealing tires and the squawking of an upset civilian. She paid it no mind, a different problem on a different person's plate.
Besides, don't you have a new job soon?
Have a job soon. Nothing grand, nothing that would require my magic, anyway, he said. Besides, I'm just a bodyguard. It's the scavengers who are the real ones putting their lives on the line. He pulled a packaged meat pie from the shelf. Ooh, good choice. The box it came from was plastered in stickers advertising how it was now 50% less aberration meat and was 50% off. He didn't care. It was quick protein and tasted slightly left of horrible. So he placed it on the counter, and Teresa looked slightly offended. So he pocketed it. The screeching tires got closer, yet there was a distinct lack of any engine thrum. Then there was a laugh, loud and bellowing as the screeching got even closer. The door was slammed open. The bell atop its frame clattered loudly, the door smacking against a stand of sun-bleached postcards before beginning a sheepish pilgrimage back to where it began. Heavy boots crushed the carpet. Then the smell of iron and steel permeated stronger than any murder scene. A wide shadow breached through the doorway, a smiling, round, almost happy-looking face, covered in scars and patchworks of old bruises, knelt to meet Teresa's eye level. Fat, well-fed, the type of man who had no anxiety over where and when his next meal was coming. "Hello, ma'am," the newcomer said. Holly," Cassiel snarled. "Oh, Cassiel Hazelbub, you're here! My. He excitedly gripped the canine's shoulder and shook him repeatedly, laughing all the while. Then he stopped suddenly and turned to Teresa, his pinhole eye peering at her. "Madam, may I converse with my charge in here, or, would you rather I purchase something first? I ain't one to loiter," he said with a smooth chuckle that made his whole face light up. She reached under the counter and placed a small pack of gum.
25 cents.
"My!" He nudged Cassiel with his great elbow and chuckled merrily. "Quite a fair price, wouldn't you say?" He suddenly tilted his head, examining Teresa with his one eye. "What's that behind your head feathers, madam?" He reached forward, and she recoiled subtly from his touch. He withdrew his hand, and there was a coin, 25 cents, and all held therein. "Well, don't spend it all in one place, dear girl." He flicked the coin. It tumbled through the air before slamming into the register hard enough to force it shut. "There. All paid, now. Mr. Hazelbub." He clasped his hands together and beamed brightly. No receipt, please. "Cassiel, I was instructed to go collect you for a new job. Holly Jolly Sinestro de Marchot, one of the many hands that does many jobs for the Menzies. Though his standing on a marmot is rather unbelievable. The many blessings he'd received on account of being a capital suit were much to blame for his size and his strength. The smile he wore made the scars that bunched up around his mouth stretch. His large bucktooth shimmered with platinum guile. "I had a feeling," Cassiel sighed. Don't give me that sour look. It's not like I personally signed. Well, I did sign the contract, but I get it. I'm assuming another bodyguard job. Oh, wait, is this, hold on. I'm assuming, oh, I think that's, maybe that's meant to be, oh, okay, there's meant to be a, oh, I get it. Okay, sorry. There's like a break there, my bad. I get it. I'm assuming another bodyguard job. Some reckless scavengers need me to get them out of deep shit. He clapped his hands, and then he straightened suddenly, adjusted his tie, and said, No. It's actually a job from the best scavengers around, the Aces of Kahara. They asked for you personally. Cassiel took a step back, fangs beginning to bare. I was told it was a simple job. It is. I swear you jump all over with your conclusions. Quite unbecoming. Holly chuckled. As for your role in the mission, you are to act as a bodyguard. That's all. Simple, right? What's the catch? My, you
You really ain't the trusting type, are you, Cassiel? Obviously, you will be going to a no man's land, but I suppose you already knew that. He squinted. However, his scarred over eye did not move. Now, there's not much I can tell you directly. You'll have to consult Edmund. I can give you a ride to the Ace's little base of operations, and you can ask him yourself, he said. How much am I getting paid? He smirked. Oh, sorry, hold on. Okay. How much am I getting paid? He smirked. They are the best, so they'd better have deep pockets. Oh, they do! But again, it would be impolite and unbecoming of me to discuss such matters in Edmund's place. Figures. He turned to Teresa and held up the meat pie. His paw was grimy with grease just from gripping the box. Sure you don't want me to pay?
I have an overabundance. Just take it.
He again pocketed it and felt a little guilty. He didn't look Teresa in the eyes as he left and didn't wave as he climbed into Holly's escort. He slumped back in the chair, a great sigh worming from his lips. Holly grinned at him, but there was a hollow quality to it, as if there was truly nothing behind those eyes. Comfortable, Mr. Hazelbub? I can always have my busybodies adjust your seating, or adjust the airflow, whatever you name it. It was a small moment after the engine purred to life that Holly's countenance shifted, took on a colder quality. If his earlier face was built on bricks of unease, this newest mask he donned was surely for his own dominance. Do you know what a fandango is? He asked as the car roared across the highways, ignoring the blaring horns from chuffing gas-powered rust buckets. A fandango, in the more literal sense, is a type of dance. In other words, it's a useless or a foolish thing. He over-enunciated every letter. I see. I don't really get your meaning. The car jostled as a coughing locomotive checked its shoulder. Cassiel looked out the window and glimpsed the great migrating sea of cars and the clouds of smog that followed. Holly's hand shot out, snagged hold of Cassiel, and forcibly turned him. There was no humor in his dark, gimlet eyes. Despite his name, the man didn't, in fact, look holly jolly. This is exactly what I mean. Fandango. Holly clicked his tongue, and that same unnerving smile stretched across his cheeks like fire spreading over a vast, dry grassland. You don't follow where the money is. You care too much. Not that it's a bad thing, but as low-level crooks often say, keep your eyes on the score and your nose to the ground. I'm not being lectured by a man like you. Sorry. Cassiel sank further into his seat. A man like me? Care to elaborate? Or should I just go and annul another contract yet, leaving you, how many months without work? Oh, is that how you get off? Holding someone's... The car jostled again. When the car steadied again, Holly's eyes glinted, and he was chuckling. A low... like the whining of the stuffy equine guards in the Capitol. It was unlike his other guffaws, yet something inside Cassiel told him that he meant this laugh. His great, meaty legs were crossed over one another, and his head was tilted ever so slightly upwards. His head brushed the roof of the car. His glare was 1,000 knives that danced upon Cassiel's spine. He was a pup again, gazing up at his father as he sloppily chugged ill-brewed wine. He could smell the rotten brew as he sank into the seat, avoiding Holly's eyes. Is that a statement you wish to finish, Cassiel? Holly shifted slightly, pushed his chin into his palm, and interrogated the canine before him. Navel gazing. That's your weakness? You're too competitive. I don't know what he sees in you, honestly, he said, almost gleeful. Cassiel swallowed, and with his head low, he spoke. Is that how you get off? Holding someone's financial stability hostage? You smug bastard! Cassiel lifted his head. Holly nodded, clicked his tongue, and switched his legs. My, such big words. But you forget whose car you're inside. Holly snapped his fingers. The car jostled again, not from any outside bumping or sliding, but rather from something inside. The car jostled again, harder. Something slid across the ceiling with a loud scrape. Little by little, the ceiling drew closer and closer until it touched the tops of both occupants' heads. The door that Cassiel was moodily sitting beside began to melt like candle wax, and a rush of cold, black air colonized the cabin. Ugh, using your magic too, huh? What is this, some kind of dick measuring contest? Tendrils of metal shot out from the waxy body of the door, coiled around Cassiel, constricted his arms, and bound him to his chair. Holly lit a cigarette and let out a large sigh. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Cassiel, because I like you. Plus, it would be more work to annul your contract at this stage, so, unless you'd like to go another 4, 5, 6 months without money, keep you howling like a whelp. I'll undo my magic when we reach the Ace's base. In the meantime, don't make me muzzle you. Holly sounded solemn. He flicked his wrist, and Cassiel's restraints loosened, slightly. The remainder of the car ride went smoothly. Smoothly enough, rather. It would be better to say that the ride was punctual, devoid now of their conflict. The yowling pair, Canine and Marmot, never able to see eye for eye. The ride was punctual and silent, and they passed under the orange baking light of the artificial sun of the capital, where the buildings met each other so perfectly, so intimately, it was nearly impossible to tell where one began and where the other ended, where people mingled carelessly under their parasols and shaded eyes with their gaudy, ostentatious fabrics. The sun, Prometheus, spun in the sky, around and around, growing too fatter and rounder with each pass. Cassiel could see the mechanical and magical pores that made up its surface, and he wondered what in the rich capital knew. And he wondered what the rich in the capital, knew about the real sun that the poor in, say, Samael, did not. He watched as businessmen suited canines came and went. Some waved as Holly Jolly's car passed through the thoroughfare, past hyenas eating lavish spreads of what could be considered black market items in the poorer districts. His stomach turned, and he slumped forward. Coming here for work was never easy, and it never got any easier. Cassiel ducked his head a bit. The heat of the sun was getting far too bright, and it was alighting mightily upon the soft skin beneath his fur. Can't this thing go any damn faster? Patience. We'll be there soon. You should know the way. This is just our little fandango, he chuckled. We should reach there before Epimetheus rises in the evening. Holly Jolly pulled out a kerchief and lightly dabbed his neck with it before stowing it away once more. There was something I wanted to ask you, though. Does the name Canis ring any bells? I know, weird question, but recently, that name has come up in conversation quite a lot. Perhaps a new trend, but I don't really do much outside of work, so I was actually wondering if you may perhaps be able to elucidate. Cassiel was silent, and finally, the large, squat building that housed the Aces came into view. It was a ways out of the city limits, but close enough that it wasn't considered to be inside a no man's land. Yet, it sat along an endless ocean of steel-gray sand, where nothing else would dare roam. The lighthouse was anything but, and was decorated with the same sensibilities as those of Samael, mostly. Mostly it seemed out of choice, and to give a flair to the dramatic. Rather than the rebellious striving for life and acknowledgement, that was the many graffiti tags of Samael. The car thrummed over the sand, then, with one final jerk, the car came to a halt, and Holly's eyes, in all of their beady glory, came upon him once more. Well, here's your stop. Yo, that is such a cool world you're building. I'm obsessed. Give me more. Give me more. Oh my God, that was such a banger. Oh, and it's just in time for a break too. Let's fucking go. Holy crap. Saturnus, excellent job. I'm so sorry for my misspeaking. I'm dumb. I'm a little dumb. Let's see. Scaramouche, Scaramouche, will he do the fandango? Yeah, that was so fucking cool. Wow, Saturnus, excellent job. That was fucking awesome. That was so peak. Yeah, that was awesome. Please keep writing that one. I would love to read more of that. That was so cool. I was dreading getting to the end of it because I was like, oh, but I want to know more. Tell me more. That is so sick. Absolutely awesome. All right, fantastic. We're gonna go on a break, and when we get back, we are jumping into Gorgeous Geeks' codex. I'll definitely post chapter 2 once it's done. Yes, please do, please do. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. All right. I love that Strat has decided on this music. The music for Geeks is a D&D backdrop, which is very fitting. All right. Let me open this up as well. Oh, Strat. I don't think you connect. Sorry, you didn't attach the Geeks one. I'll go find it. One sec. Actually, no. I'll go find it while we go on break. All right, cuties, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in just 3 minutes, where we will go, read some Gorgeous Geeks, gabbing. Mwah. I think. Lizard. Lizard! Oh, that one counts. Macadamia nuts, some pistachios. I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not... I meant that you would bring that Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. It's Daddy Hildebrand, or whatever his last name is. Is that right, Hildebrand? I can also do. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh, uh-oh. No! My fucking game! Thank you, Leopard, for the Peltic! Thank you, whoever did that! It says Anon, but I would love it if you would tell me who you actually are, because that's fucking sick! Thank you! Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. That's really generous. I can't believe. Thank you. Oh, I'm a little lightheaded from that one. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so excited. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. Red Dead Redemption. Poo. Still have, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. Big cow. Road trip catchphrases. Stay fresh, cheese bags. Eat your own lips. Punch asphalt, big boy. Time to make the donuts. Suck my butt, butt sucker. I've been to Reno, bitch. Kill, baby, kill, kill. A lot of people were doing it. Suck the big one. You know how to jet. I think we could implement some of those. Force gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
TauTassieTiger can finish any 5-hour game in at least 17 hours. There. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Make me angelic. Fuck you.
Wanna head back?
We should go home. That's so depressing. Don't say that. Yummy water. And Ryuji is Tao's adopted son. That's true. Actually, please wish me a happy Father's Day. I am daddy. I am the father. I am the father. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit, Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god, save. Oh, whoa. Damn. Ah! Fuck. Oh my god. What did I fucking say about jump scares, dude? Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me.
Hi there, my darlings. Welcome back. We are ready to get back into it.
Well,
Well done,
I
genius.
will let you finish your words, though. Let you finish your words.
As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the
Hi,
Strat.
I'm
It's going in the
Mazia.
lore. Sounds good. Do it.
Welcome back, beautiful
Not
bub.
even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now.
Welcome back,
Strat is like,
sweetest
"Okay,
Sturit.
is Tau in love with triangle? In a love triangle?
Welcome
with
back, Valiant.
Fortune and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that
It's time
one.
for
That's,
uppies. I will
Just
allow
kidding.
you uppies in 3,
There was
2,
a chance I would come back with wet nuts.
1. Hi, goodies. Welcome back. Okay, time for some uppies. Also, well done on your words. Damn, you guys, you were powerhouses. Holy. Let's see here. We got some uppies from Vass. Good, Vass. We got some uppies for Talon. Yes, good Talon. Precious for Trisha. Uppies. Good for Trisha. Welcome back, sweetest Sola. Welcome back, awesome Aussie uppies. Good Aussie. Incredible Eisen uppies. Good Eisen. Nix, Metal Slice, Jump Slice uppies. Good Nix. Welcome back, Precious Politely. I think I missed that one from Geeks. Sorry, it was like 2 a.m. at night when I was setting it all up. No, that's totally fair, hun. Don't even worry about it. You didn't even have to do this. I was just like, where is it? Wait a second. You want to change the world? Vash, you already changed my world, cutie pie. Uppies for you, laugh. Good laugh. All right, let me sing a song for Vash real quick. And then we will excuse me, where's the buttons? Buttons. Okay, there we go. And then we will get into Geeks' story. So, change the world. I always have to find the right one because there's like a specific version. It's not like a direct translation one. I also forgot where OBS is. There it is. It is a good song. Yeah, it is a good song. Okay, it's literally not gonna cooperate. I understand. Okay, got it. Never mind. Hold on. Let me go to my history. That will be better. Is this the one? Nope, it's not that one. Is this one? I think it's this one. Oh my god, please stop not loading. Oh my goodness. Ooh, well done on the boss, you guys. Well done. Why is this not working? I'm gonna die. Sorry, it's literally not loading. Let me see if I can get to the root directory at least, and then maybe I can navigate from there. AnimeLyrics.com. Is it working for anybody, or is it just not working for me, or? Bruh. Like, I think I know the song, but I'm worried about missing one of the, like, 4 verses. And I do not wish to, betray Vash. Let's see. Send me the link, I'll check it. Oh, sure. Okay. Here. You guys, let me know if this is this working for anybody? Here, there you go, guys. Have fun. Tell me if it's working. Thank you for the Mogram. Thank you. Use your ancestral memory. Let it guide you to the lyrics. I wish I could. It seems fine. Fuck! Can you take a screenshot of the whole page for me? Amazing. Umbra uppies. Good Umbra. Thank you for that, Pat. Thank you, Dawn. And 10K. No worries, darling. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. You want uppies too? Uppies for you. Yee. Good mocha. Meanwhile, I can't get it to load. Got a timeout from the host. Hey, me. Okay, it's not just me. Okay. Oh, wait, it just now loaded. Oh my god. It just now loaded. Oh, and it crashed. What is wrong with this webpage? I've never had this issue before. Timed out. Oh. Oh, you got it working. Okay, so Umber and Strat can read the lyrics. I can't, and neither can Solar, and neither can Geeks. Oh, bro, it appeared and now it's gone again. Aga. Yeah, it like fully crashed. Okay. Oh, wait, what if I do read only mode? Or whatever, the reading mode. Oh, thank you, Strat. Okay, perfect. All right. Time to change the world, and then time to read Sage. Is it Sage? Is that the one, Geeks? Is that your next one? Or yeah, your first one? Is it Sage? Trying to stay awake. Oh, hang in there, Solar. I think you're literally after Geeks, aren't you? I think you are. All right. I want to change the world. Fuck, I already fucked it up, sorry. Keep on holding on your desire. You will get a shining light that you can reach alone. If you go on to get your goal, it's Wonderland. I felt so worried when I spent all the time thinking of the future of us, 'cause I know there's nothing that I really want to know. And then I met you so I could feel what you should know. I finally found your love, and now I'm really feeling alright, 'cause the nightmare is gone. This is the way to love you. I want to change the world. Walk again, never miss the way. Don't be afraid, I'm with you. And we can fly away if you would stay with me forever. Change my mind, won't get lost if your passion's true. I'm gonna fly with you again, so you can spread your wings and you will fly with me away. It's Wonderland. We gotta swim against the tide and the flow till the day when we'll get your goal. You will see that your desire will be granted again. This is the feeling you'll understand, the trouble life. It won't be too bad to face, and any problem you will see will not be too hard. If I can walk beside you, I want to change the world. Walk again, fight against the wind. Don't be afraid to be true, 'cause now you have to bring the power of that smile on your face. Change my mind, keep on holding on your desire. You will get a shining light that you can reach alone. If you go on to get your goal, it's Wonderland. I want to change the world. Walk again, never miss the way. Don't be afraid, I'm with you. And we can fly away if you would stay with me forever. Change my mind, won't get lost if your passion's true. I'm gonna fly with you again, so you can spread your wings and you will fly with me away. It's Wonderland. That was okay. That was okay.
Oh, thank you. You guys are so sweet to me. Oh my gosh. You guys are way too sweet. Thank you. Thank you, my darlings. Aw, thank you. I see Nick, Sebastian, Ozzy. You guys are too sweet to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
I believe that Tao will absolutely change the world someday, but for us pals, she already has. Oh, Patricia! Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. As long as it's for the better. Hi, Magnificent Maid. How are you, cutie? It's so good to see you. All right. All right. Let's get into this so that hopefully we can intercept Solar's sleepiness. I submitted 2. Sage is a whimsical comedy fantasy. Poor Decisions is the second one, and it's the Stardust Memoir one. Both are pretty short. Wasn't sure if they'd be grouped together by strat or if they're staying in submission order. Ooh. Let me actually have a look. Hold on. I haven't looked at the other one, but this one is pretty short. I know Solar's about to fall asleep. But if the other one's if it's like 3 or less pages, I probably will group them together because we did that with Shima. Oh, it's 2 pages. Okay. So what we'll do, because I don't want Solar to fall asleep on me, we'll do yours. We'll do Sage, and then we'll do Solar's, and then we'll do that one, and then we'll do Jet's. You sure did change my world. Haven't seen the light of day in 3 years. Oh God, my throat. I didn't mean to keep you trapped that long. Thank you for the care package. Death comes for us all. I'm not dramatic. Okay. Sorry. All right. Here we go. Codex. Solar Codex. All right. Well, fun stream, guys. Tao's voice has gone rolling. It's true. It's gone. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just being a little bit of a little wimpy bitch. Breathe, Tao. No dying on stream. I will try. All right. Sage. I'll put it in this hand for once in my life. Is this a VA one? Or do you want me to narrate it? Lovely geeks. 'Tis up to you, darling. And any guidance? I see England, which makes me happy because I can do British accent. Yeah, let me know. I just take them vitamin D tablets. Dealer's choice. All British accents. Perfect. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Here we go. Chapter 1.
You gotta move to... Okay.
Deep in the decrepit spine of post-lockdown England, tucked away behind 3 vape shops and a Turkish barber. Oh, yay! Oh, good. I now know what this is. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Okay. The Department of Arcane Affairs occupied 3 temporary portable buildings. Officially temporary since 1974. The buildings were assaulted by a light drizzle, the kind that can't ever seem to commit to being true rain, but yet too stubborn to ever let the sun shine, as is the standard with this part of the country at any time of year. The patter of the weak rain against the window plays a melody as indistinct and characterless as the beige breakfast roll lying half-eaten and forgotten on the desk. Sage was poring over a mountain of paperwork so tall that each page blurred into the next, and sighed as she rubber stamped yet another case report outlining the delayed resolution of an unregistered contractor performing a bogus seance. The dank stench of mildew and regret with a hint of weak bulk-bought tea and coffee permeated the quiet office space as Sage regarded her half-eaten breakfast roll with practiced disinterest. She was alone. Always alone. The unwelcome blot of ketchup on her cardigan sleeve elicited a routine eye roll from Sage as she paused her unending task to languidly reach for a tissue from the box on her desk. She dabbed at the offending mark when her thoughts were interrupted by the creak of the wooden staircase outside the office's main door. She paused, awaiting a knock that was instead met with the hurried turning of a handle as Greg burst into the office. Coat over his head, the sudden burst of wind disturbed the paperwork in a way that caused Sage to hunch over the mountain of paper protectively.
Bloody hell. Does it ever not rain? Greg chuntered.
Not once looking in Sage's direction as he slammed the flimsy door shut behind him and tossed his coat onto the old wooden coat rack.
And of course the 3Gs had the gall to say it was going to be sunny today. What absolute codswallop.
Greg continued as he produced a sleek black rectangular slate from his pocket and tossed it haphazardly onto his desk opposite Sage's. Sage glanced up towards Greg after fixing the mountain of disturbed paperwork, rolling her eyes. Didn't you hear? Gilbert, Grod, and Gordon just completed the merger. They absorbed Godfrey and Grayson as of this morning.
So many. I like the Greg paused. Oh, and there's Greg too. Everyone in this world is named with a G except for Sage. That's one of the jokes.
Greg paused, blinking blankly at Sage. The silence hung in the air for a moment as he wrapped his head around this new information.
So, what? Sorry. They expect people to call it 5Gs now.
Yeah, I guess.
It'll never catch on.
Greg shook his head and took a seat at his desk. The rotund middle-aged man had always shared a playful banter with Sage and was perhaps the colleague that she had warmed to the most. However, that didn't stop Greg from being just as bad as the rest of the department when it came to shirking the duties of the job. Looking down at his considerably smaller pile of paperwork, a product of well-timed charm and a hint of bullshit, Greg opens a manila folder and scoffs.
Here, Sage, look at this bollocks,
he grumbled as he handed the folder over to Sage. She had already taken the folder from his hands out of habit before realizing what had occurred. The sly bastard had effectively handed off yet another case file to her, and it was unlikely he'd be taking it back from her anytime soon. Sage looked over the file held within the folder. It was an invoice. Well, she guessed it was supposed to be an invoice. Again, she sighed. How many times do we have to tell him that a screw-fix receipt is not an invoice? The single receipt with a post-it note lazily attached to it sat in the folder like a mythical doomsday device. All the powers of the darkest forbidden magics didn't give Sage a headache quite like she experienced when dealing with contractors.
Whatever, just process it and pay him. I have no idea how you perform an exorcism with a Black & Decker electric screwdriver and a small tin of matte white paint, but I'm so far beyond— Oh, sorry, this is Sage. Sorry, my bad. I thought she had asked the again, my bad.
Whatever, just process it and pay him. I have no idea how you perform an exorcism with a Black & Decker electric screwdriver and a small tin of matte white paint, but I am so far beyond caring at this point. Sage spoke with only the faintest hint of emotion as she tossed the folder like a frisbee, a practiced motion, causing it to land on Greg's desk. It was his problem once more. Defeated, Greg shuffled the folder back into the small pile on his desk, doubtless in a stalling tactic to eventually make an attempt to pass it off to a different coworker later. It was in this sloppy attempt at shuffling folders that one slipped free of the pile, the front cover of this new complication emblazoned with red pen scribbles denoting Sage's name. They both knew what that meant. The boss had personally dumped an important file on her, but never bothered to tell her, or ensure that it actually ended up on her desk. Typical.
Sorry, Greg said softly as he glanced her way sheepishly. Guess there's no getting out of this one. I wonder how long it's been passed round the office.
Silence hung in the air between them for a few moments, before it was broken violently with the heavy thud of Sage's forehead voluntarily hitting her desk. She screamed into the mountain of paperwork in frustration. All the while, Greg simply stared at her, silent. Composing herself, Sage stood and grabbed the folder, forcing her face to pull its best public servant smile. It's fine. It's fine, she chanted like a mantra, clearly trying to convince herself. More than Greg. She flipped open the cover and sighed. Only a 2-hour drive away. That's exactly what I was hoping for. A 4-hour round trip on a Monday. She strode to the coat rack as Greg spoke up, attempting to ease her frustrations.
It's pretty bleak out, big coat weather.
Seeing that Sage was clearly in no mood to accept his cheeky remarks, he tried again.
Tell you what, I'm buying you dinner when you get back, yeah?
Seizing the opportunity to cling to this meager silver lining as she pulled on her coat, Sage gave Greg's a thumbs up without looking his way. Sure, and not Sandy's. You know they use an unlicensed arcane hell hearth in the kitchen. Her head snapped in Greg's direction now, one last time before she could leave. And no, it does not make it taste better. And with the final word, she was out the door, desperately running across the muddy, broken cobblestone lot turned car park in a bid to avoid the now torrential downpour. Chapter 2. Hours later, she arrived at the house listed in the apparently urgent file. A mid-sized detached house with a terribly gaudy extension in what looked to be a rather well-to-do estate. The kind of place you expect to find the homeowner wearing an old jumper and a body warmer. The sort of place where every driveway houses a Land Rover, despite none of the occupants having a need for a four-wheel drive workhorse, let alone ever having done a day of manual labor themselves. Yes, this was an estate of status. And Sage hated places like this. She took a deep breath as she approached the front door, steadying herself, preparing to act every bit the public servant her job demanded of her, whilst knowing full well she would be treated like an idiot by these people. It was always the same, and it came with the territory. Pushing the doorbell and politely tapping on the glass, she took 2 steps back and turned aside, glancing over at the neighbor's driveway, the way her superiors had taught her to do. A non-threatening action painted as polite under the guise of know your place. It was in these moments, the uncertainty of waiting, that she pondered her life and her job. This was never what Sage had imagined for herself. She had grown up under parents with ludicrous expectations, reinforced with tale after tale of great mages of centuries past, how her family were all special. The fact they had named her Sage of all things was the source of much consternation. Still really like that line, that's so funny. Some days she hated her own name, and of the expectations she knew it carried. Before she could sink too deeply into self-loathing, the door swung open to reveal a woman in her late 40s, face unnaturally smooth, hair cropped short and containing too many products for even the divine to list. Her expression was sour as she regarded Sage. Who are you? The question came in a snotty tone, all holier-than-thou and self-important, just as Sage had expected. Putting on her best public service voice and forcing a smile, Sage steeled herself for the uncomfortable task ahead of her, extending a hand in greeting. Afternoon, ma'am. I'm Sage Ambrosius. I am here on behalf of the Department of Arcane Affairs. Her voice rose with the last word, presenting it uncertainly, as if Sage herself was questioning it. Right, I see, the woman replied, looking down her nose at Sage as she regarded her. You'd better come in then, hadn't you? It was not a question. It was a declaration that Sage's day was going to proceed about as bad as she expected. We have been having trouble, you see. The woman deliberately did not identify herself, simply leading Sage into the house and talking at her. Sage could make a guess at her identity from the file she had perused on the way here. Karen Livingston. Exceptional name. Perfect. Exactly right. Some distant cousin of a member of Parliament. The file had been an urgent request for an exorcism that, quote, simply could not wait, unquote. Yes, you requested an exorcism. Can you tell me the specific issues you've noticed? That would actually really help. Sage regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth, implying these people could be of any help usually made them worse than the problem she was sent to solve. Well, that's your job, isn't it? To prattle round the house, staring at spots until you divine whatever gremlin is ruining my curtains. Now, up to it. I'm quite busy, you know, came Karen's dismissive response as she ushered Sage into the kitchen. It's in here. I expect you out of here within an hour. Attached to the extension, the kitchen wall surrounding the extension doorframe seemed to bleed. Slow blobs of congealed blood appeared to seep out of the wallpaper and drop to the ground. The room visibly trembled as if in the midst of a mild earthquake. Gritting her teeth, Sage did her best to force a smile, to accept the attitude, and just get this over with. Of course, ma'am. Luckily enough for Sage, she had figured this particular paranormal case, sorry, let me try this one more time. Luckily enough for Sage, she had figured this particular paranormal case out the moment she pulled up at the house. The house was speaking, At least it was speaking to anyone who might be able to listen. And to those who were inclined, it was practically screaming. Still, Sage knew that people like Karen didn't want quick and easy answers, and that it would make it appear that you did not do your job properly. There was an element of performance to satiating the need to feel important, that people like Karen displayed. From her bag, Sage produced an array of crystals and an apparatus made of wire, placing them down gently on a table in the kitchen. Each movement was deliberate and ritualistic. She hummed a tune, something old and mystic. She had gotten so good at this particular type of performative mysticism that she almost believed it herself. Few would ever notice that the crystals, the incantations, and the ritualistic movements were all absolute bullshit. Oh my god. She had found the crystals on sale in an Argus, fashioned the wire apparatus herself with some model wire and a pair of pliers. I hear it now. Sage drew the words out slowly. The spirit of the house is angry. It quakes with fury. It seeks vengeance for what has been wronged. The first real sign of an emotion other than contempt finally graced Karen's face. Wronged? Karen croaked, her voice now a mixture of incredulity and fear. Wronged how? With a sigh, Sage dropped the mystic act just long enough to explain, pulling a folder from her bag. It's the extension. It's gaudy and doesn't match the neighborhood, and the house is upset because it thinks you've made it look tacky in front of all the other houses. Sorry, okay. Continuing her explanation and holding up a finger for silence when Karen attempts to interject. Houses have a spirit, given life by the people who inhabit them. They have personalities, given form by excess arcane energies. She looks Karen dead in the eye, an expression of disinterest. She's had to explain this so many times before. And your house is embarrassed. Silence falls over the room. Karen stares back at Sage, aghast at this revelation, before finally voicing her confusion. It's embarrassed by the extension? Sage flashes that practiced civil servant smile. Change the extension, and you'll stop finding your curtains in tatters, and no more blood seeping out of the walls. She finally hands Karen the form she'd been filling out throughout the explanation. It's an invoice. That'll be £350. You can pay it via your local post office. Have a nice day, ma'am. Before Karen can respond, Sage swiftly passes her and walks right out the door, heading for her car. At least this call-out was quick. Oh my god, geeks. I love this story so fucking much, dude. It's so funny. Oh my god. Oh man, I need more of that for sure, gorgeous geeks. Please write more of that. Oh my god, that's so funny. What an awesome world as well. It's so good. I'm so glad I got you to laugh. Oh, I have laughed harder with that story than I have all day, which is saying something because we had a few little giggles, but that was very good. I like that a lot. Please write more. I want to read more of it. That was fucking awesome. It was. I agree. That was so good. Hi, dearest Draza and Nyla. Welcome on in, everybody. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. It's really good. I gotta say, it's kind of hard sometimes to make me laugh about written word with like no visuals or anything and no music or anything like that. But that was really funny. I wondered if the 5G joke was any good, but the first laugh made me happy it landed. It did. That was really good. I liked that a lot. I was like, 3Gs, wow. For a magical society, they're pretty far behind. And then the 5G joke came and I'm like, oh yes. That's awesome. Okay. Oh, give me just a second. We don't actually have to go on a break, but my dog just got home from doggy daycare, and I want to let him in, assuming he wants to come in, because it's raining. So give me just a second. Sorry, hold on. Give me back a moment.
stories to the pals. Hi, baby. Hi, Smiles. Hi, Angel. Yes, you're so cute. Good boy. Hi, you're so wet, little baby. Good little dog. Good little dog. Yes, yes. I love you. I love you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Keep the door open. Don't like to be in here when I'm yelling at things, huh? Who knows when I'll be yelling?
Hi, I'm back. My little baby. Oh, there he goes. You go chill out there then, baby. Man, we've had so many exceptional stories today, dude. I'm so fucking excited to get more of them. All right, I'm back. Welcome back to Coda. Yes, he is little baby dog. Yeah, it is pouring rain. Alrighty,
Head pats for Coda. Yes, indeed.
lovely Solar, it is indeed your time. It is your time. Let me just get the correct music pulled up. Let me see here. Hold on, I gotta find it. Ooh, such a funny story. All right, let's see. Solar, there it is. Let me just get that over here so I can see it better. And let me get you the music as well. Strat is so extra in the best possible way for picking out custom music for you guys. Indescribably kind of him. Okay. All right. Ooh, hold on. I saw a big wall of text. But thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Okay. Disclaimer. This is the story to the start of a Nuzlocke I did called Within Hubris, named after a creepypasta augmented reality game that I was a part of years ago. I wrote a lot before not liking how I had written it and started over about 3 years ago and made it halfway through chapter 2. By then I had a daughter and dropped the project. The story was an original idea based on the hack I was playing. It was Moemon. It draws a few parallels to Pokemon Rebirth, Mega Man ZX, and other Sentai type stuff. But the prologue is mostly a world build before the game actually starts, and thus it was marked as chapter 0 originally. As it is Pokemon, there is violence. Okay, all good. Thank you, hun. No wonder it stopped raining here. It's pouring there. I know. We just stole your rain. All right. Sounds good, my dear. Let's see. Do you want this voice acted or do you want this just narrated? Keeping in mind, if any of these are established characters, I don't think I'll know any of them. If questions arise, I will answer them in writing, and you can VA it. Okay, all right, you got it. Prologue. Out of choices. The sun hung high, wisps of clouds breaking up the azure color with hints of white. A soft spring breeze swept over the mountain tops as the sweet smell of lake and river water hung in the air. Peace and silence would stand in the solitary land, only for it to be broken by the sound of a motor and the presence of the young lavender-haired girl riding a cycle into the peak's clearing. With a quick kick of the stand and the cutoff from the bike, she hopped off to take a look at her current surroundings, letting out a sigh with a gentle, somber expression before sitting at the edge of the cliffside. The forest and untamed land spread far and wide from the peak, giving very little view of the few paths between the small towns and cities of the country area of Sinnoh. Even with her vantage point, the great Mount Coronet blocked her view of almost the other half of the island in its entirety, though a small hole in the range left an area to make out a small island east of Sinnoh. The minuscule forms of various bird Pokemon could be seen skimming the trees and the mountain tops as they moved from one side of the mountains to the other. "Hey, Rin! Stop slacking off!" the voice of an older man called out as the girl had begun to space out. "I'm just taking a break, Solar. I've been riding since I got off that transport tanker. You called a ship here, so lay off!"
the girl replied, lying back on the ground and closing her eyes, ignoring Solar's demands and relaxing more. That's all fine, but you're on the clock, lady, the voice replied, a tone of irritation forming. Before he could attempt to reprimand her, a communication chime began to go off from the bike. Solar gave a heavy sigh before clearing his throat and answering the call. Solarized Express Transporters. You got it, we ship it. Anytime, any place, anywhere. You know your package will always be there. This is Solar speaking, how may I assist you? Just the band I was hoping to hear. This is Lathan Rowan. I believe you are shipping the artifacts found recently. A gruff old voice spoke back. Ah, Professor Rowan! That we are, sir. My best transporter has already made it to the region via Snowpoint, and if my tracking is right, she should be just northwest of Eterna City, Solar replied. Rin, please greet our contract. Rin kicked herself onto her feet and walked over to her bike, clicking a button and turning on a visual screen in the center console. The man who appeared looked just as gruff as his voice made him out to be, sporting a dark brown trench coat and gray mustache, with a bluish-green vest over a cleanly pressed button-up shirt beneath. The girl would have sworn this man was just a simple businessman if his posture hadn't yelled out otherwise, as he held himself with an air of importance. Hello, sir, Rin quietly said to the man. Well, you look quite reliable, to say the least. I thank you for coming all the way to Johto to bring these to me. From Johto, sorry. I was like, Johto. Normally, I wouldn't bother with all this security, but the recent issues with that Team Rocket on the mainland have me a bit worried. Better to be safe than sorry when transporting something like this. Rowan explained as Rin turned around to look at the package strapped to the back of her cycle. Clicking the latches on the case revealed 3 different orbs, all seeming to be made of different materials. She closed the case again, once she was certain they were all still secure before turning back to the man on the screen. You can rest assured we'll get them to your lab in Sandgem within the next day, if not sooner, sir. Oh, sorry, that's Solar. Sorry, my bad. You can rest assured we'll get them to your lab in Sandgem within the next day, if not sooner, sir, Solar confirmed with a nod. We haven't missed a deadline yet, and you've got the SET guarantee on, the set guarantee on your side. Wonderful, Rowan remarked with a smile obscured behind his mustache. I look forward to receiving you, and a word before you go. Please do be careful on your way here. The words left a prickling feeling running down the courier's back, leaving her to look back at the screen very quickly. Before Solar could say more,
a sub.
Rin... Oh, Link! Hey, thank you so much for the sub, hon. I appreciate it. Thank you. You get hearts from me. Here, you get a heart with a book. Not everyone gets that. Hearts for you. Thank you so very much for 3 months, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see. The words left a prickling feeling running down the courier's back, leaving her to look back at the screen very quickly. Before Solar could say more, Rin interjected with her thoughts and a question. Any reason for the warning? Rin asked, hiding the concern in her voice but not in her eyes. It may be nothing, but my lab network was recently hacked, Rowan explained, a sour note in his voice. Security noted that the files related to what you are in possession of were what was taken from our servers. While I have physical copies of what was taken, I hate to think of who might have taken the files or for what purpose. I doubt it could be a rival of mine. I feel they wouldn't resort to blatant theft to try and get one over on me. The girl moved her hand to her belt as a reaction, feeling the small metal Pokeball clipped to her skirt. The world itself had become such a different place over the past decade. Travel was practically limited to people who could partner with Pokemon due to their nature becoming less friendly. Many people blamed Team Rocket's evolution signal for this, though there was no solid proof that this was the reason for some Pokemon becoming more feral in the greater wild. Attacks on humans traveling had become much more widespread over the last few years, but that did not stop the present trainers from looking for new ways to handle the situation. Even with the newest technology, Pokemon Synchronous Fusion was still only a production of the last 2 years of testing. Using the new technology, anyone could mentally and physically bond with their Pokemon without harm, bridging the 2 species together again peacefully. Battling had also returned to the world, moving into a form of fused combat and turning the battle into more of a side-by-side tag team. Battling, as in the previous era, still existed, but was more or less frowned upon due to its lack of control and the bond between trainer and Pokemon being weaker. The 2 types of trainers had become 2 separate entities, each with their own morals as to how to fight. Rin bit her lip for a moment before shaking her head to push out some of the thoughts she had within. What had happened back in Johto was something else. She'd be fine now. I'll keep my eyes open, sir. Thank you for your concern and the warning, Rin acknowledged with a nod. The phone's chime began to go off again. That's the other line. Huh. No number, Solar remarked as he gave a wave to Rin. Rin, let me go ahead and take this call. Give me a ring once you meet up with Professor Rowan. The screen cut out as the line was disconnected, leaving the girl in the silence of the forest. Rin could only growl under her breath as she muttered to herself, "Doesn't even bother saying goodbye." The silence of the trees made her painfully aware of how out of her way she had come to the cliffside area. Only the cries of a few distant Pokemon could be heard as she got back onto her bike and began to power it back on. Perhaps the story of the theft had gotten to her as Rin found herself glancing back more than once when preparing for departure. Twice, she felt as if someone was watching her. Some of the cries seemed to be getting closer, but there was no sign of anyone in sight. Come on, Rin. Nothing's gonna happen. Solar's Pokemon should be more than enough, she thought to herself as she finally kicked off the ground and started to head back down the path she came. As Rin came to her first turn, she finally saw what had been grabbing at her intuition, a group of 3 fused humans following her, 2 from the air and 1 on the ground. Sorry, 1 second. There. She whipped her bike around and confronted her followers at the next turn, her bike still revving as she looked at the group, all dressed in gray with an emblazoned G insignia adorned on their chests. The fusion itself made it hard to make out the true forms, but the signs of a Golbat's enlarged fangs from one of the flyers and the hanging stench of a Skuntank gave her enough to know that these were not standard travelers. Something I might be able to help you with? Solarized express transporters are always willing to help you with your needs, Rin boasted with false bravado. The male Skuntank fusion simply laughed, and he saw through the younger girl's attempt to sound in control. He beckoned to the girl to come forward. Thanks for clearing up if you were the right person. You just happen to have a trio of metallic ores that our boss happens to be after, and for a future we dream of, we'll have you hand those over, the purple weasel man declared, the 2 flyers hovering at the ready. And if I say no? Rin asked, cursing under her breath as she could already feel the answer. Then we take it by force, of course. Your life means very little to our master. The more bird-like male squawked, slashing his hand down to menace the girl, who simply gripped the handles of her bike harder. The girl gave a few moments of thought as she reached behind her to look at the package. It hung in her mind that the battle was not worth her life, but the cryptic words that Rowan had said lingered in her ears, ringing as if to deafen her. Instead, she grabbed the ball on her belt and held it up for a moment. The man reacted just as quickly and pulled out a small remote just as Rin tossed the ball in their direction to release her borrowed Pokemon. With a dull thud, the ball hit the floor and lay motionless, leaving Rin wide-eyed in horror as the man simply walked up to the ball and picked it up. He tossed it in his hands a few times before grasping it firmly till the machine broke and shattered into pieces. The weasel of a man held up a small remote and shook it with a dark smile. Wow, jeez. That's fucked. Oh my god. Amazing what a bit of technology can do nowadays. With just the push of a button, anything other than fusion is rendered useless, he remarked, wiping his hands clean off his fur before speaking again. Now, let's try this again. The ores you're transporting, or your life and the ores you're transporting. With no choices left, Rin throttled the engine and plowed through the trio, driving off-road to evade the would-be thieves. It only took a few turns to lose herself in the forest as she tried to find the quickest route back to a town. She prayed that they would not follow her that far, or that she could shake them before they could catch her. Those hopes fell on deaf ears as she looked into the rearview mirror to see the lady bat still in pursuit, with the others not too far behind. Rin took another sharp left turn between the 2 trees, her sight becoming muddled by the shrubbery as the path became more and more wild. Again, Rin peeked back to see the Golbat fusion still gaining on her. The lady's hands shone with a vortex of white wind, launching a number of compressed, knife-like waves at Rin. The strikes all but missed, save for one that managed to hit the bindings holding the case to the bike. Rin turned her sight back in front of her, only to be greeted by a void of blue and white. Rin instantly turned her handle to the side, making the bike slide and come to a crashing and tumbling halt. It slid a solid few feet before the girl released the bike, watching in dread as the cable snapped just as the bike cleared the cliff, and fell away while the case lay at the precipice. Injured and slightly winded, she scrambled to her feet and snagged the case. The trio managed to catch up to her, leaving her to find herself surrounded by her pursuers. "Gotta say, girl, not the brightest move you could have made today," the man jeered, cracking his knuckles as he began to walk forward. Still, the younger girl clutched the case. Hey, you said we needed her alive, right?" The male bird didn't need her alive. Hello. Sorry, let me try that again. "Hey, you said we didn't need her alive, right?" The male bird inquired, the form now becoming a much clearer Staravia. Rin's heart sank a bit as she heard those words, causing her to back up a bit more, only to shake as she felt the ground beneath her vanish. Behind her vanish. I'm making serious errors in the story. I'm sorry. Okay, let me try. To clarify, they don't need her alive. To clarify, the ground behind her is giving out, not underneath her. This is all my fault. This is not Solar's. I'm sorry. I can't read today. Okay. Rin's heart sank a bit as she heard those words, causing her to back up a bit more, only to shake as she felt the ground behind her vanish, the cliff's edge having snuck up on her in panic. With no warning, the male clapped his wings together, sending a burst of wind in Rin's direction, which carried her up and back into the air, dust blinding her as she attempted to shield herself from the sudden attack. Her breath escaped her as her body felt the tug of gravity with no land beneath her due to the force of the wind, leaving her to fall miles off the cliff as her screams grew fainter with each passing moment, and her body made its way to the ground and river below. The Golbat lady almost immediately punched the male in the back of the head as she screeched while in flight. "You idiot! She was still holding the case! What are you gonna do if we lose that?" "Relax. We'll find her body below and the damn rocks with it. Even if she lands in the water, she won't survive, and I doubt the water will carry her far," the man grumbled, rubbing the back of his head, taking his time to begin his descent down. The woman simply huffed as she gave a nod to her Skuntank colleague, following down to the riverbed below to search for the girl's body. Within the hour, they found her, washed up on the shore, and most certainly dead. The case itself lay unlocked, broken open, and clutched in her arms, as if even in death she meant to protect the stones that were meant to be transported. The two pried her arms apart, only to find two clear blue stones, one jagged and one smooth and round like a pearl. "You see? Now what are we gonna do?" the girl yelled out in a panic as the male continued to give her a look of uninterest before opening his own phone to place a call. The tone rang but twice before an answer came. "This is Group Gamma. We located the porter and retrieved the case. However, we ended up in a struggle. The porter is dead, and we have only been able to locate the adamant and lustrous stones. The last one appears to be lost, or was not being transported by the same person," the man reported, his voice firm. A few words were given to him before he gave a simple grunt of acknowledgement and shut his phone. "We're done here. Pull out and head back to base." "What about the girl?" the woman asked, looking at Rin. "What about her?" the man replied with a voice of apathy before taking off. "Ooh, a dark Pokemon story. Ooh, I like it. That's so cool. That's sick. That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Solar. Sorry for my, literal absolute, fuck ups there, but, I'm looking forward to hearing more of that. Are you gonna keep writing it? Because you had said that you had started writing this, years ago, right? And have you just not really touched it since? Oh, Shadow Princess, I hope you have a good one, darling. Thank you so much for sharing your awesome writing with us, hon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Keep writing, and we will clearly be reaching the storytelling stream, I would imagine, by the end of the month. So we'll probably have another one at the beginning of next month, I reckon. You've restarted as of this last week. Let's go. How good. That's awesome. Okay. We are going to, you know what, we have 5 minutes left. So yeah, let's do Geeks' other one. And then when we get back, we will try our hand at Jets, because Jets is a lot longer than Geeks is here. So this one is exciting because this one takes place in the world of Stardust Memoir, which is the D&D campaign that he's running for us. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Very good. Love me a dark Pokemon story. Me too. All right. let me pull up, poor decisions. I'm gonna squeal if you have a Volayan, an Ernest, a Valor, or a Trevor name in here somewhere. Just as an Easter egg. All right, this takes place whilst you guys are doing the convoy onwards. Awesome, sick. Okay, cool. Let me open this up. It is almost time for yours as well, precious Patricia. Thanks all. Need to sleep now though. 1 a.m. Absolutely, hun. Thank you so much for hanging out for so long and for your amazing patience. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully you will keep on writing, and then we can read the progress on it next month. That'd be great. All right. Poor decisions. Did I miss mine? You did not, lovely Umbra. In fact, yours is the final one. So, we still have a few before you. But no, you did not miss yours. All right. Oh, it's Amara 3. I know that name. I get that reference. Okay. Let me make sure the volume's good on this. Yeah, it looks good. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing this. There. Okay. Alrighty. Poor Decisions by Lovely Geeks. Oh, and you said something in here. Hold on. What's the right under? Enjoy a short side story that takes place within the setting of the D&D campaign Tau plays in, happening around the same time as the most recent session, just elsewhere. Awesome. Okay. Pals get more of a look into the D&D setting with this. That's sick. So now you guys have to pay extra attention, because whenever I come back on my you know how every fortnight on our Sundays, I'm like, oh, I have D&D notes from our session last night. You'll have more context if you listen to this. All right. High above the planet of Amara 3, aboard the totally legit and definitely not smuggling ship, the Sly Bastard. Oh, it's Monty! I remember Monty. Monty is my rival. This is great. Okay, cool. I get to learn more about, yeah, awesome. Excellent. Great. Cool. Okay, sorry. High above the planet of Amara 3, aboard the totally legit and definitely not smuggling ship, the Sly Bastard, Captain Montgomery Monty Bellwise stood above his console, frothing with rage. He slammed his fist down on the console, which caused the second-hand arcane crystals to crackle and spark. Get that bastard on the comms, right now! Ziggy, the elderly orc who served as Monty's second-in-command, cringed in response to his captain's outrage. Me is trying, Captain, but Dusty be crawling with hedge money types. They got the big boats between us and them. The elderly orc barked back as he made a show of matching Monty's energy, showcasing why he had survived this long as Monty's second-in-command. He'd also been the only person in Monty's employ to somehow give status updates in such a confusing manner as to quell Monty's rage. Just get him on screen! I got words for that snake! Monty spat as he slammed his fist down once more. Despite the impression of low intelligence, Ziggy was surprisingly adept at dealing with magitech and devices of the arcane. The lights on the bridge flickered momentarily as various crystals lining the bridge glowed brightly. The techno-magic hacking was Ziggy's specialty. Monty's personal console sprang to life, displaying aftermarket and less than legal modifications. There was a static crystal at the console connected. Sorry, that entire sentence I fucked up. There was a static crackle as the console connected. Monty found himself staring at the image of Mayor Elliot Voss of Dusthaven. Sorry, I know that person too. The mayor was clearly scared and showed signs of fresh bruises on his face. His entire form shook as he made obvious transparent attempts to control his terror. Captain Bellwise! Ellen choked, and he looked into his own console. The crew of the Sly Bastard could all see it clear as day. Ellen, yeah. Ellen's eyes never looked directly at his console, always appearing to dart out to locations that were off screen. What is it I can do for you? You rat bastard! Monty yelled, foaming at the mouth with rage. You promised me! You promised that the Orchivist ship was mine! My haul! So why am I hearing about Captain Pointy Ears and... I'm gonna fucking kill this guy. Why am I hearing about Captain Pointy Ears and Bleeding Heart getting involved? He's talking about me. I'm an Eladrin. I'm an elf. Elian held back a whimper, but the source of his fear was clearly not Monty and in his impotent rage. At the mention of another captain, something or someone off screen had clearly had an effect on Ellen. I don't know what you're talking about, Captain, Ellen insisted. There have been no attempted salvage operations in this sector, and certainly nothing related to the archivists. Sweat beaded down Ellen's face at a steady pace, and it seemed every member of the Sly Bastard's crew was aware of how tense this exchange had become. All except Monty. Bullshit, Voss! That was my loot by rights! You owe me! Monty screamed into the console, angry spittle spraying from his mouth. However, before Monty could continue his tirade, another figure entered the frame. A tall man wearing a crisp suit bearing the official emblem of the highest office of the Hegemony Intelligence. The man looked cool and composed, yet held an air of lethal danger. Each calculated movement and mannerism designed to deflect argument and reinforce superiority. When he spoke, the words came out smooth and silky, yet carried the promise of cruelty should someone find themselves not paying attention. Captain Bellwise, he began, his eyes burning into the console. You admit to an intent to profiteer by pilfering hegemony cargo. His voice alone held the crew captive. Even Monty found himself suddenly silenced. The man held Monty's gaze via the console screen, and Monty began to sweat and stutter as if the man was standing before him in person, regarding him with that dangerous glint in his eye. Perhaps we can overlook this gross breach in hegemony law, Captain. The man grinned, further unsettling all onlookers. You appear to be familiar with the ship who boarded a classified archivist vessel. Track them down and transmit their coordinates to this channel. Succeed in this, and perhaps the paperwork involved in processing your arrest slips through the cracks, Fail, and you shall be made an example of. Am I clear? Monty stared at the console in shock, his hands trembling as he took a moment to compose himself. His voice took on a rare tone of professional compliance. Yes, sir. It shall be done. The feed abruptly cut to black as the crew began to breathe a sigh of relief, though unfortunately short-lived. Ziggy returned to the captain in a panic. Captain, big boat's tagged us! Bastard's been ragged! No escaping this one! Monty glowered at his second in command, his rage simmering under the surface. Fine. Ziggy, send comms to every backwater contact we got. Every poxy rock with a problem. She'll be out there somewhere. Monty leaned back in his captain's seat and began to tap away at another arcane panel. We're going hunting, lads, and our target is Valayan Bloody Eyethorn. I'm excited. Is this going to be our next quest? Do I get to rage out on Monty's face? I'm so excited. This is so cool. That's so cool. Write more of this. This is cool. Okay, so that's the head of the hegemony. I wonder if that's, wait, what if that's, could it be? No, I mustn't say anything. The setting remains in motion even when you're not there. That's so cool. I'm so excited. I think we got a sneak peek into the next story. I think you're right. So Monty is out there looking for you now. Shit. But awesome. So fucking cool. I'm so excited. Okay, and I have a bone to pick with him. Yeah, awesome. Excellent. Ooh, this is so cool. Geeks, that's fucking sick. Thank you so much for writing that. That is absolutely amazing. I'm so excited. So cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. I love experiencing parallel stories and building out the world that way. That's so awesome. Thank you so very much, hon. That's sick. All right. Let's see. I say you changed your address. This Monty guy doesn't seem very friendly. Well, I mean, we're kind of nomadic as it is. We got our ship. I like that his ship is the Sly Bastard and ours is the Beggar's Choice. I don't really get to do cutaways in D&D to other locations, so this was fun to add some texture to the campaign. Yeah, it's fucking awesome, geeks. If you want to reread it during our next campaign for anyone who's not here, which I think, unless I'm not sure if Precious Politely is currently lurking or if Cacto or if Blue is, but or I mean, it could just be good info for me as the Capitan who already has a bone to pick with Monty. All right. We are going to go on a quick break, cutie pies. I genuinely think that we're literally going to probably get through this in like at the exact right time. So, our next one will be by Jet. We'll give a shot to reading that one. Let me get that music going real quick. All right. And let me open up this file. Was this the most recent file from Jetstrat? Because I know he did some edits and stuff. Break time, yes indeed. That 2-pager was the one I wrote last night during Hildy. Had the idea and had to get it down. It's fucking brilliant. I love it. That's awesome. Spot, thank you for the care package. Jed, I'm just double checking with Strat because I'm not looking at the thread. Strat has actually sent me in DMs specific files. So it is the recent one. Okay, great, awesome. So I'm just confirming that that's what that is. Okay, fantastic. Sweetest Spotted, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Appreciate it. You guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a Mezzaminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Love you lots, miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! There, I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. On my armor, probably don't need any more of that. Here we go. Telling you that we have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. I'm sorry, guys. One moment. Actually, do make me do that. Whee! How many? What? As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Pew, 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 pew. Ah! One more time. Pew, 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 pew. Tao-chan can finish any 5-hour game in at least 17 hours. Hey, I resemble that remark. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Needle?
What are you doing?
Whee. Oh.
An idiot.
Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one wants a strat. That Skyrim 100 stuff. Oh my god. It's Danny Hill the Rat. Lizard! Oh, that one counts. There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. Class change quest. That is what. love with triangle, in a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's a... Just kidding. Yeah. Fuck out of me. Oh, man. Fuck.
Well done, genius. You broke the damn air duct.
Well, you won't let me in. Make me angelic, fuck you!
Wanna head back? We should go home.
Oh, that's amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance. Macadamia nuts, some pistachio. Father's Day is this Sunday in Canada too, but we Canadians are used to being forgotten about. Oh no!
I may or may not have wet nuts and also chips. So
Yummy.
I'm really hungry. Now, how do you tell me? How does a storytelling stream work when the streamer is eating while reading? I don't know, but we will figure it out. Welcome back, Cookie. The return of the wet nut. Beware. Everyone beware the wet nuts. Oh.
Like the sun, where's
But
the
first,
sun?
we got chippies.
No sun here. I see no sun. There it is. Oh my god.
Appies for pals. Some appies. I have too many books. Appies for you, Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Appies. Good, Umbra. Precious Patricia, welcome back, Appies. Good, Patricia. I'm just eating another. I've been finding it. Go ahead, mix. Archie. Appies. Good. Archie. Ivan. Hello, Ivan. Appies. Good, Ivan. Are these the super duper famous chips that you're a fan of? And I still don't know the name of? They are. These are the Red Rock Deli sweet chili and sour cream. Oh, they're so good. Delicious. Delicious. All right. Every paragraph, I get a chip. I'm rewarding myself for paragraphs. All right, let's switch over to Jet music. I will probably not be holding a book this time because my hand that I need two hands for the book. I know that sounds weird, but in order to like tab so that I can scroll, I need to have one hand free. And if I don't, then I just put the book. I do oh, wrong one. I do this, right? I guess I could do that. Dude, these are the best chips on the planet. They're so good. Where is... There it is. All right. This is a pretty long one. Yeah, this is 19 pages. So I think that we'll probably read... It's pretty dense. I'll try and find a stopping point around between like 10 and 12. I think it's just it's a lot of pages. All right. Let me see. Thank you, Jet. I feel like the only person in the world that isn't a fan of the sweet chili and honey. Oh, I don't actually like the honey soy chicken chips, but I really like the sweet chili honey, or sweet chili sour cream. All right. Oh, hold on. I think Jet also sent me guidance on everybody's voices. All right, I'll just glance over when I need that. These crisps sound good. Snack bomb P wet, geeks. You can't back that. Dude, Nate said that the other day. like, as a meme reference, and I just went, "Oh, I get it." And he's like, "Yeah, you better get it. What the fuck? That's from, like, a decade ago." And I'm like, I only learned about it, like, a couple weeks ago. You can't park this at. Exactly. Oh. Mmm. Their sea salt chips are very good, Patricia. I must confess. All balsamic vinegar ones can be really good, but they can rip up your mouth too. You have like 3 boxes of snacks to open. You better not be complaining about snacking. I do have 3 boxes of snacks. I have to complain about snacking because I can't open those unless we're streaming. It's not allowed. That's what they're there for. But it is true. I have an ever heightening tower of Sakurako. I go to Woolies now. Yep. This is the way. Okay. Maybe I'll eat the wet nuts. Because they're less loud and they take less time for me to chew. I can't deal with the Red Rock Deli balsamic ones. They make my mouth salivate the same way that the Thins salt and vinegar chips, my favorite, do, but don't provide the same satisfaction. That's fair. That's fair. What should the plan be for pages 13 and 19? I mean, you've got it there, right? Like you've posted it, so any pals who would like to continue reading it can do so. You're free to open them. Just make sure to stick it back together, and you're free to eat all the jelly stuff you want. But Strat, the pals love when I eat jelly stuff. Don't you guys love it when I use my nails, my claws as spoons? Isn't that fun for you? Okay, here we go. Quest of Atlantis, modern-day Jamaica, June 1705. Long ago, there was a legend spread throughout the 7 seas. It tells the story of the lost city of Atlantis, a mythical city filled with advanced people with tails made of scales, an empire that can topple others as strong as the Brits, and mythical artifacts worth millions. The biggest of them is the heart of Atlantis, an artifact that can grant any wish. But there's one problem. It's said to be buried in the depths of the sea, and nobody knows where it is. Many say it's fake, but this story I'm about to tell you is the reason that the lost city is real, and all supernaturals are real. Chapter 1. Life on the Sea. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out who this is. Johnny. Okay, I don't know. Oh wait, Jonathan, a bit energetic, loves being positive. Okay. That's all I've heard of the legend, Beck. Many sailors have ventured out to find the lost city of Atlantis, but they all never returned. A man says to another while drinking at a pub. The pub is filled with people from beggars to rich lords. The other man is Beckett Smith, 29 years of age, head full of brown hair, wearing a blue overcoat with a red shirt underneath, finishing off with gray slacks and black-tipped shoes. You really expect me to believe this, Johnny? All of this Atlantis malarkey is just fake legends, just to get people out to sea. Beckett noted, smoking his pipe. Beckett was originally from London, England, but he was a criminal stealing from many shops. He was convicted and sent here to be a merchant for the next 5 years with very little pay. The man with blonde hair that is speaking to him is Jonathan Hall, his best friend that he met here in Jamaica. His father was part of the pirates' crew, so Jonathan always believes treasure is always out there, while Beckett believes none of that. Beckett then comments, I feel bad for your head, Johnny. You always believe in the impossible, and bloody hell, get out of it. He then drinks out of his whiskey glass. Jonathan laughs. But you must have some faith, Beck. Who knows? We can find treasure and be rich. More rich than Stockworth. He responds, then stares at a rich man surrounded by women. Stockworth waves to Jonathan, and in response, Jonathan scoffs, turning back to Beckett. Let's depart this rotten place, he lamented, adjusting his brown coat. Beckett nods, grabbing his things and leaving the pub with Jonathan. They walk around the port, looking at the shops selling valuables like food and clothing. Seagulls can be heard in the back as they fly around. Beckett comments, bloody hell, it's hot today. Ah, is that you geeks?
Sorry, I just know that the UK is currently boiling alive. I'm sorry, Brits. Jonathan takes off his hat. Sure is. Maybe we should go to the sea to cool off, he suggests. Beckett shrugs. Sure, why not? Chapter 2. One last mission. Beckett and Jonathan reach the end of the port where many ships are including Beckett's merchant ship. It's a small ship, made for very fast travel, since Beckett goes around the islands of the Caribbean getting items like sugar, spices, and other helpful things for his higher-ups. Beckett hops on his ship while Jonathan follows. Beckett notices a letter that wasn't there the day prior. He groans and opens it. Jonathan goes up to Beckett and looks over his shoulder. What is it? He questions. Beckett groans and says, From the king up in England, probably. He then focuses his eyes on the letter. The letter reads, Dear Mr. Smith, thank you for your cooperation over the past 2 years. You have been proven very useful to the British Empire. Due to that, you have been rewarded a great gift to return back to England, and we require one more task for you. That is to go to the 13 colonies and retrieve cotton for us. After that is delivered, you may return back home to be a professional merchant back home. Thank you very much for your cooperation again. From King George II. What a cordial, lovely gentleman. Cool down a little. Gonna start up again. Oh no, poor geeks. Beckett looks at it in shock. They actually want me back home, he blurts out. Jonathan pats his shoulder. That's amazing. Oh, I wish I could join you. Maybe I can join you in this last excursion, he asks with glee. Beckett grins, turning to Jonathan. Maybe. Bloody hell, what's that? He points out to a tail filled with blue scales going back in the water. Jonathan grins widely and exclaimed, Maybe that's a mermaid, he says, stunned. Beckett scoffs. No way. If that's a mermaid, I'm the King of England, he remarks, adjusting his coat. Jonathan yawns. On second thought, Beck, I'm sure home will be cooler than being outside today. I'll see you tomorrow, he announced, hopping off the ship. All right. If you want to come to the colonies in the north, we leave at dawn, Beckett says, smoking his pipe. Jonathan nods and heads back home. Beckett goes home a little bit later and sleeps, waiting for dawn to arrive. Chapter 3. Skeptic no more. Dawn breaks and Beckett gets up to start his final mission before he goes back home. His house is filled with shells and treasure that he's found during his trips over the 2 years he's been a merchant here. He fixes his hair and puts his blue overcoat on once again. He packs a few things and heads for the dock. He makes it onto his ship and heads in the hull to set down his things when he sees a woman there sitting on a bench. Beckett jumps back, startled, and asks, Bloody, who are you? The woman has black hair, as dark as the night sky, and has blue eyes just like the sea. She's wearing a blue dress made out of scales. Lisa, I really need your help, she says, pleading to Beckett. Beckett backs up and asks, Why would I help you? The woman starts crying. Please, I know you're the best sailor in the country, and I need your assistance. Beckett scoffs. All right, tell me your sob story, he grumbled, smoking his pipe again. The woman explains, My name is Seraphina. My parents are the king and queen of Atlantis. There's a pirate by the name of Captain Crossbones. He's planning to invade my home to get the heart of Atlantis. I know he's going to destroy it or use its power for evil. Beckett laughs hysterically. You're exactly like my best friend. He'll like you, he remarks while sipping some beer. Seraphina's legs suddenly become a blue tail. Beckett spits out his beer in shock. Bloody hell. Johnny was right, he blurts out. Jonathan comes down. Beck, I'm here. He stares at Seraphina in shock and shouts, My God, I knew it. I knew mermaids were real. Beckett smiles, thinking of a great plan. You know what? I'll help. Only if you collect me some cotton from the 13 colonies up north in exchange, he offers to Seraphina. Seraphina's eyes light up. Oh, thank you. You will get what you ask, she responds, her smile filled with happiness. She explains the situation to Jonathan as Beckett unties the ship from the dock, starting their adventure. Jonathan then asks, What is the Black Death? As the ship sails out onto the open seas. Chapter 4. The Black Death. 1 week earlier. Seraphina is trapped in the hull of a ship known as the Black Death, a ruthless pirate ship known to destroy towns and pillage everything in sight. The hull is a prison for anybody and everybody the crew finds. Seraphina sees many cells and prisoners in the dark depths that is the hull. A light is cast from the stairs, and a crew member dressed in black, wearing a bandana with skull teeth and nose imprinted on it, goes around his face.
Captain, she's over here, the crew member observed.
Serafina hears footsteps pound closer to her, and she sees a taller man in all black with an engraving of a skull and crossbones on his chest.
So you must be the Princess of Atlantis,
the captain recites with an evil smile. Serafina backs up from him, terror in her eyes. The captain looks at her and asserts,
Don't be afraid, miss. I just want to ask you some questions.
This is Captain Crossbones, the most feared pirate on the 7 seas. Serafina glares at him. I'm never going to tell you anything, she says, trying to act tough. Crossbones chuckles darkly and puts a green sword to Serafina's neck.
Poor little fish. You're in my net now. You better answer this truthfully, or I'm going to get angry,
he insists with a deep and dark voice. Serafina is scared for her life, staring into the sea's grim reaper. Serafina croaks out, When the North Star shines the brightest, Atlantis will appear. The North Star is what you seek, she utters, shaking with fear. Crossbones pulls his sword away.
Good fish. All right, men, we head north,
he announces to his crew. Crossbones goes away, and his right-hand man, Davy MacArthur, goes to Serafina.
Aye, little fish,
he remarks in a confident and snarky tone.
You better hope that the clue you gave us is the truth. If not, I'm sure the captain won't like it.
Davy taunts, sharpening his sword. Davy is named after legend himself, Davy Jones, and he owns a ship called the Malaria. The Malaria? The Malaria? Oh, that's that's a tragic name. It might be doomed. Who does hit and run attacks for Crossbones when he's not available. Davy looks at her and gives a small but evil smile.
I'm sure when this is all over, you'll see why my captain is correct.
They're both named after very deadly diseases. Right. Makes sense. Davy sneers at Serafina with his dark brown eyes. She stays silent and Davy leaves. She manipulates water attached to the hull to rust the lock on her cell. She breaks free and runs out of the hull.
Captain, look! The mermaid is getting away!
The crew member points out. Crossbones is shocked and goes after her. Serafina tries to jump into the water, but Crossbones grabs her leg.
Leaving so soon,
he says, smiling. Serafina's legs turn into a tail, and Crossbones loses grip of her. She falls into the sea and swims away. Crossbones slams his fist on his ship.
No matter. We still have the map and that clue. I'm sure we'll find her again,
he remarks as he laughs darkly. Chapter 5. Sorry, I just caught anthrax. Welcome, good sir, to Cancel Anthrax. That's right. Oh, that's the one Monty Python movie I've seen, and it was because of you. Let's see. Chapter 5. An adventure begins. Beckett's ship is cruising along the Caribbean seas. They are surrounded only by blue waters that guide them to their destination. Jonathan asks Serafina, "Do you really know the location of the lost city?" Serafina laughs, knowing he just asked the dumbest question on planet Earth. "Why, of course I do. I live there," she responds. Beckett is on the wheel, focusing on where he's going. He is on the wheel, focusing on where he's going.
Can you two both hold your tongues back there? I'm focusing on the task at hand,
he complains, looking back at Serafina and Jonathan. Serafina goes to Beckett.
"Apologies. Our next endeavor is traversing the cliffs of asphyxiation."
The cliffs of asphyxiation? Oh no! She mumbled, pointing at 2 cliff sides merging together with a tiny slit of space to pass through. Beckett sighs and asks, "I've been through it only once. Are there any other passages through?" Serafina shakes her head and looks nervously into the cliffs. The 3 look at the sheer size of the cliffs. It towers them 100-fold, and only the best of sailors can pass through without damaging their ship. Jonathan asks Beckett, "Art thou certain we can pass through?" Beckett nods. "I'm positive. I'm getting that reward no matter what," he responds. The ship inches closer to the tiny passageway in the cliffs. Beckett starts getting nervous, but is determined to make it through for his sake, and the ship goes through the passageway with only a tiny scratch on both sides. Serafina smiled with glee and exclaimed, "You've done it!" Beckett smiles and voices, "See, no need to worry about anything." As he says that, he sees a black ship with yellow sails in the distance. He doesn't think much of it as he continues sailing with assistance from Serafina. Chapter 6. Tales from the Deep. Beckett asks Serafina, "Art thou the only one of your kind left?" She shakes her head. "No, but many of them have been captured by the Black Death's men. His right-hand arm, Davy, is the most wretched example of this," she responds while shuddering. Beckett is confused. "What does he do?" he asks again. Serafina shakes a bit, showing fear in her eyes. "He takes my people, sells them on the market, and gets so many doubloons for it. He's not as bad as Crossbones, but out of the two of them, Davy sends greater terror," she says with fear and sadness in her eyes. Jonathan then shouts, "That's horrible!" Beckett nods. "Indeed, most dreadful," he responds, heading for the swampy area of the sea. He sees the black ship and with yellow sails go into the swamp, and he follows it with Serafina's assurance that it's the right way to go. The swamp is filled with woods with dark branches hanging off of them. They creak every few seconds, making the trio think they are alive and could strike them at any moment. Serafina comments on the area, saying, "My people used to hide in the swamp to hide from pirates using the dark waters to our advantage." She pointed down to the dark and murky waters below. The trio comes across a split path. Beckett asks Serafina, "Where shall we go?" "Left," she answers quickly. The black ship goes right, making the trio sigh in relief. They traverse the darkest area of the swamp, seeing yellow eyes stare at them the entire time they go across. "This place gives me the creeps," Jonathan expresses, trembling a bit. They're about to leave the swamp when they hear a confident and taunting voice. "Well, well, well, if it isn't the little fish." The trio stares, and they see the black ship right next to them. Serafina looks at the ship in horror. "'Tis the malaria," she mutters. Davy stands there chuckling, with many men around him. They are wearing dark yellow outfits, making them look rotten even though they're not. Suddenly, everyone hears singing from the hull of the malaria. Davy stares down. 3 sirens are chained up, singing, trying to lure Davy to free them. Davy screams at them, "Silence! Time to get my treasure." He then ran and jumped onto Beckett's ship as Davy's men cheered. Chapter 7. A sword fight with a fake legend. Davy quickly pulls out his sword. Time to give your life to us, little fish," he says, approaching slowly. Jonathan runs at him, trying to punch Davy, but he just gets kicked in the face and gets knocked out cold. Davy tosses a sword to Beckett and says with pride, "Come on, sailor. Spar with me." The mud is making the ship slow down and making it seem that fate is making their fight inevitable. Serafina makes the muddy water splash down onto Davy. Beckett has his chance and slashes Davy, cutting his side poorly. "Lucky that you have a mythical being by your side. No matter," Davy remarks, while still having that sneer in his voice, and then clashes his sword with Beckett's. They keep clashing swords. The pressure is rising between the two of them. "You're a natural sword fighter," Davy comments while laughing. They continue, and Beckett gets a good slash on Davy's face, cutting his chin. He stumbles back and cries, "Ah! That'll hurt in the morning." He holds his chin and wraps a leaf around it. Beckett thinks he's won already, but is proven wrong when Davy leg sweeps him and points his sword at his neck. Thank you for the care package, Space. Thank you, hon. Last chance, little fish. My captain needs your assistance, Davy demands with a sneer. Serafina, his patience running thin. I'm not sure what that sentence is. Davy demands with a sneer, period. Serafina, comma, his patience running thin. Serafina stood her ground and hissed, "I won't go to a person who murdered my people." Davy laughs and hops back on his own ship. "Your funeral," he says darkly. They make it into the open sea, and that's when the malaria's cannons start firing, causing massive damage onto Beckett's ship. Davy laughs and taunts them again. "I'll go now. Have fun perishing on that island over there. It's your only hope. Ha 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 ha." The malaria leaves, and as Davy said, Beckett has no choice but to stop at the island. Jonathan wakes up in a dazed state and asks, "Where are we?" Serafina starts panicking and utters quickly, "I have no idea." The trio are trapped, doomed to starve on this abandoned island. Chapter 8. I can't count. Return to the Black Death. Meanwhile, the Black Death is continuing its journey at great pace. There's a band playing while Crossbones relaxes at the stern with some of his members. The lead singer is Colm Millen, an Irishman that has loads of energy. I can't do Irish accents, sorry. He says to his fellow bandmates, I gotta meet with thy captain, friends. I'll return. He heads for the stern where he sees Crossbones. He also gets nervous talking to his captain, but this time he feels brave. Hey, captain, are we nearing Atlantis? He asks with anticipation. Crossbones nods and replies, I believe so. The map says we will reach there in about a day or two. Hopefully that escapee last week didn't put a thorn in my side. He adjusts his hat marked with a Crossbones insignia just like his chest. Colm nods smiling and approves by saying, Good sir, do you believe this could all be for a lie? I heard in a song about the place that only a person with a pure heart can receive all the riches from Atlantis, he says, looking through the many papers with his songs embedded on it. Crossbones' demeanor goes from confident to dark, saying, That is all superstition, Colm. Once I get that heart, I can finally see my darling wife and my wonderful boy again. He then stares deep into Colm's green eyes. Colm starts getting very nervous. Well, all right. Guess I'll be leaving now. Was just inquiring as on our journey, that's all. Colm responds by sweating. Crossbones nods and smiles. That's all fine and dandy, Colm. Have a nice time at the bar, my friend. Colm smiles and waves. All right, goodbye. Crossbones knows Colm will just drink and sing himself to sleep as usual. He pulls out a locket which holds a small illustration of himself, a woman, and a young boy. He then stares out into the sea, knowing he's inching closer to his ultimate goal. Chapter 11? Is that right? Was that not 8 that we... Is VIII, that's 8, right? Isn't XI 11? Is that right? Oh, did you say that you got rid of some chapters? Is that? Oh, okay. XI is 11. Okay. Beckett, Jonathan, and Seraphina are stranded on a random island. The malaria totaled Beckett's ship. It was a miracle that the ship even made the island without sinking. Beckett punches a tree and says to Seraphina, I can't believe I followed you. Now my vessel is in ruins, and the Empire will surely be enraged by this affair. He expresses angrily by glaring at Seraphina. Seraphina is tearing up a bit. I'm terribly sorry. I should have known Davy or Crossbones himself would track our course, she responds, looking down in despair. Jonathan walks up to both of them. Don't worry, my friends. I'm sure we can live off this island and find treasure here, he says, bubbling, trying to stay positive, but knows it's to no avail. The trio venture deep into the island. It's filled with trees, making every step more dangerous than the last. Suddenly, a king cobra lunges out, but Beckett stabs it. He comments with, "'Twas would have been a gnarly sight. The little wretch could kill a wolf if it wanted to." They see many dead animals lying around. Jonathan gives no mind searching the forest for treasure. Jonathan declares after grabbing a blue bug, "Aha! Here's a scarab. Maybe it's worth something." Seraphina sighs but smiles a bit. I'm quite certain of it, my friend. I'm quite certain of it, my friend. In my culture, a blue scarab is a sign of good fortune. Suddenly, a grizzly bear comes into view and roars. Beckett looks at it in terror and screams, "Bloody hell! Run!" The three run out of the forest while the bear chases them. "'Tis was not a good place to explore," Jonathan remarks while running for dear life. They made it out of the forest and see a massive ship, brown with blue sails. A man on the ship says, "Hop on!" They all climb on safely. The bear walks back into the forest. The trio stare blankly in shock about what just happened. Chapter 10, A Very Helpful Hand. The man questions the trio. "Are you three well?" The man is the only person on the ship. A vast ship for such a single man. He looks... Oh no.
The wet nuts. Hold on.
They're attacking. Sorry. I just almost died. Very dramatic.
Ahaha, got it hopefully.
Hey,
You of town. Katashwin glow sticks, Katashwin glow sticks, Katashwin glow sticks, Katashwin glow sticks.
I wanted to. Did I see? Hold on. Before I say this. You did. Kata, my darling, I wanted to say thank you so very much. Number one, for a whole entire year with me. Thank you so much for tolerating my shenanigans for so long. And also, I want to say a very, very special thank you to you for signing up for the $30 tier on Patreon. That means I also get to thank you at the end of our streams as well. I did see it. You're such an angel. Thank you so very much. I'm putting you on my physical notepad right now so that I always remember. Thank you so much, darling. You were such a freaking such a sweetheart. Thank you. Bish, I love you. You were so much fun to be around. You're so sweet. As are you, darling. Thank you so very much. I thought you were voice acting. Thank you so much, cutie cat. I really appreciate it. I'm trying not to plug it too often, but technically I haven't plugged it yet today. Technically, Patricia did it for me. Thanks, Patricia. You are a real one. We do have a Patreon, if anybody would like to support. We have like low cost stuff that, you know, you don't really get anything for, but it's like 4 Aussie dollars a month, which is like 3 US a month. If you want to do that, or you can get some stuff if you go higher up on the tiers. Thank you so much. I give you the excuse for the plug. It's true, you did. Thank you so much. Another real one. Okay, sorry. Let me continue our story while I'm eating these nuts, and hopefully I won't die. But cutie cata, thank you so much for the 12 months of subbing. I so appreciate you. Thank you, darling. Okay. Okay. Serafina nods and responds with, "Yes, we are. Oh, I thank you, sir." The man smiles and shakes their hands before introducing himself. "Not a problem. My name is Sir Duke Wellesley. I was out on a ride when I saw your vessel on the beaches in such terrible conditions. Glad I came," he states. Beckett exhales in relief. "I'm Beckett. That's Jonathan, and that's Serafina," Beckett declares, introducing themselves. Wellesley chuckles. "You three heading out for Atlantis?" he says, questioning why they even went this far. "It's been a day since the three left Jamaica. It would be rather far for such a simple endeavor." "Yes. How did you know?" Serafina responds with a shocked face. Wellesley laughs mockingly. "You three don't know that you're heading in the direction where many believe Atlantis resides." The trio looks at themselves very confused on how he knows so much. Wellesley shows an old map, and he then elaborates. "Only 2 of these have ever existed, and I have one." The map shows a trail starting from a city going through an image of 2 cliffs, a swamp, a lake full of sharks, a cave, and a green skull on it. And finally, a big gold A at the end of the trail. Beckett is amazed by what he sees. "Wow, you were right, Serafina. I didn't say anything," he blurts out. Wellesley puts a hand on Beckett's shoulder. "Silly little whelp. You believe that this lady over here is some expert navigator? Thou art a fool. I knew mermaids like her were things since my youth." Serafina shudders. "Are you about to capture us?" Wellesley wheezes. "Heavens no. I want to find Atlantis myself, and I am always willing to lend a helping hand. Don't worry about that broken vessel over there. My ship is the fastest on planet Earth." He releases the anchor, and the ship starts moving very quickly. Jonathan fell down from the sheer suddenness of the speed and shouts, "Bloody hell! You might get to Atlantis by tomorrow at this speed." Just mere moments ago, the trio thought they were going to die on the island, but the ever-so-kind Sir Wellesley has helped them out. Beckett looks at him with gratitude. The vessel moves at such great speed, by nightfall, they reach the Lagoon of Sharks. And I think that's a good place to stop. Thank you very much for your submission, Jet. I appreciate it. It was all over you accidentally showing OBS and me making a behind-the-scenes joke. That's right. That's exactly right. If you guys would like to continue reading that, there's still several more pages of it that Jet has submitted in the storytelling channel. We're getting some more ocean adventures, some piracy and stuff. Oh, Sweetest Sooty, I'm so happy that you got a chance to listen to it. Did you enjoy the narration? All right. Ooh, Emma wants a song. And then we'll do, I think Patricia's next. Let me check. Let me see here. Yep, Patricia's next. But first, we will sing Everything Stays. Oh, Bublin's happy, probably. Time for mine. It's true, honey, it's true. Ooh, this is cool. We got a, didgeridoo. Well, that's right, because Patricia has the, that's another, Dreamtime one. I'm going to apologize in advance, if I can't pronounce some of the names. I did enjoy the narration. I'm also down to write more from that angle, but I don't know if I would do the Grim Reaper again. That's fair. What would you want to do, like, I don't know, from like angels or something, or like, you know, various otherworldly creatures, kind of? Let's see. For the Bubs. That's so sweet of you, Umbra. Thanks for narrating. Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Everything stays. And then I get more tips. As a reward. There are maybe like 3 or 4 words you might stumble over. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll probably glance over chat if I'm like, did I get that one right? Okay. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. I switched it up on you. Boom! Gotta be on your guard with me. I hope that was okay. Tip time. Ooh, yummy. So good. Thank you, Aussie, Bubbin, Strat, Helen. Thank you. Thank you, Nix. All right. Thank you, Magnificent Mark, Precious Patricia. We're not taking the next break. Let me actually see how many of these we've got to go. We got Patricia. We already did Geeks. So we got Red and Umbra left. Yeah, no, I think that'll probably do us. Once we, yeah, I don't think we need to. Amazing, so worth it. Thank you, amazing Umbra. Umbra, we're almost to yours. We only have 2 more submissions before yours. All right. Including this one. Yeah, I think we're good. If we need to, like if we still have the entirety of Umbra's to go and there's like 5 minutes left, I'll probably take a break, but
You gotta sleep all good, Magnificent Merc. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a sec, hon. It's been a pleasure. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm excited for Patricia's. I like it. Me too. Like, I haven't read this specific one yet, but I am excited. Because I really like the Dreamtime and Aboriginal folklore and stuff. All right. Wrong hand. The Witch Doctor, the Curse, and the Nomorador. Am I saying that right? Nomorador? This story is an Aboriginal Dreamtime story, or creation story, told by the Dalabon Yirritja people of Central Arnhem Land, Northern Territory. I would like to pay my respects to the Yirritja people, the traditional owners of this story, and their elders past, present, and emerging. It is evening time, and a family is camping by the banks of a billabong fed by a waterfall. It's a safe place, plenty of water and fresh barramundi. It's a place encircled by the tall cliffs of the waterfall. The only way in and out is through the gorge carved by the river flowing out from the billabong. The young man is sick. He is lying close to the small campfire, lit by his mother, the medicine woman. He has been cursed. Another man, an evil witch doctor, is singing up there in the caves above the waterfall. He is singing and chanting curses, throwing ochre and ground fruit into the fire, performing dark magic, and whispering incantations. The witch doctor wants revenge, and this is why the young man is sick and feverish in the camp. He dances and chants and sings around the fire, pointing up through the ceiling to the sky to summon the star of the Nomorador. Suddenly, there is a bright flash in the night as Nomorador materializes. It's like a shooting star streaking across the sky. It lands near the camp on the other end of the gorge. Nomorador is a demon. It looks like a mixture of a wallaby and a dingo. Okay, they'll probably be kind of cute. But completely black and the size of a saltwater crocodile. Scary. Nomorador begins stalking through the gorge, silently. The medicine woman is grinding pawpaw and seeds to rid her son of this evil that has befallen him. The old woman feels a strong wind blowing through the camp. Nomorador is silent when he walks, but the medicine woman knows that Nomorador has come. The beast, Nomorador, senses that he cannot enter the camp because the woman has prepared medicines to protect it. The smell aggravates Nomorador's nose and keeps his body away. But Nomorador is crafty and knows a way in. Through the spirit of the young man's baby, Nomorador enters the soul of the baby, possessing her. The little baby is now Nomorador's thrall. The witch doctor man is still commanding Nomorador with his dark magic and ochres. The baby begins to move towards the sick man, holding a spike covered in snake venom. The woman sees this horror and seeks to find a way to heal the child without harming her. She takes a large mouthful of water from her dilly bag and sprays it on the baby. Her dilly bag belonged to one of the Wagalak sisters, who created the land using items from their dilly bags. It's like holy water, repelling the spirit of Nomorador. Nomorador's spirit leaves the baby, and the water severs the witch doctor's connection to him, causing him to fly away back to his star, free of control. The medicine woman is feeling uneasy. Although Nomorador has been vanquished, her son is still dying, and the child is now screaming. She is angry. She is furious. She must protect her family and fix this evil once and for all. She moves over to the water's edge with a dilly bag in hand and begins to dance and chant until she transforms into a raven. The raven woman takes off into the night sky in search of the evil that has taken hold of her family. She sees a burning fire inside a distant cave and flies towards it. Ah, there it is, she thinks. The woman then perches on the branch of an old gum tree at the entrance of the cave. The witch doctor hears her land and looks behind him, but doesn't realize that this is no ordinary raven. He throws a stick at her to get rid of her, but the raven taunts the witch doctor. The raven stares at the witch doctor and unsettles him. He throws a stone at the raven, but she dodges it easily. As soon as the witch doctor realizes who the raven turns back into the medicine woman. The witch doctor is horrified because he knows the power of the medicine woman and the Wagalak sister's dilly bag. He tries to kill her by throwing a waldigiri at her, a kind of war boomerang, but she catches it. To catch your enemy's weapon is the ultimate insult to them. The witch doctor is furious, but afraid of the medicine woman. She runs forward, and the witch doctor backs away in fear. She takes her dilly bag and pours the water on the fire. The dust, smoke, curses, and ochres used to poison her son fly into the witch doctor's open mouth and turn him to stone before his neck snaps in two. The witch doctor man turns to dust and crumbles away into the wind to join his ancestors' spirits. The medicine woman flies back to the waterfall campsite to be with her son, who is now healthy and holding his baby. At the end of a long and dangerous night, they are safe, happy, and together once again. Yay! I love folklore. So cool. Thank you for that one, lovely. You know the word luchador? Well, the door sounds like that. Namador. Naramador? What did I say? Yeah, old tribal stories of shamans and witch doctors. Me too. Me too. Very cool. You have a care package. I was like, oh, sorry, that was 18 words strung together in one. Thank you so much for the care package, hun. And that's that. Thank you so much, lovely Patricia. I appreciate it. Let me checkbox that. There we go. Thank you, Ozzy. All right. Last but not, well, not last, sorry. Second to last is we're gonna read one of my absolute favorite stories. This is a long time coming because this is for those of you who haven't been here for previous storytelling streams, this is one that I do believe that Red submitted the very first chapter during our very first storytelling stream. And every storytelling stream, he's had like an additional chapter, and he is an absolutely stellar writer. So I'm going to read the summaries of the chapters until the one that's most recent. And yeah. I'm very excited because this relationship is super cute and very, very organic. It feels very good to kind of, there's like a will they, won't they of it. And by the way, Red, I'm not sure if you heard earlier, but I wanted to say that if and when you do finish this, I want to dedicate like as much of a storytelling stream as I need to read back through all of it in its entirety, because I absolutely love this story. If I'm being honest, there's been a few of those today that I'm like, shit, I want more of that, please. But yes, it is something, it's nice consistent. We are about 3 to 4 chapters from the conclusion here. Actually, Red, how do you feel about me reading Umbra's first, and then, because yours is the last thing, so I'm thinking that if we finish Umbra's first and then there's like plenty of time, because Umbra's only 4 pages long. So I'm wondering if we read Umbra's first and then there's still time left, like plenty of it, we can actually read like maybe the most recent, like 3 chapters, you know, read like 3 chapters of summary and then the most recent 3 chapters. Is that okay? Okay, cool. Let's do it. Draza, woo, free town narrated audiobook. Let's go. I'm so down. Is Umbra here, sweetie? If this is the one I think it is, I can't sleep now. Red can go first. No. I'm just saying since these are the final 2, stories, and we have about an hour of stream left. I wanted to maybe, because yours is a lot shorter than Red's, and I really love rereading all of Red's chapters if I can. We won't get through all of them, I'm sure, but I think we can do probably 2 or 3 chapters. But I want to make sure that I get yours in first. Does that make sense? So I'm going to read yours first, if that's cool. And then we'll finish up by reading however much of Red's we can get through. Oh, chips are so good. Yum. Not do each other. But yeah, let me know if that's okay, Umbra. Because Red's cool with it. Do you have any specific accents or voices that you want me to do for this one? Do you want me to VA it, Umbra? It's gonna be exciting seeing 2 pals battle. No. Fall upon my blade for the amazing Red. All right, okay. What
What, would you... Yeah, what, there's much dialogue? Okay, I'll just play it by ear then. I am very excited for this one. Hold on, let me get you the right music real quick. The Fallen Sun is such an incredibly epic title, too. All right. All right. All right, first up, we've got Umbras, and then we will finish up with at least a couple, maybe 2 or 3 chapters of Reds. The Fallen Sun by Umbra. Far outside time and space, in a place only found by those lost in between realms, exists a grand library at the edge of the void. A place filled with grand halls and weaving hallways filled with the smell of ink and parchment. Shelves packed full of books and scrolls titled with strange names. A place called the Archives. With footsteps as quiet as the grave, a man in a raggedy brown cloak with its hood up and black robes walks down an aisle of the Archives, softly dragging a finger across the spines of books as he walks. Looking across the many books as if searching for something, he stops suddenly and looks up at a dusty, worn red spine of a book. From in his hood, the man smiles and grabs the book. Pulling it from the shelf, he calls out to the empty library as he starts making his way deeper into the Archives. "Locus, I found our story time for the night!" Without waiting for a reply, he continues to walk through the Archives, walking deeper and deeper into its grand halls. Watching as the books around him go from pristine conditions to books that all look dusty and worn from time. Continuing his path till he stops at a simple wooden door where a large white wolf with runes across her fur sits. Chuckling, "Of course you beat me here," ruffling her head. "Let's go see him, Locus." Opening the door to a stone walkway, barren of everything besides torches, placed at intervals down the hallway. The hallway? Wow, weird pronunciation on my part. Locus quickly sprints off down the dim hallway, leaving the man softly smiling as he sighs and slowly follows behind. Walking for almost 20 minutes, he sees the light at the end of the hall. The man stepping into the chamber where sunlight seemingly comes from nowhere, fills the chamber and leaks into the hall. Before him lies a massive tree. Shining golden leaves fill its branches. Blue orbs seem to float from and around the tree, fill the air, its trunk shining as if polished. Life seems to fill the air as the sound of buzzing and crickets fill the quiet chamber. The room is filled with bright green grass and flowers of many colors dotting the landscape, a place of perfect tranquility. Walking towards the base of the tree, towards a simple chair and a table between 4 stones in the shade of the tree where Locus was already waiting, laying beside a stone. Smiling, he softly speaks. "Hey, everyone. I'm back. I brought one of our favorite stories today." Sitting in the chair, he opens the book and begins to read. Long ago, in a world whose name was lost to time, there was a lonely god named Solon, a kitsune of the sun. Every day he would rise and set the sun, and even against the norms of the other gods, he walks the world during his time in the sky to mingle with the mortals of the realm before he must set the sun and let the moon take the sky with their quiet night. For many centuries, this cycle continued, day into night, forever. Solon continues to walk the lands of mortals, watching the kingdom rise and fall. Hearing story after story about many legends and tales, laughing and sharing memories with the people he is fate-bound to watch over. And over time, after many tales, he began to have a single wish: to see the night sky, the sky that always must chase him to his rest. Always finding the stories told by the mortals fascinating. For the time being, days grew just a bit longer, Solon trying to catch a glimpse of the night. To see the stars that fill the empty sky and the glowing moon that watches over the world in his absence. Sorry, alarm. That's my politely Precious politely have a great run. To see the stars that fill the empty sky and the glowing moon that watches over the world in his absence. Year after year, decade after decade, his longing and fascination grew. Glimpses into the night became more, the day fighting to coexist with the night, only to find himself lulled into a sleep every night. Until one day, his wish came true. It was like every other day. Solon, walking the world, wishing for a miracle. Finding a tree to relax under, he stared into the sky with his closed eyes, dreaming. Finding comfort in the shade, the bright world around him grew dark. The warmth from his sun grew cold, and to his surprise, he opened his eyes to be graced by a beautiful sight. The sky taken by the night. The light of the sun blocked the luminous moon he sought. Breathless and shocked, Solon took in the brief sight. The world dark, the sky filled with endless stars, and the sun shadowed by the moon. The world around him is silent in awe of the sight. Suddenly, filled with a soft sound barely caught by Solon's ears, a soft lullaby, only heard in the dark of night. Chasing its sound, Solon ran. He ran as fast as he could, chasing the lullaby. Finding a rocky clearing, he stops, his breath stolen from his chest, as he can only stare at the person before him. Draped in blues and whites with flowing brown hair, she sang her lullaby, slowly walking across the land with no care in the world, smiling and breathing in the air as if it was just another day. The goddess of the moon walked the land during the height of day. Her song calls out to her howling children of the night and to bring ease to the mortals in witness the events. She turned to see a man standing in awe with a smile and a wave. Solon was spellbound, completely smitten by the goddess, and could only watch as the night sky began to fade, and with it, the goddess. "Wait! How can I meet you again?" Solon calls out, finally overcoming his awe. As she disappeared and rejoined the night, with barely a glimpse back, a soft whisper on the breeze replied back with a chuckle. "Follow my lullaby." Left standing there with nothing but a whisper, Solon stands there staring into the spot the goddess once stood, feeling the warmth of the sun once again against his skin. He could only stare and be full of longing, wishing for a little more time, to get to know the goddess of the moon. Day after day since that fateful encounter, restless and feverishly, Solon chased any chance of listening to the moon's lullaby. Listening to wild tales of ways to break one's fate, to change one's destiny. Always keeping an ear to the wind to find her lullaby near the end of each day. Years would go by with him chasing her song. The days grew longer by minutes, slowly, as Solon chased his growing dream. Eventually leading to a story buried deep in a forgotten library. A story of a very lonely person, destined to forever inherit an empty world, to defy their fate, and with nothing to fill the emptiness, the person took an axe and split themselves in two. Benji! Hi, beautiful Benji. Welcome on in, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. Welcome, Raiders. Oh my goodness. Hello. It's so good to see you. How was Still Wakes the Deep? Oh my God, scary. Let me answer that for you. Terrifying. Welcome on in, Zolling. You guys, this is the beautiful Benji, the golden retriever Vtuber, who is a freaking angel, dude. Oh my God. Okay, everybody, let's do a thought experiment. Okay, close your eyes. Visualize golden retriever energy. Visualize a human golden retriever. You got that vision? Oh, yes, you do. We just rated in. That's him. He's literally... Benjito is an absolute darling. Such a sweetheart. Completely faithful to the personage of being and embracing a golden retriever.
Just saying. And such a sweetheart. Absolute darling. This lewd-loving horror game aficionado streams daily at 6 p.m. PST, bringing his goofy energy to the realm of the digital. From space horror to indie games, Benji's content is a feast for the eyes. You'll love to see it. Ain't that the truth? Eevee Entourage. Oh, did I mention also, Benji loves Eevee. We love Eevee. We love people who love Benzito, Starry Flower, welcome on in. Hi, Tom, I'm here again. Remember me? I do, sweetheart. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I'm sorry if I interrupted story time. No. Don't apologize. I'm so grateful for the raid, honey. Please don't apologize. Adam Hart. Hello there, Adam. Ooh, I like the 2 different versions of Adam in your name. Very cool. Pleasure to meet you. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Did you enjoy it? Also, if you don't mind, beautiful Benji, while you let us know when your next stream will be and how this one was, you get a video.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. I didn't take that time to eat a bunch of chips. No, you did that. But yes, welcome on in, you guys. It's such a pleasure to have you. We are doing a storytelling stream today, which is when you guys, the community, get to submit your own written stories. I'm a professional voice actor and narrator, so this is a really fun way to give back to the community, where I get to spend like 7 hours just reading your guys' amazing work. Yeah. Some of the other stuff we do here, in case you are new here, as you saw, I'm Tau. I'm also a professional artist. So, in fact, if you come in tomorrow at this time, and even earlier, we're gonna be working on art. Could be commissions, could be ode chibi work, could be other stuff, fan art, whatever. But you guys get to come on in, help me decide what we're working on, and also request music as well. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Final Fantasy XIV and Persona 5 Royal, so please no spoilers on those. And we are currently taking suggestions for our permanent, or what I'm calling a staple game on our Tuesdays, which is 2 days ago. That's a quick reminder for my precious pals. If you guys haven't suggested stuff, you need to. Please go suggest things. Let's see. I'm doing good. It's I'm melting. It's 108 degrees outside. No, gracias. We're also doing, the reason that we're doing all of these extra streams, by the way, is this is, howdy there. This is our new outfit. I hope you enjoy it. We also got some guns with some gun tricks. I hope you like those too. Promise I won't shoot you. But yes, welcome. It was fun. It's super spoopy. It's my first time playing Still Wakes the Deep. I have never played it, but I would be down to play it for a horror game stream. I'll also be playing Heaven Groove. Ooh, what is Heaven Groove? That sounds fun. Is that horror? What kind of chips we talking? These are Red Rock Deli, sweet chili and sour cream. I don't know if we get them in the States. In Australia there. I'm in Australia. Riff. Fantastic. Delicious. I love them. Let's see. That's so cool. You're cool. You're cool. You guys, please do check out Beautiful Benji, who is going to be playing some more games tomorrow. Are you going to continue Still Wakes the Deep tomorrow, hun? Yeah, they're really good. They're so tasty. If you can get them imported, Benji, you should. Oh.
totally worth breaking my tracking over. I also have wet nuts. Let me clarify that. What I mean is, okay, I got to tell the story again because otherwise people are gonna be like, what the fuck? My partner I asked him to go and get some, like, peanuts and stuff, right? I'm like, so that we don't, like, just snack on bad, like, junk food, right? And he went and got some, and then he brings them home. And what he has gotten is, like, salted peanuts. And I'm like, dude, I don't want salted peanuts. We have so much sodium in our diet. And he's like, I didn't realize it. And so now we're slowly getting through this, but I have to wash the peanuts every time I want to eat them because I can't stand how salty they are. You see. And so my breaks are only 3 minutes long. So then I go wash the peanuts and I come back and they're wet. And so I say, I came back with wet nuts. Anyway, it was not intentional the first time, but now it's a meme. Chip ASMR for free. You deserve it. You deserve it, sweetheart. Gonna finish it tomorrow. Let's go. It's a rhythm game. I should have guessed that with groove, huh? But that's sick. You guys, please check out Beautiful Benji, who is going to be streaming again tomorrow. Maybe even finishing Still Wakes the Deep and then following up with some Heaven Groove. Clearly much better rhythmically than I am. I'm garbage at rhythm games. Definitely chill for a story, and then I'm a dip because it's 2 a.m. Shit. Yeah, that's totally a fair, lovely story. No worries. You guys actually come in for our final 2 stories of the day. Oh, Reaper! Hello there, Radical Reaper. Thank you so very much, my darling, for the 3 months. Thank you so much for using your Prime on me. I appreciate it. Thank you, cutie. I'm so glad that you decided to stick around. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. Let me see here. Okay, so we will get back into this now, but you guys, please do check out the lovely Benjito boy who just raided in with his gorgeous community. Like I said, that is a golden retriever boy right there. I promise you that. You go see him tomorrow. He's gonna be playing some Still Wakes the Deep and some Heaven's Groove rhythm game. Scary stuff. All right, we will finish Umbra's story here, and then we will go over to Red's story, which I'm super excited for. And by the way, Umbra, this story is fucking sick. Sorry, my hair is too long, and it's getting in the way of my hand cam. Okay, I think I'm good. Alrighty, let's see. All right, here we go. A story of a very lonely person, destined to forever inherit an empty world. To defy their fate, and with nothing to fill the emptiness, the person took an axe and split themselves in 2, breaking their nature and what made them, so they would never be alone again. With a lead and idea, Solon ran, chasing and comparing the fragments of a lost tale across his world, finding scholars and researchers across the mortal kingdoms to help in his search, to form a spell to recreate what could have been a lost record of the world. Ignoring the consequences and the what-ifs, Solon recreated the myth. In a magical with an axe carved with runes, at the setting of the sun, he prepared. Chanting his spell, he dropped his axe, carving his existence in 2 and breaking his fate, dooming their world and creating a broken fate for his 2 halves. As the final page turns, Archie smiles and closes his book. Looking at the 2 stone markers on his left, he whispers softly, "I'm sorry, even if you only came to be from that foolish lost soul. I'm happy it came to be." Standing up, he sets the book down between the 2 stones, and walking away knowing their chapters are closed, with a new one on the winds. Oh, beautiful artwork. Oh, wow. Oh, I really, really like the, that's pretty. That's very pretty, hun. The artwork there is gorgeous. Let me see here. Oh, you're all good, lovely story.
Oh, no, you're okay, Umbra. You're all good. You did a great job. I loved that. That was super cool. I want to hear more tales from the archives. That's such a cool, like origin, like world building origin story as well for the archives. I really, really like that. Okay. Our final story today is Red. Red, I have all these summaries. I think I'm going to, let me see how, oh, I literally have these. Okay. Let me just see how many pages I think we can get through in 40 minutes. And I'll probably turn off raids pretty soon too, because I would feel so bad if someone raided in like half an hour and then I'm like, oh, we're leaving, sorry. Okay. I think I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do, yeah, okay. We're gonna read, so we have 40 minutes to the ad, and the last chapter, 5 through 6 are like 15 pages. So I say we read summary for exactly what I was gonna say, Strat. That's 100% literally what I literally have parked my ass on chapter 4, Tartines. Tartinus? Tartine? Yeah, we'll turn those off now. I'm back and walking the dogs in the rain. Oh God, please stay nice and warm and dry, sweetie. All right, let me see here. Yeah, we'll get rid of raids for now. Thank you so very much for being our final raid of the day, darling Benzito. I do appreciate you. Tartines. Thank you, tartines. Is that a French dish? I might turn off the little pals at the bottom real quick. Okay, and then let me get thine music link. All right. Okay. Let us begin. Radical Red. Correct. Tartines are fancy talk for toast with stuff on top. As it turns out, I fucking love tartines then. I just didn't know it. All right. You guys, we're going to read summaries for chapters 1 through 4. And then we're going to read, wait, did we say chapters 1? Hold on. Let me start. Yeah, and then we read 5 and 6. Yeah. If you, just so you guys know, this is one of those stories that even though it's a longer one, very, very sincerely, I truly do think that you need to go like read this in its entirety. I think it will interest you enough that you will. But I'll let you be the judge. All right. Chapter 1 summary. Louis, his brother-in-law Vitale, and his sickly sister, that is also Vitale's wife Emily, all arrived in the town of Creighton, having traveled there from Rennesburg to seek out a healer by the name of Mr. Gooden. Their hope is that Gooden is capable of diagnosing and treating the mystery illness that has been tormenting Emily. The townsfolk, however, are uncooperative and offering no assistance when asked about Mr. Gooden. Determined to get an answer, Louis attends a scheduled meeting with the mayor of the town, Jacques Creton. The mayor, however, seems more set on trying to convince Louis to move to his town and start a business there, rather than to help him, displaying a startling amount of knowledge of Louis already prior to his arrival. The meeting eventually sours as Louis insists on trying to find Mr. Gooden, and while the mayor isn't at all helpful, he does let slip a clue. Mr. Gooden resides in a tower located in a swamp. Chapter 2 summary. Traveling to the tower, Louis and company discover the tower in a forest that has taken over the grounds of a now dried-out swamp. They find the tower, but upon attempting entry, a spell locks Louis in place and alerts the occupant, a strange, beastie cat woman who is annoyed with their intrusion and sadly reveals that Mr. Guillaume Gooden is no longer alive. Pleading and begging, eventually they are able to convince the catwoman, named Delphine Gooden, to examine Emily. She takes a rather rude, rough approach, but examines Emily and is shocked to discover her condition, demanding they immediately enter the tower. Chapter 3 summary. Louis and company nervously await the return of Delphine, sitting in the parlor of the tower as anxiety begins to grow if she truly can or will help them. Delphine eventually returns and during the course of treatment reveals the name of the condition, salt ring blight, a disease spread by redback midges and causes the afflicted to suffer for many, many months until their demise. With Emily's treatment completed, the discussion then turns to compensation. Louis offers money or food from his farm as payment, but Delphine refuses both. Instead, she demands Louis sign a contract. In exchange for treatment, he is to deliver 30 days of service from dawn till dusk, starting on the day Emily leaves the tower. Louis agrees and is bound by a magical contract to her service. Chapter 4 summary. Louis is summoned for his first day of service, and his first task is incredibly mundane, just cleaning and upkeep. While Delphine studies materials relating to the now cured Emily's disease, Louis carries books for the witch to the 3rd floor, containing an abandoned bedroom that is absolutely filthy with dust, a room that clearly is rarely visited by Delphine. While Louis was supposed to just clean, he finds that Delphine is so absorbed in her studies she is neglecting to eat a proper meal, and out of an urge of kindness, decides to set aside cleaning to prepare her something properly. Using the kitchen on the 1st floor, he makes a simple dish of tartines. Delphine is taken aback by the gesture and invites him to sit and dine with her as they talk more casually. And now, we jump face first into Chapter 5. Chapter 5. In Memoriam. Delphine, my dearest Delphine, I write this to you with the knowledge that my years in this world grow ever shorter. My time remaining, once measured in years and months, is now perhaps able to be counted with mere weeks. I have lived a full life, one filled with so many happy moments and so many regrets as well. But I want you to know how important you were to me through all these years, watching you grow into the bright woman you are now. After losing Ceres to the blight, I spent many years in miserable agony, resigning myself to a lonely swamp hermit's life. Yet, 'twas finding you on that one spring day that I found a new hope. It is because of you I found the motivation to live again, to chase what was the right thing to do for the people, even when they mocked and ridiculed me. Yet, I hope you can forgive this old fool for a moment of selfish weakness on the day that I chose to adopt you into my little family. Now, I worry every day that because of the choices I made for you, the person I made you today, that the world I end up leaving behind won't understand you the way I do, or be even a fraction so kind. Still, I have seen that spirit in your eyes. I know you won't let the world push you down. So keep fighting, keep living, find your own piece of happiness. We may not be of the same blood, but you are, and always will be, my daughter. And I love you, my dearest little girl. From the proudest father in the world, Gulamay Gurin. It had by now been quite a few days Louis had spent in the tower, and as time had passed, he was finding himself more and more comfortable spending his hours here. The distant stillness that once separated him and Delphine had begun to give way to some measure of familiarity. Now and again she would offer him soft greetings when he passed by her desk on the 2nd floor, or join him for casual pleasantries over a meal. Still, she remained resolutely adhered to her seat there, rarely leaving the intense studies she was undertaking. The last he had seen this particular morning, Delphine was combing through a thick text on entomology and examining jars of preserved insect samples. Louis had made it his mission in this time to ensure she would also get a proper meal and a break now and again, sitting and enjoying his time with her for casual pleasantries over a warm meal before he resumed his cleaning duties and she went back to her books. It was during these meal times when Delphine was most comfortable and capable of relaxing, conversing with him. Louise still did not know what it was that kept her so distant before. Was it her shyness? Her devotion to her arcane academia? Or simply, was she just used to being alone here in the tower? Louise's duties until now had remained that of mundane cleaning tasks. He had finished with cleaning the cellar the day before, ensuring the kitchen and larder were entirely free of grime and soot, And just now he had finished up the first floor's guest wing, dumping out a now full dustbin into a waste bin. Taking a moment to breathe and to rest, he leaned on the handle of the worn old broom in his grip as he looked up the stairs to the second floor, picking up the soapy bucket at his feet and lifting it as he considered what to clean next. Delphine was busy, and he didn't want to disturb her if he could help it. He decided to put off sweeping the floors of her study until she wasn't occupied with her work and he could clean without distracting her. The next logical step was to keep going up to the third floor, to begin containing its massive layers of untouched dirt and filth. The thought alone was intimidating to even think about. His throat itched in anticipation as he remembered choking on that cloud of dust before. As he passed by the second floor, Delphine briefly stopped her studies at her desk, turning and smiling while she nodded in a sort of silent afternoon greeting, a gesture he returned in kind as he passed by to the third floor. Louis pushed open the door to the third floor bedroom, a swirl of gray dust spinning out of the doorway onto the landing as he stepped inside. Already he could feel his nostrils tingle, holding back a sneeze, waving his hands through the air to disperse the tumultuous dust haze. He toiled. Moments became minutes. Minutes became hours, as he gradually tackled the coating of gray that once silently buried the room. He spun a duster through the cobwebs scattered about, just as abandoned by their former arachnid residents as the rest of the room had been. He scrubbed the stone floor clear of long-settled grit that had managed to begin filling in the crevices between the cobbled stone. Sweep by sweep, brush by brush, the room became cleaner and cleaner still. As he worked, Louis slowly uncovered curios, artifacts gathered from corners of the globe, now stuck here under dust, as if frozen in time until he now freed them of their dirty covering. It kept his mind busy as he tidied to wonder what the strange objects could be, where they came from, who it was that had collected them here, but sadly, all he could do was feed his imagination. His work continued until the afternoon sun shimmered in the wooden cracks of the window shutters, at last casting a hint of life into the once silent gray room. The sunlight glimmered off of a glass case he had seen before, illuminating that familiar wide-brimmed, silvery white hat inside. It seemed to be the most prized relic in the whole room. Louis had only seen Delphine wearing it a few times, and had not often a chance to look at it in such detail as now. The brim of the hat, when viewed from above, had the profile of an almond, with the front of the brim coming to a round point, widening out towards the back before the two lobes curved inward at the back. The crown of the cap came to a point which sagged backwards behind it. A long, silvery ribbon was tied around the base of the crown, forming a bow at the back, the trailing end of the ribbon dangling freely behind it. Louis heard a faint shuffling behind him, turning around to see Delphine carrying a stack of books at the entrance to the bedroom, her face frozen at the sight awaiting her. She didn't speak. She didn't move. The only sign of her reacting being the way she seemed to clutch the book in her grip a little more tightly. At last, she seemed to take a breath, if anything. It looked like she was focusing on her breathing even more intensely. Her lips clamped tightly, brows curled as she observed the cleaned environment. Wordlessly, she placed the books on the table, sliding her hand over the dust-free bed frame nearby. Delphine's sole utterance trembled with restrained emotion, her eyes traveling all across the room, taking in all the sights. At last, a sniffle seemed to escape her, the feline turning away from Louis to hide her face as she wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands, taking a soft, wet breath that poorly stifled a sob. Louis, the hat. Please. Louis looked at the hat in the case, and with grave respect, great care, he lifted the hat from its container and carried it to Delphine. The cat breathed through the held-in sobs, clutching the brim in quiet contemplation before she placed the hat on her head, tilting her head downwards to hide her eyes from Louis's gaze beneath the embroidered brim as she faced him again. She quickly inhaled, clearing her throat and regaining a measure of composure, but not a word came from her. Louis looked at her, at the shadow hiding her face beneath the safety and security of that precious keepsake upon her head. He made a guess. This This was his room, wasn't it, Mr. Gurin? Delphine's hat dipped up and down as she nodded in acknowledgement of his guess, her voice low and somber, her shoulders tensed as she struggled to contain a maelstrom of emotions crashing through her. Her lip quivered only briefly before she bit down onto it, steadying it, as she curtly replied, "Yes, 'twas." Louis' eyes trailed to the thin rays of afternoon shining through the door, his jaw rolling as he thought. There was so much about her he didn't know, and watching her frame tremble in a rush of emotions flooding her, he had a hope, a wish, that maybe he could help her in some way to talk through this. "Would you want to talk about it?" The witch remained silent, debating within herself if she was up to accept such an offer. "I don't know." Louis watched the witch's figure grow more solemn, retreating within herself, and decided pressing her when she was uncomfortable was probably not for the best. He moved past Delphine towards the door to the bedroom. "Let's take a break for tea, then. I can put a kettle on the stove for us." Delphine at last raised her head enough to look him in the eye, revealing the contained grief wetting her eyes, softening her brow, curling the corners of her lips downwards. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She instead silently picked up the corners of her dress with her hands to lift them from the floor, shuffling past Louis to descend downwards. Her silent demeanor only discouraged Louis, should he have never Her silent demeanor only discouraged Louis. Should he have never cleaned this room? His intention never was to offend or harm his host. Cursing himself under his breath for his rash decisions, he followed after Delphine. By the time he reached the first floor, Delphine had already seated herself at the table in the dining room adjacent to the kitchen, her hat perched on the table in front of her. The witch's gaze was fixated intently on the hat before her, the slits of her pupils unfocused, almost glazed over. Louis made quick work in the kitchen, putting a kettle on the stove as he assembled small, simple sandwiches with victuals from the larder. It was not long before he returned, sliding a steaming cup of tea on a platter with sliced sandwiches, ringing it towards her. Delphine's gaze first moved to the cup, then up to Louis, her pupils focusing into thin slits as they locked with his, yet her lips remained lax, drooped, not curled into an angry scowl or hiding some restrained contempt. No, if Louis had to guess, she looked lost, conflicted more than anything. Louise silently took a seat on the table across from her. Minutes of heavy silence weighed down on the entire room. Neither of them moved, neither of them took a sip, not even a nibble of bread. Then, finally, Delphine raised her head, gazing at Louis for a moment more. "Louis." Delphine's brows drooped as a clawed hand delicately stroked the brim of the hat in front of her. "I didn't have a chance to say thank you. Really, I could never bring myself to linger in that room, so seeing it clean again, I have no words to express my appreciation." "It's what our contract was for. I'm here to help however I can." Louis looked back at her, but Delphine's face never changed. Not a smile, not a frown. She averted her eyes instead, choosing to focus her attention on the hat once more before sipping gingerly at her hot cup of tea. With new resolve, unprompted, Delphine spoke again. "He adopted me." Louis stopped short of taking a bite of his own sandwich. "Pardon?" "Mr. Gurin, he was my father. For over 20 years he raised me, gave me a home, taught me all I knew." Delphine's hand had moved on from tracing the brim to stroking the crown of her precious hat, feeling the fabric under the pads of her fingers. The memories of old began to bring a smile to the corner of her lip. "I loved him. I used to think that he might have been the only goodly person in this whole world." Louis set his sandwich down on the platter, pushing his teacup ahead of him just a bit as the conversation at last began to flow. "Can I ask was he, like you?" Louis gestured at his own face as if pulling on invisible whiskers sprouting from his cheeks, or petting an unseen tail sprouting from his own back. Delphine's demeanor warmed as she chuckled softly. No, no, he was a human. Just the same as you are. Delphine sighed, leaning forwards over her tea, viewing her own reflection in the dark surface of the liquid. He lived alone here in the tower for many of his years. The people of Creighton did not take kindly to his knowledge of the arcane, or more his rather, let's just say, insistent desire to help better them in the town. Father was a man who believed in making the world a greater place, no matter who told him to stop. When my brother-in-law and I arrived in Creighton looking for Mr. Gurin, we saw how the townsfolk reacted to just his name. I can only imagine how they terribly acted, how terribly they acted when he still lived there, which, speaking of, did you live there as well? Delphine quickly wet her mouth with another mouthful of tea. Creighton? No, heavens no. From the stories I've heard from my father, they only barely tolerated his presence. Someone like me? He was always afraid the townsfolk there would do far worse to me than they ever did to him. Because of the, Louis gestured again, this time placing his hands atop his head as if he had a pair of cat ears himself. Perhaps, yes. Amused, Delphine softly laughed again before continuing. I suppose maybe I should explain who I am myself, yes? I am not a natural being, not entirely, anyway. I was born somewhere far from here. Where exactly, I sadly wish I could say. Father could only guess that my home was probably far to the east, many, many countries away from here, before he rescued me. Rescued? Louis sat upright, the story beginning to enrapture him. To know the mystery of the odd beast woman's appearance tugged his ears and pulled at his curiosity. Yes, you see, smugglers used to trade exotic pets through this part of the country. Sometimes, foolish men with too much money and too little sense would trade a fair sum of gold, just to make a pet out of a wild creature that has no place being burdened with a jeweled collar and treated as some fashionable trinket. It was those smugglers who snuck me through the borders in the dead of night. But, you see, they made a mistake. They thought these woods were abandoned, a safe way for them to traipse about the country in secret. They did not know about the one lone hermit in this stone tower. Mr. Gurin, Louis mumbled in answer. Precisely. Father had known for some time that someone was passing through these woods trying to evade the eyes of the law, and he wanted to scare them away, give them a lesson that they would never forget. On one such night, the smugglers passed through. Father says he put on a frightful display, a show of the arcane that shook them deeply. Flashing lights, loud bangs, illusions of monsters lurking in shadow. He always would laugh when he told me about how one of his traps set the coattails of a smuggler alight. Delphine chuckled, her face warming as the river of memories flowed freely through her. Louis was captivated, not necessarily by the story, no, but Delphine's gleeful laugh. It was warm, genuine, a rare glimpse of an inner free spirit not hidden behind that protective shell she projected around herself. He was so caught up in her words, her voice, he failed to notice the steam ebbing away from the surface of his neglected tea, growing colder and colder as he listened. And then what? They fled. Where, he never knew, as they definitely didn't dare to enter to wander in the woods again after that, but, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. You see, the smugglers in their fright abandoned a lot of their cargo, live animals they had collected in cages and crates. Father had quite a conundrum figuring out where to send the poor creatures, so that they could live at least an adequate life. Some were sent to zoos, others he managed to find a way to deliver them back to where they came from, but I was not such a simple case. Delphine stopped to place the hat back on her head, fitting it snug, ears popping up one at a time through the holes. She continued. He said that I was a little thing, barely a newborn, a kitten, trembling and afraid. I was far too small to survive another journey like I had already taken, and few had the means to care for an exotic predator such as myself. Fewer still with the willingness to. So, he decided instead to foster me himself. He made me his familiar. A familiar? Louis cocked his head. The term was wholly unknown to him. Yes, a mage may take upon themselves a familiar, binding to themselves any common beast or bird by means of arcane enchantment. It gifted me things a common creature never would have, the gift of speech, of understanding. Delphine stood up, gripping the edges of her skirt to lift them enough to show her bare feet beneath the hem. And, perhaps as quite an enjoyable little bonus, just for me, the ability to stand on 2 feet. So, when you were little, you used to be... Louis trailed off, gesturing in circles with his spoon as he sought confirmation. Correct. An ordinary animal. A snow leopard, to be precise, if father's encyclopedias are to be believed as accurate. She sighed as she sat back down, bringing the teacup to her lips. She hesitated to sip. Though he did always worry if such an act was truly the right thing to do. Granting sapience to a wild beast. He worried he only did it because he was, well, quite lonely in the tower. It was something that troubled him until the end of his days. Worried if it was best for me or a selfish decision made in a moment of weakness. Louis watched as the once happy spark in her eyes when reminiscing began to fade. Troubled by the thoughts of her own father's worries, almost by instinct, without thinking, Louis slowly slid his hand over the table, placing it on top of hers to catch her in that mental fall. Her fur felt immensely soft and plush to the touch, hiding the warmth of her skin beneath that radiated into his fingertips. Muscles underneath suddenly tensing at the surprising feel of his skin on hers. He saw Delphine softly gasp at the gesture, her eyes darting back to meet his, those slits of her pupils narrowing as the fur on her cheeks seemed to puff up and stand on end, mouth hanging open, her long furred tail straightening out suddenly. Louis? Louis dryly gulped. He'd acted without thinking. What was he supposed to do? To say? Now? A moment of odd silence grew more and more stale as they gazed at each other. Yet, as he looked at her, words began to congeal in his thoughts, his mouth no longer paralyzed by the tension of that impulsive touch. If he hadn't done that, then I would have never met you. And, Emily, I can't even begin to imagine what would have happened to her if not for your kindness. That look of shock on her melted away, a cordial chuckle filling the room as she placed her own hand on the back of his. Her claw tips retracted as she moved, just barely poking at his bare skin, but he felt the smooth, soft plush of warm pads on her palm and fingertips resting against the back of his hand. True, we can't change what was, only appreciate what is. And Louis, yeah? Thank you, truly, for being here. Oh, cute. Okay, now we're getting into the most recent chapter. This is his most recent chapter. Chapter 6, A Day at Rest. So we haven't read this one before. To my dear friend Guy, I hope all is going well in Rennisberg. At the time of authoring this new letter, it has officially been my 7th day in service to my host, the dear Lady Delphine. All said, my time here has been quite pleasant, and when Delphine takes the time to converse with me, it is clear she enjoys the company just the same as I. Were I not preoccupied with a farm at home, I would have half a mind to ask her for more permanent employ as an assistant. She's become a joy to be around. It's the way she finally smiles once she relaxes, or perhaps that proud little laugh of hers that just warms the heart, makes you know that no matter what else, she really is happy to be around you. She has a rough exterior, yes, but beneath that is an intelligent woman with a heart of kindness. I jest about staying here, of course. I am needed at home, and I do miss it so. I miss my sister and her baked goods, her unrestrained cheer. I miss my brother-in-law's sharp tongue, his stubborn streak, and I miss our farmstead, the way the earth smells when it is fresh-tilled and ready to be seeded. There is so much work to be done when I return, preparing for the next harvest at year's end. Enough words on work, though. I have been away enough that I nearly forgot that coming very soon is the day Rennisberg begins its own winter festivities, not unlike our neighbours at Creighton. It is of utmost importance I continue to honour my deal with Miss Delphine, so I will be unable to partake this year. Please, enjoy an extra onion scone on my behalf. I will have quite the tale to tell when I can speak with you in person once again. Rejoice and be merry, for now that my sister's life no longer teeters over the cliff's end of mortality, there is little that can sour my mood now. Your friend, Louis, 3rd of Feb. The sound of bristles on a stiff wooden brush echoed down the rooftop of the tower. Down from the rooftop, sorry. The last vestiges of any speck of grime being at last wiped away. The winter breeze of the early noon flowing over the parapet of the tower kept Louis cool, despite the effort and exertion he was putting forward while cleaning on his hands and knees. Sighing, contented with the last motion of his appointed task, Louis dropped the brush back into the bucket beside him, sitting on the floor of the tower's uppermost reaches and gazing up at the thin, white wisps of the few clouds laced through the sky, as the gentle winds above them set them slowly sailing across the horizon. It was then the most obvious thought entered his mind. What now? The tower was immaculate, spotless. Every cobble, every wooden beam, every trinket, all dusted, wiped, and scrubbed. There was simply nothing left to clean on the tower's grounds. Louis stood up, picking up the old, shabby broom and bucket as he opened the heavy wooden door to re-enter that spiraling center staircase. He descended downwards, down to the first floor where he could stow away the cleaning supplies. He did take note on his descent, however, that Delphine was no longer seated in her usual place of intense study. She had left behind instead a neatly arranged pile of books and a pile of papers on which she had jotted down notes, the inked words still so wet and fresh they glistened in the low light of the sun filtering through the half-shut window. Louis took some pause, wondering where she could be. After all, he couldn't simply just sit about with nothing to do. Surely she would have another task for him. Reaching the first floor, he stowed the cleaning supplies away in a closet, but could see, out of the corner of his eye, a flash of white fur and fabric moving around inside of the kitchen through the cracked door. Quietly, he crept in, spotting Delphine furtively bent over the simmering stockpot that was cooking tonight's supper, stealing an early taste of the broth entirely unaware of his entry. Smirking, Louis teased, "You know that's not ready yet." Instantly, he saw Delphine's ears stand tall in shock, the fur on her tail puffing up as it straightened out. Delphine quickly recovered from the surprise, placing her hand over her breastbone as she caught her breath. "Oh, my, Louis, don't start me like that." Sorry. Louis approached, leaning over the rim of the stockpot to check on the stew, watching cuts of meat and vegetables floating in the brown, thick broth, the heavy scent of beef and onion floating upwards from the steaming liquid to fill the entire kitchen in its delicious temptation. He returned his attention to Delphine, who surreptitiously slid the spoon she had used to sneak a mouthful to the corner beside the wash basin against the wall, hiding the evidence of her little crime pilfering a taste. Louis offered, "I just finished the last of the cleaning. If you're hungry for lunch, I can make something." "Oh, if it's not too much trouble, of course." Delphine's words carried her usual sense of restrained elegance, but there hidden in the corners of her eyes was the genuine eagerness and desire she wasn't voicing. "But of course, you only need to ask." Smiling, Louis turned to feed more firewood into the stove, sliding a clean pan onto the stovetop. "Oh, we got a French word." I'm so sorry in advance, Red. "How does manoir sound? Manoir? Mounier? Sorry." "I saw you have some fish in the larder we could use." "Ah, no wonder I don't know about it. It's got fish in it." "Oh, please, could you? That feels like exactly what I would like right now. Mounier. Okay. Mounier. Thank you. Appreciate it, Red. Delphine's smile crept up towards her ears, eyes glimmering with a genuine, beaming delight at promises of a home-cooked fishy meal. Louis softly chuckled, turning back towards the larder as he dug what he needed to from its chilly confines. He returned in short order, awkwardly shuffling back out into the kitchen with a pile of ingredients in his grip, letting them tumble out of his arms loosely onto the kitchen counter, biggest of all being a large, already gutted, cleaned sole that flopped onto the... Sorry, I rested my finger too heavily on the arrow key and it went away. Sorry. Let me go find it. Okay. Clean sole that flopped onto one side. While he went to retrieve a kitchen knife, he looked up as Delphine made herself comfortable, settling into a chair at the opposite end of the table in the dining area, smoothing out the skirt of her dress before relaxing. Properly settled, her ears perked up as she remembered. By the way, you had mentioned you had completed cleaning the roof? Excellent timing, as tomorrow I will need your assistance on a far more important task. Louis looked up, his finger running along the edge to check the blade's sharpness. Oh? Tomorrow? Well, there's an entire afternoon left between now and then. Is there anything more you might want my help with? Delphine paused, her chin tilting upwards as her eyes shifted from side to side, going over mental notes in her thoughts. No. I think I do not have another task for you today, aside from finishing that stew for supper tonight. I think you can just rest for now. We will have a very busy day tomorrow, after all. Louise started to brush the edge of the knife along the skin of the sole, the mild scent of fresh fish beginning to mix with the heady scent of beef and onion as scales started to flick and dance away from the fish on the dragging edge. He kept his eyes on his work, carrying on a conversation. But what about you? Delphine cocked her head, tilting it to one side as she observed him. Pardon? What do you mean? Well, what I mean is, Louis briefly stopped to slice through the side of the fish, first once, then the other side. 2 clean fillets sliding off the bone onto the table. Now no longer in need to worry about cutting himself by accident, he raised his head to meet the witch's eyes. To say, I'm not the only one that has been working. Day in, day out, I see you up there in that study. You need to take a break too. Delphine sighed, the corner of her mouth scrunching, her brow furrowing as she looked down at the table. Well, I have a lot to do. I need to finish my studies, or else... Delphine, with little warning, suddenly sat rigidly upright, her body freezing stock still as her eyes focused intensely, not on him, not on the food, rather not on anything at all. Louis stopped his lunch-making to observe the cat with, at her distant yet intense gaze locked in place, seemingly at a random spot on the wall behind him. It's very cat-like behavior, isn't it? He waited for a moment more, carefully setting the knife down, a soft clink sounding as the metal settled on the wood of the table. Delphine, are you okay? Delphine remained motionless before she sighed deeply, the slits of her eyes dilating as she leaned forwards, rubbing her own brow between her thumb and forefinger. She grumbled under her breath, leaving Louis perplexed. Delphine? Oh, God, of course he'd be here, she mumbled to herself. Annoyed, Delphine grabbed the edges of her skirt and stood up from her seat, rolling her eyes. Without explaining more, she gestured at him. Come along upstairs. You'll see. Delphine swiftly exited the kitchen. As she disappeared out the door, Louis could see the tip of her tail twitching in agitation before it slipped through the threshold. He quickly followed after her, catching up as she began ascending the spiral steps to the second floor. Hold on, I'm going to need to snooze some ads here. Okay. He quickly followed after her, catching up as she began ascending the spiral steps to the second floor. Her shoulders were tensed, the cat barely restraining a scowl with every rising step. She never uttered a word as she walked a direct, speedy line from the second-floor landing to the window opposite, pushing the wood shutters open to let a gust of cold winter wind press its way inside, licking their faces with a kiss of frost and sunlight. Delphine looked down over her nose at something below, down on the cobblestone walkway at the front of the tower. Delphine's voice dripped with venom as at last she spoke. I knew it would be you tripping my wards. Louis, his curiosity climbing, approached the window. Delphine slid subtly to the side to permit him a view of what she saw. Below was a violet and silver carriage, parked at the entrance to the clearing with a pair of healthy, well-brushed, black-furred horses blocking the path in, as well as out. Nearer to the tower stood a half-dozen armed and armored guards, arranged in 2 orderly columns, each wearing finely laundered black dress uniforms festooned with golden embroidery and decorative purple regalia. Perched on their heads were shining, polished steel helmets, decorated with feathers, jewels, and gold. Each of them stood at attention while clutching a musket, bayonets affixed, each with immaculately lacquered wood furnishings and glimmering mirror-like steel. The men looked more like they were ready to march in parade rather than conduct any sort of battle, but it was who was standing between the guards that was the greatest draw of Louis' attention. Uh-oh. Standing between the two columns of guards with his ghastly, pale cheeks turning red in the winter chill was a familiar, aging face. None other than the namesake mayor of Creighton, Jacques himself. His nose twitched from side to side as his waxed mustache shuffled in kind, and he drummed his fingers on the dark purple suspenders holding up his finely pressed trousers, looking up at the two in the window with a sense of undeserved superiority carved deep into his facade.
As cordial as ever, aren't we, Miss Gurin?
As cordial as you are merited, and not a drop more, dear Mayor. But don't for a moment believe that today will be any different. You are, as always, most unwelcome here. Delphine leered down at her unexpected guest and his retinue, but the mayor did not seem at all incensed by the cat creature's remarks, as if familiar with her barbed attitude towards the unexpected visitors.
Yes, I'm quite aware, Miss Gurin, but I argue that today will be different.
Jacques dismissed her concerns, gesturing with the jeweled knob of his cane in front of his face. Despite this, the mayor's gaze was much more fixed on Louis, brow furrowed over those sunken eye sockets, gazing with a restrained intensity at him in the window.
As for you, Mr. Durand, I can't help but say I'm so very disappointed. My town has only the best and brightest doctors, and yet you still chose to crawl through a dried-out swamp just to meet with this...
Jacques hissed through his teeth as he chose his words carefully, biting back more cruel words that he could have used.
Beast! I thought we could have been such good friends.
Louis politely nodded in disagreement. To be frank, Mr. Creighton, we barely knew each other from the start, and do not underestimate my host. Delphine has more than shown her capabilities to me.
What a shame. But no matter. You are not the reason I am here. Miss Gurin, I believe you know what I came for.
The mayor's gaze narrowed at the cat witch above him. Snapping his fingers, the two guards at the rear of the column snapped into a more attentive stance, before moving back towards the carriage at the entry to the tower's clearing. They retrieved a large trunk, each taking one handle as they heaved the ornate container back. Delphine didn't even wait. As I've said every time, the claim to the tower and its lands are still not and never will be for sale. End of discussion. You can turn right back around and avoid wasting our time. Delphine gestured with her clawed fingertip, twirling it in a circular motion while pointing at the mayor's feet. The mayor didn't seem terribly dissuaded. If anything, that conniving grin of his only grew wider and more emboldened as the two guards dropped the trunk at the mayor's feet before quickly re-entering formation in the columns. The mayor used the end of his cane to flip the latch on the chest hooking the... Shit, hold on. Let me just make sure this is still running. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. I was like, where's the music? Great. Okay. All right, sorry. All right. Okay, got it. Delphine didn't even wait. Okay, Delphine gestured with her clawed fingertip, twirling it in a circular motion while pointing at the mayor's feet. The mayor didn't seem terribly dissuaded. If anything, that conniving grin of his only grew wider and more emboldened as the two guards dropped the trunk at the mayor's feet, before quickly re-entering formation in the columns. The mayor used the end of his cane to flip the latch on the chest open, hooking the top lid with his hand.
Oh, but I have a new offer for you, one you could only dream of. I assure you, Miss Gordon, only a fool would turn away my generous offer. Allow me to bid... In a very dramatic show, the mayor pulled the... Allow me to bid... There we go, that's more like it. In a dramatic show, the mayor pulled the lid upwards, revealing that inside, nestled in folds of velvety purple fabric, were piles of shining silver coins. For the deed to 40 acres of land, the tower, and all rights to use the land as I see fit,
I offer you 40 whole pounds of pure silver coinage. With this kind of money, you can go anywhere you wish, settle any place your kitten heart desires, and with a little smart investing, perhaps even live the rest of your life in comfort and leisure. Louis stood aghast at the offer. 40 pounds of silver was how much his farm could draw in revenue over years and years of work, all being offered to Delphine in a single sitting. He didn't say anything, turning back to look at the witch, but her expression never wavered. Remaining resolute as she peered down at the mayor below. Your money means... Hold on, I'm going to snooze this last ad. Your money means nothing to me, Creighton. No amount you could offer would be enough. Perhaps if you grovel, though, I can be convinced to make you a poultice to fix that receding hairline of yours. I love her. She's so good. As Delphine's sharp smirk punctuated her remark, one of the younger guards in formation, incensed, scowled intensely, gripping his musket as he broke from formation and started to advance through the snow. You bitter wench! I'll drag you down here and show you. You won't be so disrespectful in chains. Wait, you fool! Stop! The mayor tried to reach out and grasp at the coat of the guard, but he was well out of reach and too enraged to heed any command. He strode forwards unceasingly, until suddenly, as his foot touched the cobblestones paving the grounds before the tower, he immediately froze in place, his entire body tensing. What once was a determined, aggressive posture turned to a look of panic. Delphine chuckled, setting her cheek in her hand as she stopped to think what to do next. Should have listened to the dear mayor now. So be a good... should have listened to the dear mayor. Now, be a good soldier and stand at attention. At Delphine's command, his body suddenly jerked upwards to stand at attention, but the look on his face said it all. The action was not of his own doing. Delphine gestured broadly in the direction of the guard, the loose fabric of her sleeve billowing in the movement. Now, about face and march. The soldier did as instructed, spinning around and in an exaggerated motion starting to high-step march his way back the direction he came, raising and lowering his musket as he stepped in rhythm, as if leading an invisible battalion on a grand march. The soldier, in utter lack of control of his own body, sputtered out anxiously, "What's happening? Help! I can't stop!" Oh, don't be so fussy. The hex will wear off on its own in due time. Now, until then, be a good boy and take the mayor back to town, would you? Delphine jeered, leaning over the sill of the open window to take in the sight. The bewitched guard made a marching advance right for the mayor, whose face by now was turning increasingly red out of a mix of embarrassment and frustration. You idiot! How many times did I tell you lot? Under no circumstances do you touch the stones! 1,000 apologies, Your Honor! Please forgive me! Help! The guard could only look on helplessly as he snagged the mayor by the back of his collar and, against his will, started to comically drag him towards the carriage. Get him! Jacques wiggled and flailed in futility as his heels dragged through the snow. The remaining guards looked at each other, muttering under their breath as they tried to decide what action to take next. Trying to salvage what was left of his dignity, the belligerent mayor, turning redder and redder still, shouted, "I'm not done here! Get the chest and get back here! We are leaving this festering old heap immediately!" "Yes, right away, sir," one of the guards responded, before reaching down to seize the trunk, shutting the lid on the latch. Delphine's mocking laugh echoed through the clearing as they scurried away. In a slapstick act, the guards piled into the carriage in a disjointed display. In particular, the bewitched guard stuntedly staggering forwards, dragging the seething mayor into the seat beside him. The doors to the carriage shut before clumsily the horses drew it back and away from the tower, disappearing within short order. Delphine sighed as they left, combing aside a strand of white hair out of her face, lingering on watch a moment longer to ensure none would be returning. Louis leaned forwards over the sill, getting a better look at her face. She seemed calm now, a little amused in the moment, and perhaps in a way that the sunlight framed the profile of her face, or the way her hair was gently swept by the winter breeze, even a little beautiful. Before wandering too deeply within his own thoughts, Louis spoke. "You okay, Delphine? What was that about?" "Oh, that cantankerous old mayor always does this. He tries every now and again to convince me to surrender the tower to him, but Delphine sighed, crossing her arms as she watched the sway of the leafless branches in the wind below. Louis finished her words for her. But you would never. Pierre Lemay built this place, and I imagine you would never let it go for anything. Right? Right you are, Louis. Delphine smiled, warm and alluring. Louis couldn't help but return the gesture, smiling in reply. Delphine continued. Seems you've met the mayor too. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. It was when we were trying to find you. It was an unpleasant encounter, to say the least. Louis shuddered as he recalled. Felt like he was trying to get something out of me. I was so glad to be out of his office that day, I tell you. Delphine nodded in understanding. That is the mayor I know, a natural-born grifter. For him, everything is an exchange, a means to get something that he wants. He would butt heads with my father constantly. He's been trying for years on years now to buy this land from me and my father before me. Never one to take no for an answer. A real pleasant man to be around by the sounds. Louis chuckled before his expression suddenly shifted as he remembered what waited downstairs in the kitchen, a half-finished pair of raw sole fillets idling away on the countertop, a floor below them. Clutching his own wrist, Louis gestured downwards. Oh, lunch! Delphine, I forgot about lunch! Ah, yes. Delphine looked down, her eyes moving from side to side as she pondered. Perhaps I can assist with lunch today. And you can maybe give a few pieces of advice on how to cook as well? Only if you agree to take it easy for today, Louis adjusted, the corner of his mouth turning upwards in a sly little smirk. Delphine silently responded with an outstretched hand, eyes glinting in the sunlight as she waited expectantly for his answer. Louis had no hesitation in kind, taking her hand in his, feeling the soft touch of fur on his skin as he walked hand in hand with her towards the stairs, towards a calm and relaxing evening, spent without any worries or duties or tasks, together. Oh, cute! Oh my god! I love this fucking story. It's so good! Thank you so much for letting me read that one. Lovely Red. Thank you. Okay. I know I've been a bit occupied. We do have to head out, but I never get to raid save, so we're gonna go raid him. Always happy to write. I'm so excited for the next chapter! That was amazing. Wasn't he great? It's so good story. Like, Red is an outstanding writer. We had a lot of really incredible writers today. Shark bait. Ooh, ah. Why are we shark baiting? Why are we shark baiting? I have a question for you. Okay, what's up, Starry? I can't wait to have more, right? Look at me, see? Oh. Whoa. Whoa! Holy fuck! What the heckies? That's... Whoa. What made that happen? Why'd you do that? Oh, check DMs? Okay. You haven't too, Sooty! Oh my god! Join us, Tau, and be a tiger shark! I would probably consider it if we didn't have 1 minute left until we get hit with ads. You guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I truly do hope you had as good of a time submitting and listening to me read as I did reading. I'm hanging my friends' VR avatars on my wall and was wondering if you want to be among them. I would be honored, Starry. Please feel free to. If you need my reference, it's in the Discord. It's in our Fanart channel. It's pinned there. Oh, I'm just drawing my nuts. Okay. My darlings, I will be seeing you tomorrow. We're doing a nice long art stream tomorrow. Great one to vibe and chill in. I hope you will consider popping on up if you would like to. We are gonna go see The Sweetest Safa. Thanks for the stream, it was a lot of fun. I had such a great time. I'll get the reference then. I will definitely do that. Please do, Starry. I would be so flattered. All right, cuties. Well, if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Also, massive thank you to our Forehead Kisses tier of patrons, which is Yuki and Red and Kata, thank you guys so much for the absolutely amazing support for the month. I really do appreciate it. You guys can go join the Patreon if you would like to as well, but these three are getting very special thank yous for sure. So thank you so much, you guys. Please take the best care of yourselves because, you know, I would take the best care of you. I love you all so much. I will miss you all so much, but I will see you so soon. Just tomorrow. Mwah!
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Pretty lady.